Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.1 sub 2 of the subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider items added to the order of precedence on September 23rd, 24th, and 25th, 2025, and recommended that the items listed herein, which has been determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration in relation to Bill C-3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2025. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting report from committees, the Honourable Member for St. John, St. Croix.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the two following reports from the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
The Benefits Delivery Modernization Program and the second report entitled Modernizing Information Technology Systems. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government to table response to each of these two reports. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Premier lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Huge honour today to table e-petition 6778, signed by over 6,203 Canadians, Mr. Speaker. They're deeply concerned about proposed changes, regulatory changes to Canada's Plant Breeders' Rights Act. Petitioners note that the Act currently grants plant breeders exclusive rights for 20 years, but it also protects farmers through a farmer's privilege clause that allows them to save and replant seed from their own harvest. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is proposing to remove this privilege for fruit, vegetable, ornamental, and hybrid varieties. The petitioners warn this would force farmers to purchase seed annually, drive up production costs, restrict access to new varieties, and undermine the ability of farmers to adapt to climate change. They argue this change unfairly erodes the age-old practice of using farm-saved seed and that Canada should strengthen public plant breeding. Petitioners call on the government to abandon these proposed changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to table petition E6605, created by a constituent of my riding, Miss Joanne Green from Haliburton County. The 1,100 signatories would like to bring attention to the issue of Indigenous identity fraud. They would like the government to take action to ensure that there is legislation addressing First Nations, Métis, and Inuit identity fraud with clear definitions, mechanisms for enforcement, and legal penalties for those taking advantage. They list a number of other actions they'd like to see the House take as well, and I'd like to table this as a result. Thank you, Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to support my colleague from Courtenay Alberni this morning by presenting Petition 45-1, which is in a similar vein, and it's citizens who are concerned, Mr. Speaker, very concerned about changes to regulations in Canada, which in the proposals from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency would prevent producers from benefiting from their ancestral right to use products from their ground to reseed in subsequent years, Mr. Speaker. That would force them to pay extremely high fees every year to use seeds. And we're seeing a trend, Mr. Speaker. People are very concerned about this, and we want to preserve the autonomy of our food producers. We want to preserve our resilience when it comes to food production, and we want to make sure that we don't increase food production costs quickly. So people are very concerned about this new move, and they're asking the government to take into account this petition. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the people who initiated it, as well as my colleague from Courtney Alberni. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on the cost of deficits, standing in the name of Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman, seconded by Ms. Cronus, moves that. Given that, 1, in 2015, the Liberals promised that deficit spending would fuel investment, yet investment per worker fell by 10.8%. 2, the Liberal deficits fueled inflation and drove up interest rates, while Canada had the worst economic growth per capita in the G7.
3, the current Liberal Prime Minister is following the same plan and is already yielding the same results, with 86,000 net job losses, the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. Food inflation doubled the Bank of Canada's target, and $53.9 billion in net investment leaving the country.
Every dollar that leaves the country means lower wages and lost jobs for workers. 5, every dollar the government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians. The House call on the government to stop plagiarizing Justin Trudeau's failed policies and recognize that deficits drive investment and jobs down and the cost of living up. Debate. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to move this motion, and I'll be splitting my time with my friend from Calgary, Crowfoot. And I'm going to start with a sidebar for a hometown shout-out that stretches right across the country. A big hype for the Toronto Blue Jays, who took down the Yankees last night and lifted the whole country with them. Canada's team is flying to the ALCS, and as a big fan, this team gives me all of the feels. I know that's true for everyone across the country, so congratulations. And unfortunately, you're not going to like the next part. And just like the Jays proved that what teamwork and discipline could do on the field, imagine what Canada could achieve if the government showed the same focus. Because unlike the scoreboard at the Rogers Centre, which you've been seeing go up and up and up, the only numbers that are going up in Ottawa, unfortunately, are deficits, unemployment, and net investment flowing southbound rather than here. And I'm going to tell a story, rather a cautionary tale. Once upon a time, in the not so distant past, the year was 2015, a trust fund millionaire living in liberal la-la land decided to run a radical experiment. He decided to spend billions of dollars of people's money to figure out that whether budgets could truly balance themselves. And never mind that anybody with a background in finance, accounting, or any part of the real world told him that it wasn't possible, Justin Trudeau wasn't going to be deterred. According to the Trudeau School of Economics, proudly located at the University of Unicorns and Fairy Dusts in a land of make-believe, spending ourselves deep into the red, lighting endless amounts of taxpayer money on fire and calling it, quote-unquote, investment in spending, he said that that would somehow make us all richer. Well, 10 years later and hundreds of billions of dollars later, the most expensive and costly experiment in Canadian history has ended, and now everyone with even an iota of common sense could have predicted what would happen. And we didn't get the promised utopia that everybody gets a job and nobody has to work and nobody thinks about monetary policy. Instead, the Liberals doubled the debt to give us higher inflation, higher taxes, and smaller paychecks. And that's true today. Our living standard, as measured by economists, stagnated, and it's getting worse. And rather than creating more prosperity, we lost $500 million in foreign investment. Investment per worker dropped by 10.8%. Our labor productivity sunk, And all while he told anybody who questioned any of this as either talking down Canada, he called them racist, he called them alarmists, saying that the planet would burn down. He called them every name in the books just for calling out the facts. And when Canadians were finally freed of the high-tax, high-spend Justin Trudeau regime earlier this year, they breathed a short sigh of relief because the new guy was supposed to be different and he was supposed to be better. He said he was an economist who knew how markets worked. He said he would cut back on the reckless spending and make it easier to create investment here in Canada. He said that he would do things differently. He said that he would get a trade deal with the United States. And here's where we're at. First of all, he kept the old people from the old government, the finance minister, the trade minister, the jobs minister, the foreign affairs minister, the justice minister, most of the front bench, all the same. So not really a new government. And instead of fighting for Canada and keeping those elbows up, he brought a calculator to a knife fight like his minister said that he would. He's adding up on that calculator $1 trillion gift to Donald Trump, subtracting 86,000 jobs here in Canada and multiplying American tariffs on our goods by 2. And he's not spending less. He's spending more. Justin Trudeau was the most expensive prime minister in Canadian history. His budget was forecasted this year that we would spend $42 billion. The Liberals would spend that. The parliamentary budget officer says that the new prime minister is going to spend 60% more, and that amount is only growing. And somehow the new prime minister has found a way to spend more than the guy who spent more than all of the other prime ministers combined. For those of you watching at home, spending $26 billion more means making the deficit bigger, not smaller. It means less money in your pocket. The prime minister is hoping that you don't notice that. They're telling Canadians again, just like they told Canadians in 2015, that money is an investment and it's supposed to create more jobs. But here's how it adds up. We've lost $54 billion of net investment in just half a year going southbound, not coming here. 86,000 jobs are gone, and we have the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 with the second highest unemployment rate. Instead of the strongest economy in the G7, like the Prime Minister stood at every podium during the election and promised. These aren't stats. They're connected to people, to people's lives, to families, to paychecks. And every job loss in a place like Windsor, Oshawa, Ingersoll means another family isn't sure how they're going to put food on the table. A father isn't sure how he's going to tell his kids that dad doesn't have work anymore. Every person who wants to work and can't find a job doesn't have the dignity that comes with being employed. These are the real stories of the effects of these big numbers. And every time somebody who's working 1 or 2 or even 3 jobs goes to the grocery store and can't afford basic necessities, it is the failure of the principle that if you work hard in this country, you should be able to get ahead. That is why we fight. We fight for every single Canadian who's being forgotten and left behind by the big numbers that the Liberals are putting on the board. If you measure your wealth by looking at stock indices or portfolios, this Prime Minister is your guy. But if that comes from a paycheck, you are being sold out in this scheme. And that's why it's so infuriating to see the Prime Minister and the Liberal government doing the exact opposite of what they said they were going to do. And it is especially galling that after the Prime Minister went to Canadians in a time of crisis, offered them his word, offered them hope, and then completely forgot about everything that he said on the campaign trail, or worse, possibly didn't mean any of it at all. The Liberal government has been spending all of that money for 6 months with no plan of accountability of how they're doing it. The parliamentary budget officer, that's the budget watchdog in this place, says that the government has no fiscal anchors whatsoever. And if you've been listening to the Prime Minister before, then you might have heard a bunch of talk about operational budget versus capital budget. I guarantee you that they will come back 9 times out of 10 when we talk about the out-of-control spending. That's their response to it. But this is not a plan to balance the budget. It's just an absurd proposal to move the goalposts. They're changing their reporting standards that the nonpartisan fiscal watchdog has said will lead to less transparency and doesn't even meet the international standard. So why are we doing it? Well, it's simple. If you really want to know the reason why we're doing it, you can't actually stop the spending and want to brag about balancing a budget without doing that. And if you're trying to do that, you just change the way that you count. That's what we're seeing from them. It's like claiming you ran a marathon, but you quietly moved the finish line 20 meters up. None of this is fiscal responsibility. It's all financial theater. And you're going to see that on November 4th. What they're doing is trying to hide another broken promise of this Prime Minister and this Liberal government full of Liberal ministers who still sit in that front row. They're not going to be able to hide it for much longer because the fiscal watchdog says that we're at the precipice of a cliff. That means the government is spending more money than we can spend. More debt and more interest payments equals higher taxes, higher inflation, fewer jobs for Canadians, and less money spent on the very things that we need them spent on in this country, for services for Canadians. You can't keep doing this over and over again. That's what he said. And so it's time to stop lighting taxpayer money on fire, and it's long past time to toss out the Justin Trudeau fantasy novel on economics, stop doing the same thing, stop plagiarizing his work, and start living in the real world where real people live paycheck to paycheck, where jobs are lost, where hope is no longer.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Speaker, it's sad that the opposition is continuing to spread the divisive message at a time when pride and grit should really unite all Canadians around the challenges that we're facing. These aren't stats, she said, and she's right. These are slogans. The real stats are the following. We have the strongest credit rating in the world, AAA. We have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Right? We have one of the highest rate of growth in the G7 since 2020. The IMF and the OECD project that Canada will have the strongest economic growth in the G7 this year. These are stats. These are real. The other thing she said is that the PM forgot what he said on the campaign trail. I would like to remind a member that we have increased salary for our armed forces, we have cut taxes for Canadians, we have launched a major project office, we have launched Build Canada Home. The question is, will she support us?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, you're right that Canadian pride unites us. And you can tell that to the Prime Minister who moved his company out to New York because he realized that it was his own policies that would hurt the investors that invested in that company. You can tell the Prime Minister who doesn't pay his taxes in Canada about national pride. You can tell all you want to the worker in Oshawa that just lost their jobs because the Prime Minister can't get a deal on Ottawa. You can tell him all day long that the debt to GDP ratio is good. But what are you going to tell him when he can't put food on his table? And what are you going to tell him when he gets the pink slip? What are you going to tell the 86,000 workers who have been laid off in this country, the investment that has fled south? What are you going to tell all of those people whose livelihoods are on the line because this government can't control its addiction to spending?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's speech was very interesting. I think that this Conservative motion today finally brings something that the Blot can agree to. It's easy to say that this government's management is deficient. Things are getting worse. This government has to manage a financial crisis for Canadian and Quebec families, but it's decided to cut $90 billion in potential revenue by not imposing counter tariffs, by getting rid of the DST, amongst other things. But the conservative austerity proposed is, well, what are they proposing exactly to stimulate the economy? Because we can't just cut everything. We also need measures to ensure that companies are prosperous and decide to invest in our economy.
Thornhill.
Well, I'm pleased that that my honourable colleague has is finally seeing the light in what the government is putting forward. Look, we have said time and time again that we have to build the Canadian economy with Canadian workers and Canadian investment here, with things like getting rid of the oil and gas cap so that the pipeline that potentially was approved 10 years ago that is back on the table can actually be filled with oil, that we can unleash the capacity of the private sector to invest here by cutting red tape and regulation. He has heard that time and time again, and I'm glad that he's finally standing up to oppose this government's reckless spending.
Yeah. Questions and comments? Now, member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed that speech very much, and I was quite surprised by the line of questioning that came from the Liberals. They would have you think that we've never had it so good, that everything is rosy in Canada, that after 10 years of economic and fiscal vandalism, that Canadians should just congratulate this government for a job well done. They have broken every single promise they have made on deficits, debt, fiscal anchors, fiscal guardrails, whatever you want to call them. Would the member have any further comments on that with the remaining time?
Member for Thornhill in 40 seconds or less.
I will say this. The Prime Minister stood in front of Canadians at a time of crisis, and he asked for their support. He promised them that he was going to be the guy in the crisis to negotiate a deal. And since he's become Prime Minister, I will remind this House over and over again that $54 billion of net investment has fled south. He's promising to make that $1 trillion without the promise of even $1 coming back into our country. 86,000 jobs are gone. We have the second highest unemployment rate in this country. That is nothing to be proud of, and certainly things have been much, much better in this country.
Resuming debate. Accused to debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. $100 billion. No, that's not Dr. Evil's ransom demand from the world. That's today's headline in the National Post. $100 billion. That is the potential deficit that will be tabled in the budget in November. This is today's front page headline. And it's important that we consider how we got here. $100 billion deficit, staggering, Mr. Speaker. That's almost twice what the national transfer to provinces for health care. That's the amount of extra borrowing that is being piled on, and which the interest from that will eventually make us unable to spend money on health care and national defense and all the things that Canadians rely on from their governments. But how did we get here, Mr. Speaker? Well, this government in 2015 promised that they would run deficits, limited deficits for 3 years. They were the only party in that election promising to do so. Even the NDP back then knew that you could not borrow with impunity forever. So the Liberals were the only party promising a deficit, but they said, whoa, deficits are okay. This is going to be a short-term deficit. We're going to make historic investments in national infrastructure. We're going to make investments. Our deficits are investments, and that will lead to the budget balancing itself and make people more prosperous. So 10 years later, here we are, Mr. Speaker. We have an out-of-control structural deficit closing in on $100 billion annually. When they were elected, this promise of limited deficits followed by a balanced budget was immediately discarded. It was never, ever acknowledged after that. Bill Morneau was the finance minister. I attended question period after question period, the finance committee, appearances from that minister. He never acknowledged this solemn promise that clearly it was a point of differentiation between parties. It was part of what got this government elected in the first place. And it was a lie, Mr. Speaker. It was so obviously untrue what they had promised during the election compared to what they did in office. So they were elected, they passed a bunch of anti-business, anti-job, anti-industry bills like Bill C-69, Bill C-48. They led to immediate capital flight from Canada. $200 billion from the energy industry alone, Mr. Speaker, left this country on the election of this government. $500 billion of investment has left Canada since this government was elected. And so we are here today to call on this government to quit plagiarizing the playbook that has brought us to the point that we are today. So these out-of-control deficits, structural deficits that began under this government, they inherited a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker. That is clear. A balanced budget was tabled in 2015. The fiscal monitors that track spending in between showed that we were on track to balance until the new spending of this government was brought in. So they received a balanced budget, they inherited one, they blew it immediately, and the capital flight that resulted from their out-of-control spending and anti-industry laws kicked in immediately and began to do what these policies always do everywhere where they've been tried from time to time, Mr. Speaker. They led to inflation. So we have out-of-control deficits, we got inflation, we have a cost of living crisis now, we have the worst performing economy in the G7 right now. They always talk about the G7 and say we're going to be the best in the G7. Well, they're the worst, Mr. Speaker. Our economy is no longer growing per capita. In fact, it has shrunk. It is lower per capita than it was in 2014, the final year of the Harper government. Per capita GDP is lower now than it was in 2014, Mr. Speaker. Think about that. That means Canadians are getting poorer over time. I don't even think a 10-year window that would cover the Depression would even reveal a period that long and that sustained of declining per capita GDP, or GDP that has shrunk. So we have lower wages, lost jobs, lost investment under this government. We call upon them to reverse course, get serious about the budget. So that brings us to the current Prime Minister. So as has been remarked by others, this was the guy that was supposed to know what to do. We said, okay, this 10 years of Trudeau, we're done. We need to actually have a serious person, have an adult in the room. And so they switched leaders. And this guy who was supposed to be the adult in the room, who knew finance because of his wonderful resume, came in and said, you know, this is a serious point of crisis. We're going to get serious. We're going to rein in spending. We're going to get control of the public finances, and so that we can grow the economy and deal with all the current challenges. Well, what's happened since then, Mr. Speaker? He didn't do any of that. This is a Prime Minister that promised Canadians that they were going to rein in the general bloat of government that has occurred under these Liberals. Mr. Speaker, the size of the public sector in Canada is the only thing that grew under this government. They added 100,000 federal public servants, and yet service gets no better for Canadians. They can't run anything over there, Mr. Speaker. 59,000 employees at the Canada Revenue Agency, and they still can't answer the phone, Mr. Speaker. So this government that was supposed to now have somebody serious at the helm that would get control of our finances and bring the budget under control, it hasn't happened. They promised in the election to rein in and reduce the expenditures on consultants. Well, in their first estimates that they tabled, they've gone from, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, 19 billion to 26 billion is what I recall, Mr. Speaker. They have increased their spending on consultants. I mean, they told Canadians that they were going to rein this in, that was the whole point of the change of leadership, and that there was a change of style. They keep talking about a new government, even though it's the same front bench and it's the same policies over the last 10 years. So it hasn't happened, Mr. Speaker. So now we're getting close to a new budget. Oh, and I might add that on top of the $500 billion in capital flight that has occurred under this government, that was all before the current Prime Minister arrived, and it has accelerated since then, Mr. Speaker. Another $60 billion has left the Canadian economy. And when investment dollars leave the country, that means there is no investment in plant and equipment and technology that help drive up productivity so that Canadians can earn more and live better, fuller lives and cope with the increased costs that have crept in under this government. But it's not happening. Wages are not rising. Unemployment is rising. 86,000. 900 jobs lost in my city last week, Mr. Speaker, in one layoff announced by Imperial Oil. So these guys have spent the last 10 years chasing investment and jobs especially out of the energy sector. And so we call on them to fulfill the promise that they made in the election and start getting serious, finally, about the budget. We had a PBO report and a PBO committee appearance in the last couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker, just devastating. The parliamentary budget officer has said that this government's fiscal plan is unsustainable. Stupefying, he called it. He said that it is unsustainable, and he has said that, and we know, Mr. Speaker, that the latest thing, they're back to, they always claim these different measurements, declining debt to GDP ratio. Well, then when the debt to GDP ratio started to come up, then it was our AAA credit rating. You'll see them bait and switch every time on their goalposts here. But that credit rating is at risk because they've now got they're trying to trick Canadians with a new accounting methodology. Yeah. And as their deficits continue to get even worse and worse and worse. So it is time, Mr. Speaker, it is time for the House to call on the Liberal government to stop plagiarizing Justin Trudeau's failed policies and recognize that deficits drive investment and jobs down and the cost of living up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's question and commentary, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So let's talk about the deficits and how Conservatives left this great surplus, as the member alluded to in his speech. Stephen Harper had 3 surpluses. The first one was a $13 billion surplus. Now, you ask yourself, how did he end up with such a large surplus? Well, that's because Paul Martin left him with that $13 billion surplus the year before. The second year Harper was in this House, he ran a $9 billion surplus. And then after that, it was a deficit after deficit after deficit. Finally, when it got to 2015, like how he referenced how a surplus was left, how did they leave that surplus? They left it on the backs of veterans and by depleting our military investment to under 1% of GDP, the first time in recorded Canadian history. Can the member please explain how this great surplus in 2015 was left?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, his remarks reveal exactly the point here. There were 5 prime ministers between the 2 Trudeaus, and all 5 of them took fiscal responsibility seriously and...
Order. The Honourable Member on a point of order.
Brian Mulroney didn't run a single surplus.
Order. Obviously, that's debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Crowfoot in about 25 seconds.
He's correct, Mr. Speaker. Brian Mulroney inherited a basket case that's even worse than what we have today.
That's right.
9 years wasn't long enough for Brian Mulroney to undo the damage that Pierre Trudeau did to this country.
That's right.
Every time we've got somebody named Trudeau running this country, they destroy the energy industry in my city and bring fiscal and economic vandalism to Canadians.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always amusing to listen to my Conservative and Liberal friends really dig their heels in about who had the lowest deficits or the biggest surpluses. In fact, Paul Martin had a surplus but cut transfers to provinces. That's the first thing. Second, my Conservative friend, I congratulate him for his speech. And I agree with him that the fiscal management right now is a catastrophe from the Liberals. It has been for quite some time. And one of the reasons it is that there's subsidies to oil companies and big oil. And my Conservatives, do they not agree that we need to cut the oil subsidies?
You know, I'll address one specific example that occurred under this government. And, you know, you hear them from time to time patting themselves on the back over the Trans Mountain pipeline, which they congratulate themselves for nationalizing what was private infrastructure, subsidizing it to a staggering sum. So we end up using public money to build something that should have been built privately, that would have been built privately if this government didn't chase the investment out of Canada.
That's right. Here we go.
Comments, the Honourable Member of Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my, through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate my colleague on an excellent speech, but I take no joy in it. Now, I take no joy in us as opposition having to bring this motion before this chamber. But my question is why? Why is this Prime Minister taking this country to the precipice? He comes from the private sector. He has personal wealth. Is he not hurting himself when he's bringing these disastrous policies to our country?
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Crowfoot.
I think the Prime Minister is probably pretty insulated from the damage that he's doing to the country. But and as to why and motive, I mean, I'd have to leave that to them. I have no idea why they are wreaking fiscal and economic vandalism on this country. I wish they wouldn't.
Comments, Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, about 33 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, my colleague, I have a ton of respect for him, but he brought up the job losses at Imperial Oil, 900 people. At the same time, Imperial Oil just posted that they were going to return $367 million to shareholders last quarter. Hey, we all want to see, you know, when somebody wins, we want to see them do well. But when there's excess profits like this, does my colleague, the Conservatives and Liberals, ever agree that there should be an excess profit tax that could help reduce deficits?
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Crowfoot.
You know, the phenomenon of share buyback is symptomatic of just how horrific the investment climate is in Canada. Businesses generally would love to invest in plant and equipment and technology and things that would increase productivity, but in this country, there is no opportunity.
Well done.
Resuming debate. Let's please to debate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, no surprise on this side in the sense that the Conservatives have somehow come up with another Opposition Day motion in which they want to say that we are different, Mr. Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. I appreciate the reminder. Much to the disappointment opposite, I'm sure. But, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the Conservatives have come up with a heck of an opposition motion that once again tries to portray the government in some sort of a false negative light. I think they need to have a reality check. You know, one of my colleagues says that the Conservative Party is like a professional opposition party.
Order. A point of order. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I just would question the member's use of language, the term false. I think we're not allowed to say something in direction.
Order. I think I can rule, but very briefly on the same point of order, very briefly.
Previous speaker just used the word lie, and you'll notice I didn't interrupt his speech.
Okay. Order. We're delving into debate here. Order, but this is debate. The word false isn't considered unparliamentary. The member is correct. Lie is, and that is something we should stay away from. And if I missed it in the comment, then that was shame on me. But the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, resume on...
Yes. Shame. Well, the member from Calgary, Crowfoot, could always stamp and apologize as...
Order. I'm hoping this isn't going to be a further debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Crowfoot.
Well, on the point of order, I certainly didn't refer to any member or a statement, and so I don't believe that a rule was made, but if it was...
Order. We're well on to debate now, but... The honourable... We're not on to debate. We're on to debate in the points of order. The honourable parliamentary secretary resuming debate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I take it that all these points of order are deducted and I should get a bonus minute for every time they stand up. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that, you know, they talk about change and they say that there's no change. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is just not true. The reality is we had an election just a few months back. And let me remind my friends on the opposite side in terms of what happened during that election. The leader of the Conservative Party and the leader of the Liberal Party had the opportunity to present to Canadians what it is that they have to offer, given the circumstances. And the circumstances were very high, Mr. Speaker. You had the Trump tariffs and trade issue. You had issues surrounding crime and safety in our communities. And they actually did a comparison. I believe, when I was knocking on doors, I believe that the people of Canada were looking at the background of those leaders. And what they saw in the leader of the Liberal Party was someone that was a governor of the Bank of Canada, a governor of the Bank of England, an economist, someone that understands the economy, Mr. Speaker. Then they contrasted that to the leader of the Conservative Party, and what did they see? Not much.
Not much. Wow.
He's a politician. Who am I to criticize? You know, I've been a politician virtually just as long, maybe even a little bit longer than the leader of the official opposition. It's an honorable profession. But at the end of the day, even I have more outside of politics experiences than the leader of the official opposition. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that when Canadians looked at the environment that we were in, that they voted for the leader of the Liberal Party in the Liberal Party in record numbers. Never before has the Liberal Party of Canada received as many votes as they did in the last election.
Wow. A lot of votes.
And I look at that, Mr. Speaker, and I take that as a responsibility for all of us, not only government, but also opposition, to recognize that we all have a responsibility to Canadians, to the people that we represent. The year prior, you had the leader of the Conservative Party going all over, coast to coast to coast in Canada, saying that Canada was broken.
That's right.
That was the messaging that they were sending out. That was their bumper sticker, Mr. Speaker.
Yep.
They insulted Canadians in every region of the country.
No, we didn't.
And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, you would think that they would have learned something from that. But once again, we got the Conservative Party being, in particular, the leader of the Conservative Party, being like the Prince of Darkness, casting a dark shadow over Canada as a whole. Nothing but the negatives. That's what it's all.
Order. The honourable parliamentary secretary, or the honourable member for Provencher.
Exception with the language that the member on the opposite side is using. We all know what the reference to Prince of Darkness is, and I'd ask, and he does too, and I'd ask him to withdraw that statement.
Warren Kinsella.
Okay, order. Very briefly on the same point of order.
When I was in MLA, Gary Philman, who was a progressive conservative, often called the NDP the leader, the Prince of Darkness. I honestly thought it was.
Oh, okay. Order. Let's just all be judicious in our language and avoid use of words that could cause disruption. I'll ask the member to carry on. 5 minutes and 49 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because what they do is they like to take the stats. They like to give the impression that everything is still broken in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, I believe that if we take a look coming out of the last election, the types of things that have been done by this particular Prime Minister and this government, whether it was getting rid of the carbon tax.
Yeah, that was
Mr. Speaker, that was something that was initiated virtually when the Prime Minister became the leader of the Liberal Party. And then what happens after the election, the first substantial pieces of legislation that we brought in, Bills 4 and 5. Bill 4 gave 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, a tax break. 22 million Canadians a tax break. We also then brought in Bill C-5. Bill C-5 is to build a one Canadian economy. You see, on this side of the House, within the Liberal caucus, there is a Build Canada Strong mentality. We are determined to make Canada the strongest economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker. We are determined to do that, contrary to what the Conservatives say day after day after day. You know, we can take a look at some of those very basic fundamental stats that are there. One of the interesting ones is take a look at the labor force participation. Contrast that to the United States. Canada's labor force participation is far greater than the United States. And it doesn't mean that we're not sympathetic to people that are losing jobs, Mr. Speaker. Of course we are. That's the reason why we've developed the 5 major projects and more to come before the Grey Cup game, Mr. Speaker. Of course we're sensitive to those that are losing jobs. Just like we're concerned in regards to the issue of affordability. But what is the reality of affordability, Mr. Speaker? In the last, if you take a year, from end of July to July, you will find that it was 1.9%. That is well within the markers set up by the Governor of the Bank of Canada. And that's why we've seen interest rates go down. That's why we have, I think there's only 2, or we're in the lower half, Mr. Speaker. We are doing better than most countries in the G7 on interest rates also. They talk about debt. We have the lowest debt to net GDP ratio in the entire G7. And they know that, Mr. Speaker. They know some of these economic indicators. But still they go around saying that, oh, you know, things are so bad in Canada. And then they criticize us if we try to portray a little bit more of a positive light by accusing us of trying to pat ourselves on the back. No. We're expressing what the reality of the situation is. Canadians of all political stripes outside of this chamber are coming together, working together in order to build one strong Canada, Mr. Speaker. We have a Prime Minister that goes down to the United States of America to meet with President Trump to begin negotiations in a very tangible way so that we can be there for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And what do the Conservatives say? Well, we want the agreement. You said you'd have an agreement, For them, they just fold. They will capitulate and do whatever it is that they want. We're not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. We believe that we have to be there and get the best deal for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And if that means we have to wait an extra week, 2 weeks, a month or two, whatever it takes, Mr. Speaker, we are going to achieve the best deal for Canadians. That's what these negotiations are all about, Mr. Speaker. Building our economy? Take a look at the projects that we've brought forward. LNG out in BC. We have copper in the prairie provinces. We have nuclear energy in Ontario. We have the port in Quebec. We have a very aggressive, proactive Atlantic caucus pushing on a number of different projects, just like in Manitoba, where we're trying to get into that second round of major projects, Mr. Speaker. Premiers of different political stripes, Canadians of all stripes, working together in order to recognize that these type of investments mean something. $60 billion, Mr. Speaker. Well, yesterday in question period, they're talking about foreign investment. You know, foreign investment, that more countries invested in Canada in 2023, the last numbers I saw, Mr. Speaker, we were #1 in terms of foreign investment coming into Canada. There's a private sector that the Prime Minister made reference to. Look in terms of what it is that's actually happening. There's a lot of good things taking place in Canada. We just need the Conservatives to open their eyes. Or, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, if they have not learned anything from the last federal election, that they will continue to be in opposition for many years to come, Mr. Speaker.
Here.
And I'll say they are.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member, I referenced the approval of LNG Canada, but we've met with the departments, and it's clear that there are no outstanding permits or authorizations needed for LNG Canada. So I'm assuming that Phase 2 needs an approval in terms of emissions. Is this why LNG Canada Phase 2 has been added to the major projects list? Are we going to see a decision on the emissions from Phase 2 or Phase 1 or both?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the members opposite, when they start questioning the major projects, have to realize that the federal government has played the lead role in working with the province, in this case, the province of British Columbia, Indigenous community leaders, many other stakeholders, and put together a package that ultimately is going to see the extension, and I would suggest to you the growth of LNG for the province of BC, in fact, for all of Canada, will benefit by it. That's a positive.
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'm hearing the Liberals boasting about all kinds of things. They've said interest rates are going down. They've said that they've slowed down the high inflation that we've all suffered over the last few years. But the reality for Quebec and Canadian families is that prices are still very high. They've never gone down since the pandemic, but wages have not gone up. So groceries cost more for people. So does housing, social activities, everything costs a fortune, but purchasing power has not kept up with inflation since the pandemic. The government should be concentrating on that. So I hear about the austerity measures, and I hear that this government is boasting about our OK numbers, but what measures are not being taken by this government to make life easier for Quebecers and Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, the government, in particular the Prime Minister, has been very much focused on the issue of affordability. We do care very much in terms of what's taking place in our communities. The issue of disposable income is something that we take very seriously, and that's why the Prime Minister actually got rid of the carbon tax. That is the reason why we gave the tax cut for 22 million Canadians. That's all in increasing the disposable income for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. So I think that the Prime Minister, in a very short window, has already demonstrated compassion and a caring attitude at providing supports for Canadians.
General Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I always find quite amusing is how Conservatives take an economic issue and completely dumb it down and try to explain things that just, in reality, aren't practical. I remember a year ago, the countless number of times we heard the leader of the opposition say that the only thing that caused inflation was the carbon tax. And as soon as the carbon tax was gone, all inflation problems would be gone. Of course, they neglect to reflect on the fact that inflation is a global phenomenon that is impacted by so many different events. And I think what the Parliamentary Secretary did today was highlight a lot of that dumbing down of economic issues, which quite frankly is probably why the Canadian people don't put faith in the Conservatives when it comes to the economy. I'm wondering if you would agree with me on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, absolutely. I agree with the sentiments that are being expressed by my colleague. But the global economy is changing. Whether the Conservatives want to stay in the past and continue to talk down Canada or not, we as a government, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, or the entire Liberal caucus, will continue to reflect the interest of the constituents in which we represent and Canadians as a whole, because we understand and appreciate the importance of change, of the changing world today, Mr. Speaker. That's why the major projects are so important. That is why maintaining our social programs where we can is critically important, and that's why we're going to have a budget on November 4th, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, please do that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Speaker, it's always a privilege to be able to rise in this place and bring the perspective of the good people of King's Hants to today's debate. And of course, today's debate is an Opposition Day motion. My Conservative colleagues will know that I always enjoy the opportunity to engage in the text of the motion that they put before the House. And I want to start, the text of the motion tries to suggest that this Canada's new government is similar to the last. And there are elements where that is true, and there are elements where that is wrong. And I hear some of the Conservative members kind of yelling and jostling across the aisle. They would love if they thought that the Prime Minister that we have now was the same as the last Prime Minister. And they are trying to paint that picture in this House. But Canadians know that that's not the case. And I want to start by saying, and I will highlight in my speech, Mr. Speaker, the differentiation between how this government is keeping policies that we think are extremely important, but also making substantive changes that I think Canadians ask for and that we have a mandate to help deliver in this Parliament. I also want to reject the premise that the Conservatives are putting forward, the idea that any form of deficit somehow does not lead to investment or is somehow problematic in the economy. And I think we're going to be able to have the opportunity to be able to tackle that as well. But let's take a look at the government's record in the past. And I look forward to highlighting to my Conservative colleagues who voted against a number of measures that I want my constituents to understand that the party opposite has been against. National child care policy, Mr. Speaker. We talked about it for 50 years. It's helping deliver affordability for families. It's increased access to child care across this country. Is that a failed policy, Mr. Speaker? Because the Conservative Party would suggest that national child care, I guess, is a failed policy of the last government. No, this government believes in it. We are working with provincial and territorial governments across this country, and I know it's making a difference. There's more work to be done, of course, but that is not a failed policy, Mr. Speaker. I think parents, I think women advocates, people that believe in youth childhood development, they're not going to tell you that's a failed policy. How about the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker? Helping to ensure in King's Hants $17 million a month is providing lower and middle income families in King's Hants. And I've had opportunities to talk to single mothers, Mr. Speaker, who have said to me that without the Canada Child Benefit, they wouldn't have been able to put their kid in organized sport, their child in organized support, or that they wouldn't be able to perhaps be able to buy more nutritious groceries. Conservatives, again, are yelling. The member from Yorkton is suggesting that she supported it. No, she didn't. I can go, and I'm happy to go on the record that they voted against that policy, Mr. Speaker. So is that a failed policy? I think not. The Canada Child Benefit is one of the best policies this government has put forward. Old age security and guaranteed income supplement, Mr. Speaker. Look, we have a lot of seniors in King's Hants. Those seniors matter. I try to be an advocate. You have to be a lot of different things to different people as a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but I have tried to be an advocate for our seniors. Is that a failed policy? The increase of 10% for OAS for seniors and the augmentation of the guaranteed income supplement. I asked my Conservative colleagues, is that a failed policy of the government? Because they voted against it. I guess maybe they can explain why they didn't think that was important. Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. We've had generational infrastructure investment in King's Hants, whether it's been in wastewater or infrastructure to support housing, where we've seen a housing boom in our communities. I would ask the Conservatives, is the investment under the Canada Infrastructure Program a failed policy? I would suggest not. And certainly on heating income. So this is important. In Atlantic Canada, the government has put forward programs that would actually help everyone below the provincial median income up to $20,000 to help be able to move towards a heat pump, and those above the median income access to essentially ability to borrow to be able to make investments to improve energy efficiency. This is, of course, most important for affordability, Mr. Speaker, but it also reduces emissions at the same time. Conservatives voted against it every single time. I guess that's another failed policy. But yet I've seen the results in my own writing about what this has meant for individuals who have been able to transition off of a heating source that was costing $7,000, $8,000 a year to heat their home and have brought their energy bills lower. I guess they suggest that that's failed policy. Mr. Speaker, I believe, and I would hope that members in this House agree, that fiscal discipline is an important public policy measure. It matters. And so to that, I would extend certainly an olive branch to MPs that want to talk reasonably and rationally about that. But to suggest that any deficit does not or cannot lead to economic success is a complete fallacy. Let me give you the example of what Canadians at home would appreciate. I can't speak for every member in this House, but I can tell you when my wife and I bought our first house, we didn't have the money to pay for it, Mr. Speaker. We ran a deficit. We took a mortgage and we borrowed to try to create a better future. And many Canadians, and I know that we have work to do on housing across this country, but many Canadians would be able to relate to a similar situation where they borrowed to try to build a better future. Governments are no different. Governments have to make choices about whether or not they want to make investments to create a better economic outcome. And so, as opposed to looking at this through a binary choice of suggesting that any deficit is a bad thing, as opposed to looking at the investments forward-looking about how we grow the economy, a better measure is debt to GDP ratio. So yes, if we are running a deficit, is the economic growth outpacing the debt that is being taken on? Exactly. Well, I'm happy to tell my Conservative colleagues that Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. So what does that mean? The economic growth as a proportion, the size of the economy. That's right. Look, listen, guys, this is important because I don't hear a whole lot of intellectual stuff coming from you guys in terms of the economic pieces. Sorry to say, but I got to be able to suggest the size of the economy.
Order. We'll have a little order. Just remind colleagues, address the comments to the chair, and we'll avoid all of this. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I listen to when I hear them speak. I certainly disagree with a lot of the different measures, but the net debt to GDP ratio is the size of the Canadian economy versus the debt that exists. And my measure for Canadians at home then, Mr. Speaker, if through you, is to say that Canada's debt position is actually sustainable. But we have to be able to look at the costs, and that is exactly what this government is doing. And it's interesting to listen to the Conservatives again yell in this House. The budget has not yet been presented. The government was elected on a mandate very clearly to do two things, was to be able to separate operational spending versus capital investment. This government is going to be doing that. We have signaled that we are going to be reevaluating operational spending while also setting aside the capital investments to build a future for a brighter tomorrow. That is extremely important. But again, when the Conservatives stand up in this place and tell Canadians that, frankly, there is no economic hope, that the country's broken, we've heard the same narrative. Canadians want politicians to talk reasonably about the challenges that exist. I'll be extremely clear, Mr. Speaker. This government understands that they have a mandate to be able to rein in operational spending while at the same time investing for the capital projects that are important. And while the member from Saskatchewan from Yorkton continues to yell across this House, I would tell her that the reality is we need to continue to put investment on the table to drive and catalyze private sector investment, Mr. Speaker. And so that is where we have to go. We also have the lowest deficit, Mr. Speaker, in the G7. You would never hear that from the opposition benches, would you, in terms of our position? So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that the government does actually address the operational spending. It is coming on November 4th. You're going to see that from this government. It is going to be a responsible approach. What I'm hearing from the Conservatives is they would just gut everything. That's right. They would gut it all. And you know what? Canadians don't want that. They want a government that's going to walk the line between a reasonable fiscal approach, reining in operational spending, at the same time being forward-looking about where the economy has to go, because we are in a difficult period, Mr. Speaker. The world is a different place in the last 6 months. The U.S. government is changing its trade policy. It's having an adverse impact on particular certain sectors in the Canadian economy. This government was elected, this Prime Minister was elected to make sure that we are the best ones to move forward in terms of how Canada positions in the days ahead. So I think it's extremely important when we talk about what this government is doing. I know I have about a minute left, Mr. Speaker. Major projects. Again, the Conservatives, I would hope, would be in support of this. LNG 2, when fully completed, Mr. Speaker, it is going to be the second largest LNG project in the world, the lowest emitting. That's something that we should be proud of. Foreign mine in Saskatchewan. Proud of the copper production that's there. In our neck of the woods in Atlantic Canada, it could be renewable energy. that we can be able to drive forward. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We've removed the GST for first-time home buyers up to $1 million. We've removed the consumer carbon price, which again is important for rural communities. It was a strong policy that I was advocating for. I'm glad to see this government and this Prime Minister be able to find a pragmatic way forward. Mr. Speaker, last thing I'm going to say in the 15, 20 seconds, the Conservative motion talks about food prices. It's pretty rich to have the Conservative Party stand here in this House. They had nothing to say in the election for farmers, not one single message. They stand up on their high horse, but yet nothing to say. I look forward to questions, Mr. Speaker. Let's get
comments. Question commentary. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was interesting listening to the member's speech, and he spoke eloquently, but he didn't have a very basic understanding even of finances. When he referred to deficits and the accumulation of debt as being the same thing, and they're absolutely very different from each other. So I would hope that he would educate himself on the difference between deficits and debt. But my question for the member is that the government has signaled that they're going to make a significant departure from the way they've historically and traditionally presented finances and budgets here in this House and to Canadians. They are going to take and use an asset capital-based budget versus an operational one instead of just the way it has traditionally been presented. Now, we know that figures don't lie, but we know liars know how to figure. And so I'm wondering, is this an attempt to mislead Canadians as to what our country is really up to?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the lowest deficit, and I certainly can tell the honourable member I know what a deficit is. We have the lowest one in the G7. And on debt, we have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. There's still more work to do. This government is serious about making sure that we can tackle and ensure that we have a fiscal track that is going to be sustainable over time. That's going to mean frankly, some tough choices. But this government was elected to be able to make that, to be able to put that position forward. When he talks about how we're going through our budgeting process, I compliment the Minister of Finance, one, for going on a budget cycle in the fall, which allows us to meet construction time. The member opposite runs a construction business. I certainly think he would appreciate that if we knew the programs and investments in place, it would allow for a construction season for those businesses to take advantage. And the ability is the public accounts will still be reported the same, but we're going to separate the capital long-term investments versus operation.
Questions and comments. Question comment.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have one pretty basic question for him today. The Liberal Party is saying that it's there for the middle class, that it wants to defend the most vulnerable, that it wants to help with purchasing power for the poorest people and put more money in their pockets. Does my colleague think that taking $84 billion of taxpayers' money from Quebecers and Canadians and giving it in grants to the oil sector, which is an industry where the owners are among the richest people in the world, is that, in his opinion, a good vision for giving more money to the most vulnerable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My honourable colleague is a few things. The natural resource sector in all of Canada helps to drive the revenues that matter for public spending for provincial and territorial governments across this country. So the honourable member knows that Quebec is a recipient under an equalization formula that, frankly, where we have natural resources, whether it's in Western Canada, whether it's in Newfoundland's offshore, this matters for the whole country, and we should take great pride in that. I know he sits as a member of a sovereigntist party, but within the Federation, this is important for all Canadians to understand. I also find it, I want to put this on the record. I hear the Bloc talking about the fact that they won't support the budget because they don't think it's fiscally sustainable, yet at the same time they're asking for more spending, particularly around Canada Post, for example, where that corporation is losing $10 million a day. They're suggesting no change should happen, but yet then they won't support the budget because they're suggesting the government's not being fiscally responsible. So what is it, Mr. Speaker?
Some comments, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
What I found most interesting during that the member's discussion was when he was talking about the Canada Child Benefit, and the member from Carlton Trail Eagle Creek started suggesting that it was Conservatives who brought in that program. Of course, Conservatives would love to go home and tell everybody it was their program, but in reality, what Conservatives created was the universal child care benefit, which gave this, and they're applauding for it, Well, people should know that that program gave the exact same amount of money to every Canadian who had a child, which meant that if you were a millionaire, you were getting that money as well for your children. Of course, Conservatives would never want to have a program that they weren't able to give millionaires checks for. So I'm wondering if the member can highlight the importance between the two programs.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary, in 40 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Child Benefit is, I think, perhaps one of the strongest legacies of the last government. It is a policy that will make a difference for generations to come. The difference, as the Chief Government Whip highlighted, is that this is actually income tailored. So there is a cutoff. Individuals who are making millions of dollars don't need $100 a month from the government to be able to support their children. Lower and middle income individuals across this country, including in King's Hands, the government has tailored that policy. That was a key important change from the Conservative policy and platform. We've also augmented the amount that goes out to families. So I can tell you families in King's Hands understand and know the difference between the Canada Child Benefit and what the Conservatives had on offer in the last government.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to inform you that I have the great honour of sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Is the conversation continuing over there? Are we speaking down here, or is it speaking over there? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that people are happy to see each other again, but I think a good break week is going to do well for everyone. So I'll repeat that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable colleague from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I'd just like to come back on the discussion that we just had here in the House. Quebec receives equalization. Well, the government always forgets, Mr. Speaker, that when Quebecers buy gas from Alberta and the oil companies receive royalties. So maybe some time it would be good to set aside the myth of equalization and note that the way that in Canada the oil sector is paid by the government has a major impact across the country. So on a number of occasions, we've heard our colleagues in the government rejoice about the low inflation that Canada has seen in recent months. And, they say it's a return to normal. With August, for example, inflation was just at 1.9%, according to the Bank of Canada. And that allowed the Bank of Canada to lower its key interest rate to 2.5%, but not so fast, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we quickly realized that when the Liberals boast about low inflation in Canada, what they're actually celebrating is low growth. And so what looks like good news is actually hiding some bad news. If prices have stopped going up really quickly, it's because they're already far too high. In reality, what this stagnation is hiding is that spending power for families in Quebec and Canada has gone down. In other words, our fellow citizens have less money in their pockets, and the numbers speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. With near zero growth of 1%, per capita GDP will go down this year, and it'll probably go down next year as well. The government can say whatever it wants, but if Canada is not technically in a recession, well, Canadians, the people who live here, certainly are. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not complicated. Prices are too high, and they remain too high. And even if prices have stopped skyrocketing, well, people are poorer. And what's worse is that the prices of essential goods are the prices that have risen the most, particularly when it comes to housing and food. Across Quebec, across Canada, household debt has risen sharply, and unfortunately, it's those who have the lowest incomes who are suffering the most. The federal government, as we know, it's cumbersome, it's rigid, it's costly, and it's often crooked because it's too far removed from the reality of families, workers, and communities. The federal government all too often puts into place programs that are poorly designed and which are ill-suited to the goals they're supposed to fix. In its quest to standardize and centralize, the federal government has forgotten that each region has its own needs and its own priorities. And so as a result, instead of solving problems, Ottawa's inventions, more often than not, make those problems worse. And, the examples speak for themselves. And, they explain why we're in the situation we're in today. We saw this with the case of foreign students in the last session when the Minister of Immigration restricted access to postgraduate work permits for students who had completed certain programs. The federal government at the same time announced, once again, a blanket measure, coast to coast to coast, as they say, to address challenges that were specific to the province of Ontario. Many stakeholders raised red flags at that time to say that this change would be harmful and that, in particular, certain regions of Quebec would suffer from those changes. And what we know is that before putting these measures in place, the minister and his colleagues at the department, as usual, hadn't consulted the people who were directly affected on the ground, nor the institutions that would be affected by those measures. You know, for the Liberals, consultation often means hiring more consultants. They forget to actually consult. They forget to consult the real stakeholders for all the bills that they put in place, all the measures that they put in place. They forget to consult people who are on the ground. And worse, Mr. Speaker, it became clear that we were dealing with a situation where the Department of Immigration was just making things up on the fly. And worse, the federal government didn't even seem to be aware, and I saw this in committee, Mr. Speaker, didn't even seem to be aware that Quebec has a different education system from the rest of Canada. You know, there were just crazy answers at committee, Mr. Speaker. Bureaucrats were unable to, for example, explain what a cégep is, which is, you know, that's quite something, Mr. Speaker. And that gives you an idea of why we want to build the country of Quebec, Mr. Speaker. This was a very obvious example of how the rest of Canada doesn't understand Quebec's differences. And, you know, it's unfortunate, but all too often we see that, you know, with the decisions that this government has made in recent years, they're just making things up on the fly. So let's return to the subject specifically at hand today. While we don't agree with all of the statements in the motion, the Bloc Québécois intends to support the Conservative Party motion. The federal government's mismanagement and recurring deficits are a serious problem, and we need to find solutions to that problem. The entire preamble of the Conservative motion is true. The population is experiencing high levels of financial anxiety, and it's middle and low-income households that are suffering the most. It's also true that inflation is currently under control. It's fallen below 2%, which has allowed the Bank of Canada to lower its interest rates by 25 basis points last week. However, it would be untrue to say that the financial situation of the families that we all represent, by the way, has improved. The picture is misleading, Mr. Speaker. The prices of the two most essential expenses for a family are far too high. And of course, I'm referring to housing and food. Mr. Speaker, it's essential that we protect the most vulnerable in society. The lower somebody's income is, the higher proportion of that income they have to spend on food. You know, it's simple. So here are two examples of transfers to individuals which would enable the most vulnerable to better cope with rising food prices and for which the federal government is responsible. Employment insurance, Mr. Speaker. The EI reform that we've been waiting for since 2015, over 10 years. Well, it's still, pending, even though, obviously it would help in the current economic climate. And, of course, old age pensions. The difficulties experienced by retirees and seniors, those who built the society that we enjoy today. Well, Mr. Speaker, those seniors, those retirees are facing a very difficult situation. It's intolerable, and it's our duty, each and every one of us here, to fix this situation, Mr. Speaker. And I think that this is an issue that should be above partisanship. And a majority of the federal members in this House have understood that. They supported the previous bill introduced by my colleague, the MP for Shefford. When I heard earlier the Liberal member saying that the Bloc Québécois wanted more spending, well, listen, we want more targeted spending. And the Liberal members, they voted for that bill. They voted for the MP for Shefford's bill to increase OAS for seniors aged 65 to 74 and to fix that imbalance. They voted for it, Mr. Speaker. And what I heard earlier is that they were going to go back on their word. Once again, Mr. Speaker, they're leaving the most vulnerable behind, and that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. What's also unacceptable is the billions of dollars in subsidies to the oil sector. We got to stop that. They don't need that money. They're making record profits. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, they are participating in the climate crisis in a very negative way, and that costs money to taxpayers too, Mr. Speaker. And meanwhile, what are they going to do? They're going to build a pipeline that's going to cost a fortune, that costs 10 times more than it should, when the private sector didn't even want to build it. So, Mr. Speaker, This country is heading straight into a wall with spending and Liberal mismanagement of public spending. And the member for Shefford had a great proposal which would allow retirees, who want to get back into labor force to be less impacted when it comes to tax time. That would be targeted spending. But, the Liberals aren't interested, and retirees who want to make a little bit more money, who want to, have a little bit more food on the table, it would be good for them. It would help their physical health, their mental health. It would help our small businesses if they were able to go back to work more easily. It would help if we could take advantage of their expertise. They could transfer that knowledge to a younger generation. So there are all kinds of measures that can be done to save money, but it's not subsidizing the oil sector at the expense of seniors who built our society, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to succeed here. We're going to vote with the Conservatives with pleasure because this government is mismanaging public money. It's intolerable the way that they are acting right now, and I have the impression that they're forgetting one thing, Mr. Speaker, which is that they got a minority mandate, and maybe at some point they should remember that.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, in recent months, we've seen a cozying up of a relationship between the Conservatives and the Bloc. The fact that the Bloc is voting with the Conservatives here doesn't necessarily surprise me, but it does disappoint me. The member made reference to the fact of disposable income. We have a new government, a new prime minister that provided significant tax breaks to Canadians in every region. 22 million Canadians will benefit by it. We saw the cancelling the carbon tax, again providing more disposable income for Canadians. And I'm wondering if my friend can explain to the people of Quebec, and in fact all Canadians, how it is that the Bloc have already determined to vote against the federal budget, having not even seen it.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, I almost fell off my chair. Fortunately, I was sitting down before. That member, I think he must have ripped up at least half a dozen shirts when he says that the carbon tax, it was important, it was fundamental, it was a policy of this government that was one of the greenest in the world. And now he's standing up and he's saying he did a good thing by cutting the carbon tax. That's the same member, Mr. Speaker, who, well, look at the Blues. He did thousands of speeches and he looked me in the eye and he said, this is good news that he cut the carbon tax. He shouldn't say after that we're voting for the Conservatives. No, we're voting for Quebec and what's good for Quebec.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again today, one of these days where we oddly agree with the Bloc. I don't think that Canadians give the Liberals credit at all for cutting the carbon tax. It was entirely a Conservative idea. And so I agree with the member when he is completely incredulous at the hypocrisy or double standard or a complete turn on a dime. I want to acknowledge the member and say that here today we have some sort of odd agreement. I wonder what his comments are on that.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, I'd be happy to continue on that, Mr. Speaker. Quite frankly, I saw the former Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, I can say his name, also going to town on the carbon tax. He was so passionate, inflamed. He made speeches saying how important it was. And now today, the Liberals are accusing us of voting for a Conservative motion, even though right now, if you look at the Liberal platform program, it's almost half of what they're proposing was in the Conservatives' electoral platform. So hearing this from the Liberals, it just kind of goes in one ear and out the other. But in the meantime, the most vulnerable Canadians in our society don't have any money in their pockets, and they're just helping the richest Canadians. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, another Liberal hypocrisy is that they voted at committee for the bill to increase the OAS at the HuMA, but when they have to defend their positions in the House and see what the consequences are, the rest of the only 4 Liberals supported it, and then the bill did not pass. That's the Liberal hypocrisy. Recently, I have been aware that there is an increase well, I'd like to hear my colleague from Abitibi, Temec, and also went to Lac Saint Jean. There's a request for food support. The honourable member. Yes, in Lac Saint Jean, we've heard the same problem. I think it's almost in all of Quebec's regions and across the country. I'd like to congratulate the member for Shefford once again for all the work she does to defend seniors and retirees and the most vulnerable Canadians. She does it passionately and with a great amount of love for others. And unfortunately, if you're talking about heart, there are some people who don't have one across the way, and they don't have the courage to vote. When at committee, they vote for a bill unanimously, and then we come to the House and they're going to present a budget when there's nothing that we proposed. Mr. Speaker, they seem to be not keeping their word on that side of the House, and it's quite frankly disappointing when they're supposed to represent everyone.
Resuming debate,
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my turn to speak today to this position, and I'm not surprised that my Bloc colleagues will vote for this motion. Mr. Speaker, the global economy has changed, and Canada must also change. We need to build more housing, more infrastructure, and support essential industries which will grow our economy. Canadians have asked for a serious and ambitious plan, and we're working hard to prepare and to implement this plan. First, my finance minister has already announced it. Our new government will table a budget on November 4th. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. All right. Now, secondly, like we said this week, the budget will have a new cycle with capital investment. It would allow us to distinguish between operational spending and capital investment, which will allow the government to prioritize its investments with long-term economic benefits for our country, and it will allow us to balance 2028 to 2029, reach a balance by then. So this new way of presenting our budget will add information. We're not taking anything away. The final line and the budget is still there. We're not hiding anything. We're not playing any games. We're adding information so Canadians can get a better idea of public finances and the role of the government. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, after all the discussions we have here, and some are more passionate than others, but we have to go back to what's essential. And that is, what is the role of the government? What role should the government play in the current economic context? The Conservatives have an opinion on what that role is. A minimalistic role. The government does nothing, in their view. They reduce taxes to as much as they can and then leave the economy alone to decide on its own. And we have a very different conception of what the government's role should be. It is different because the current economic environment is very different as well, what we've seen over the past 15, 20 years. So let's look at what happened, particularly in the last 10 years. Our colleagues talk a lot about inflation and this and that, the deficit, blah, blah, blah. But there were a few elements that we cannot forget. There was a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, in 2020. The global economy ground to a halt. It wasn't funny, that pandemic. And governments and all OECD countries and around the world had to find out how to get out of the situation. Yes, we were able to get out of the pandemic and rebound there was a major economic rebound across the country, but this caused kinks in the supply chain, and this led to inflation, Mr. Speaker. And that was from that time. Inflation came from the upsets to the chains, which were highly integrated, and they disintegrated during the pandemic. And when demand picked up after the pandemic, prices rose because there weren't enough products. Everyone wanted to buy the same thing at the same time. So we started to recover a bit, and then what happened? The war in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. Prices skyrocketed, energy prices skyrocketed. It's not a Liberal government policy that meant that global energy prices went up. Ukraine was also a major grain producer, and the cost of grains worldwide also rose sharply. So when things started to settle down a bit, what happened? A new U.S. president took power and told us and everyone across the world that the world he liked the most was tariff, tariff, tariff. His favorite buzzword. And the ambition of the U.S. administration to remove itself from the global trade system. And now the integrated Canadian economy suffered enormously and still suffering enormously from this issue because our partners that we were counting on for decades are no longer our partners that are reliable. So we have to readjust. And in this readjustment, Mr. Speaker, there is a role for our government, and the Canadian government right now is assuming its responsibility. We want to guide the Canadian economy to a transformation and diversification, to seek out new markets. And that's what we're doing. And that's what the upcoming budget in November will show. Now, let's go back to the Conservative motion, because I find it very interesting, their motion. I will vote against it, obviously, but it is still interesting. They say on line 2 that Liberal deficits fueled inflation. Well, I just explained inflation is not liberal in nature, it's global. It came from the shocks from the pandemic and the increase in transportation costs because of gross petrol costs and the war in Ukraine. This inflation also stems from U.S. tariffs. In case my friends didn't notice this, North American aluminum prices have also gone up greatly for all consumers because of these U.S. tariffs. So it's not a Canadian phenomenon. It is a global one. Point 3, they say that food inflation, which is double that of the Bank of Canada's target. Well, the Bank of Canada doesn't have a target for food inflation. The Bank of Canada has a mandate to keep inflation within its predictable range of 2%. That's for overall inflation. Overall inflation is measured on a basket of goods. There's no specific target for food inflation, which, like my colleague has said here, food inflation is starting to come back to a more controllable level. And finally, it says in their motion that deficits are driving investment down. Well, no, deficits are not doing this. If there is little private investment right now, it's because of the uncertainty created by the U.S. tariff policies. We are going to support the private sector and help it invest. It's the private sector that will invest, and the government will, on its end, create a strong and resilient economy, and the budget on November 4th will shed a lot of light on this. Thank you.
Commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to know, I know he knows the economy very well, and he also knows austerity measures very well. He has previous experience. Can he reassure us about the future budget? Can he tell us what he thinks about the subsidies we're giving and the tax breaks we're giving to oil companies in the West? We're looking at $93 billion over 5 years. Could this money not go to help people who are having a hard time meet at old age homes and elsewhere? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I find it somewhat surprising that my Bloc colleague criticizes us because we have a budget that runs a deficit, a very big deficit, and at the same time, he asks us to spend more. So I find it somewhat contradictory. But in terms of the oil sector, it is a sector that is crucial for the Canadian economy. It generates a lot of wealth and also a lot of tax revenues. So we'll continue. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, those of us that have to run our own budgets know that it's never wise to invest borrowed or printed money to dig oneself out of bad debt. And these capital expenditures the government is speaking of, where is that money coming from? They talk about direct private investment. Hey, that wealth that has already been removed from this country by this government will not be offset by what this government is attempting to do. So my question is, will this budget indicate clearly, with those capital investments, how much of the investment is actual dwindling tax dollars, how much is borrowed, and how much is printed money?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Okay. Many things in the member's question, but I would say Canadian government, like most governments, all governments in the OECD these days, modern Canadian OECD governments, we do not print money. Let's get that clear. Governments do not print money. Governments do not print money. Let's get clear on that. Credit is a way for governments to address that situation. When private investment is faltering because of great uncertainty, the government has a very important role to play to assist private businesses to invest. It is private investment that will drive the economy, Monsieur le Président.
Right on.
Questions and comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. I'd like to hear his perspective regarding our fiscal position. The fact that Canada has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 and also the lowest deficit in the G7. I'd like to be able to talk about this concrete situation with my fellow citizens. Of course, we need to talk about the reality of our fiscal situation, but also the reality that Canada is in a stable position. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the reason that the Government of Canada will be able to announce major investments in its budget, the reason for that is that Canada's public finances are under control. We have a very low debt to GDP ratio, among the lowest in the OECD.
A brief question, the member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, big banks, big grocery, big telecommunication companies are posting record profits. Meanwhile, people are getting squeezed at the pump, they're getting squeezed at the till, they can't afford to pay their bills. When will this government charge an excess profit tax on the big corporations that are squeezing everyday Canadians when they're trying to make ends meet?
A brief response, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I am so surprised, Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker. I think we should use this clip. The Conservatives want the government to overtax excess profits. Is that really what you want? Really?
He's indicating. Order again. We'll address comments. Order. 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 We'll carry on that debate another time. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But I can't help but weigh in on the most recent intervention. I've heard many great things about the honourable member who just spoke. But surely he would know that while there wasn't a money printer printing physical bills, what happens to the money supply when the Bank of Canada purchases the debt that the government issues? Well, that, of course, is the money supply increasing substantially, which is in effect basically like printing money. So it's a pleasure to stand before you here today. It is my first time making an intervention in this chamber of this nature since the election, so I'd like to take a moment just to thank some of the wonderful people who helped send me here to this chamber from a beautiful town of Penetanguishene. I had Paul Lefebvre, who went to the Penetanguishene Curling Club, signed up my members for my nomination papers, Kirk Ruston and Infinity Golf Lab, and all the people at the hangar who just make sure that I know what's going on in town and what the real people think. And Serge Morrow and Frank Sanama as my signed chairs. Frank's the president of the compound. And I just want to say thank you. Because of them, I'm happy to be here today speaking on behalf of those wonderful constituents of Simcoe North. I'd also like to mention I will be splitting my time with the wonderful honourable member from Regina, Wascana, who sits just beside me here. Mr. Chair, this is an important time for this country. We know there's a number of threats economically. It is not an easy task to deal with them, but we have seen this movie before. The former Prime Minister Trudeau said that he would spend just a little bit of extra money in deficits, some small deficits, in order to get big economic gains. What did we have? Well, a decade of very poor economic performance, $100 billion of deficits before we hit COVID, multiple hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits in COVID. You had multiple commentators, including the Bank of Canada and well-known economists, telling the government that their spending was contributing to inflation. The Bank of Canada went so far as to say, why do we care about inflation so much? Well, because it hurts low-income and vulnerable Canadians the most. That is why we should care about inflation. You know who benefits from inflation, Mr. Chair? The government and people who own assets. Government revenues have never been higher. They exploded during the inflationary environment, and this government could not help itself but spend all of that money and more. In 2015, before this government took over 10 years ago, the federal government spent about $300 billion on its expenditures. That number today is expected to be $530 billion for the fiscal year that just ended. That is a substantial increase in spending, and yet they are still so far away from balancing the budget, and we're not even in a recession, Mr. Chair. So what's going to happen to the federal fiscal finances if, heaven forbid, a recession takes place? The Parliamentary Budget Officer has warned that the government finances are unstable, or unsustainable, excuse me. For example, in 2015, the federal government spent 7.5 cents out of every expense dollar on paying interest on the debt. Today, that number is over 10, and it is expected to go to 14 cents of every dollar in just a few years. In real dollar value, that's $80 billion a year in just a few short years we'll be paying on interest on the debt. And why is that the case? Well, it's really because the government took on too much debt in the first place. But it's not just that. It's that the debt the government took on, they did so absolutely negligently in borrowing in all short-term debt. You had countries during COVID, like Austria, issue a 100-year bond. Mexico, average term to maturity in Mexico is 18 years. In Canada, the average term to maturity is 6. Heck, even the provincial government in Ontario is 12 years. What this government has done to the management of this nation's finances is nothing short of embarrassing. We will be doubling the amount that this government spends on interest on the debt in a decade. That means less money for social services. The IMF, which members of the government love to tout as a wonderful multilateral institution, has already acknowledged for every single penny that is spent on interest on the debt, a corresponding amount is cut from social services. That is why we care about spending. Those individuals in this chamber and those individuals outside who are warning that this government was spending too much a few short years ago were laughed out of the room because our debt to GDP ratio was falling or we weren't spending that much on interest on the debt. Well, now look at where we are. And this is before we are even in a recession. Secondly, the Bank of Canada has warned in May that 40% of the government's debt issuance is purchased by hedge funds. Why should we care about that? That means 40% of the debt issued by the government is purchased by financial speculators who don't even hold the debt for very long. They buy it, they sell it immediately in the repo market. What is going to happen to our interest rates if something outside of Canada, a sovereign debt issue or a crisis somewhere else, global economic uncertainty, causes this cycle or the ability for these hedge funds and financial speculators to not have liquidity or not be able to sell the debt they purchase? Who is going to buy the debt then? Yields will increase, interest on the debt will increase, social services will have to be cut. Or, of course, we can get back to the Central Bank of Canada purchasing the debt of this nation again, monetizing the debt, which is in effect, yes, Mr. Chair, printing money. And what happens when you print money? Inflation goes up. You create a massive gap between those who hold assets and those who do not. For all of this government's focus on low-income individuals, their absolute blindness on recognizing the negative effects of inflation on low-income and vulnerable Canadians is deplorable, because they have actually overseen an increasing of wealth and income disparity in this country over the last 10 years. Over the previous Harper administration, Mr. Chair, it actually went down. Wealth and income disparity did not go up under the previous Conservative government. It's actually gone up under the Liberal government in the last 10 years. Why? Because their policies and inflationary deficits have made those who hold assets richer and those who don't poorer. That's what happens. This is actually simple economics, and I would have expected from a well-regarded, well-renowned Prime Minister who has all of these accolades and says he knows better than everyone else. Well, he did not run on spending double what Mr. Trudeau spent in terms of deficits. Their other policies also lead to inflation everywhere. It's not just food. Think of insurance costs. Because this government has made this country uninvestable, reinsurers have left this country, which means there's less competition in insurance, which is why insurance rates for commercial and auto insurance are going through the roof. In addition to the fact that they don't seem to care, or only recently seem to care, about stolen cars. But I was at my favorite watering hole last night, Stolen Goods, what a wonderful place. They're telling me that they spend about a third of their equivalent rent payments in just to insure commercial insurance for their enterprise. This is unsustainable. These are a direct result. These economic policies are a direct result, and the outcomes are a direct result of this government's lack of focus on the economy, believing that they can solve every problem with spending more money. And you know what, Mr. Chair? The Prime Minister just went down to the Oval Office. I would be embarrassed if I was a Liberal MP sitting here today, because the Prime Minister campaigned and said that Conservatives would kneel before the altar of Mr. Trump. Well, what did the Prime Minister do? Here's a couple headlines. It's humiliating to kowtow to Trump, but what choice does the Prime Minister have? That's in the Globe and Mail. Althea Raj writes in the Toronto Star that the Prime Minister and Donald Trump put on a show of affection. She even called it a bromance. So I think it's reasonable to point that out, but we're here today to stop the unnecessary inflationary deficits, and that's what Conservatives are here to do, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back to the topic of printing money. I'd like to remind our colleague that the central bank actually practices quantitative easing. That's something that was also done by the US Fed and in Europe. Does my colleague believe that quantitative easing is harmful?
Mr. Chair, I had the wonderful opportunity to work for Finance Minister Jim Flaherty, who said what everybody knew at the time, that quantitative easing was inflationary and was harmful to the overall economy. This central bank never did quantitative easing until COVID. They're in fact doing quantitative tightening now. And what this government's fiscal policies are doing are putting the bank in a very difficult position to maybe have to restart quantitative easing again. And we have seen the results of that all across the world.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about expenses and revenue. We need to manage our public funds responsibly, but we also need to consider the most vulnerable people among us. We know that people are affected by this economic crisis. Does my colleague agree with his own party's position when it supported the member for Shefford's bill, saying that we need to reestablish fairness between people between 65 and 75 and people over 75 for old age security? Yes, that's spending, but does my colleague agree that that's a good form of spending because people will actually spend that money in our economy?
Mr. Chair, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for that wonderful question. I'll say as Conservatives, we want to make sure that the government spends its money properly so that it has money to spend on those who need it the most. That would include seniors, young people, those with families, for health care, for our social services. We have to be judiciously focused on every single line item so that the government has the money to spend on vulnerable people, those in low-income situations, especially seniors, and I would add to my colleague's point, those that are qualified for the guaranteed income supplement. That amount is not high enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
What's the honourable member for Niagara South?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues' comments on this. And just following up on the quantitative easing issue, you know, the Bank of Canada, or the Government of Canada, when it went into a stimulus program, this last January, the bank says it is now normalized and has finished its quantitative tightening process. But during the speech from the throne, I warned that this was an indication that the government was going to go on a spending spree again. And I can see after the last couple of months, as this fiscal house of cards falls apart, that we're going to be on the verge of massive new quantitative easing. I wonder if my colleague might comment on the impact of that, particularly in the current context of the economy.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, my new colleague, for that wonderful question. I think the risks that he raises are important. The reason we have quantitative easing in the first place was because there was no one else that was willing to purchase our debt. That might happen again with 40% of those who purchase our debts, hedge funds or financial speculators. If they are unable to purchase our debt, who is going to? You will see rates increase, or maybe both, you will see the Bank of Canada forced to purchase Canadian government debt, which of course is quantitative easing, and that money supply, M2, will increase, and that is in effect money printing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions, comments. The member for Courtney Alberni, about 33 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, Imperial Oil posted profits of over $7 billion in 2023. almost $5 billion in 2024, $1 billion almost in the last quarter, returning $367 million to shareholders. My question through you, Mr. Chair, is what is the threshold for Conservatives on excess profit before they'll charge an excess profit tax so they can actually support the very vulnerable people that he's talking about?
Honourable Member for Simcoe North, a brief answer.
Mr. Chair, I know I don't have a lot of time. I'll just say this. Never before in history is there an example where increasing taxes on businesses result in lower prices to consumers. So I don't think that we're actually going to get to a full discussion of that issue here today, but I welcome the follow-up discussions with my member at a future date.
Resuming debate. Please to debate. The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin my speech this morning with a movie review, if I may. The movie stars Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet. It's widely considered to be James Cameron's masterpiece. It won 11 Oscars and brought in $2 billion at the box office. Of course, I am talking about Titanic. One of the most memorable scenes from that movie is when the ship is first coming up on the iceberg and the lookout yells, "Iceberg, right ahead." All of a sudden, the captain and the crew, they spring into action and they reverse the engines and they turn the wheel and the rudder as hard as they can to try and save the ship from hitting the iceberg. But unfortunately, it was too late and the ship crashes into the iceberg and sinks to the bottom of the ocean. Mr. Speaker, historians have long agreed that if the lookout had seen the iceberg just a few seconds earlier, the ship could have turned in time and the disaster could have been avoided. Now imagine for a minute, Mr. Speaker, if instead of seeing the iceberg only 1 or 2 minutes before the crash, imagine if they had seen the iceberg 10 years in advance. How would events have turned out differently? First of all, it wouldn't have made for a very good movie. If they could see the iceberg from miles and miles away, then presumably it would be pretty easy to avoid crashing into it. But Mr. Speaker, 10 years is how much warning the Liberal government has had about the dangers of Justin Trudeau's reckless spending and the continuation of those reckless policies under this current Prime Minister for the past 6 months. But it wasn't always like this. A generation ago, the Chrétien Martin Liberals used to be the party of fiscal responsibility. Former Finance Minister Paul Martin once said that the Liberal government would balance the budget come hell or high water. They made some tough choices in the 1990s, but eventually they balanced the books because they understood that a nation cannot spend its way into prosperity with money it doesn't have. Conservatives may have disagreed with some of the decisions that were made along the way, but on the core principle of fiscal responsibility, there was support from both parties. Unfortunately, in more recent times, Justin Trudeau has said that the budget would balance itself. Then in 2015, he said that the Liberals would run 3 small deficits for 3 short years, and then the budget would be balanced. Fast forward to December of 2024, when the Liberals were to present their fall economic statement. By that time, their deficit had ballooned to a figure of $62 billion, an amount so embarrassing that the finance minister chose to resign that morning instead of facing the embarrassment that would inevitably come with a deficit so massive and out of control. And so that raises the question, how much is the deficit in 2025? Sadly, no one knows, because the Liberal government, until this point, has procrastinated, postponed, and delayed the tabling of a budget, and has continued to sail full steam ahead as though nothing was the matter. But we did get a glimpse recently from the Parliamentary Budget Officer when he testified before the Government Operations and Estimates Committee. He described this government's finances as, quote, unsustainable. He went on to say, quote, "This is not a funny fiscal outlook. It's a really serious fiscal outlook. We don't lightly use the words unsustainable. Unsustainable means you don't have the option of saying, maybe I'll wait a couple of years, I'll see how things go. It means if you don't change, this is done, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer might as well have stood up and yelled, "Iceberg right ahead." Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government needs to change course before they crash the ship into the iceberg. But unfortunately, the current captain of the ship is continuing on the same course that Justin Trudeau had us on. And Mr. Speaker, we're already seeing the harms caused to our economy and to our standard of living. In 2015, the Liberals said that their deficit spending would lead to investment. But 10 years later, investment per worker has fallen by 10%. The burden of debts and deficits on our economy over the last 10 years has caused us to have the worst per capita economic growth rate in the G7. Since taking office earlier this year, under the current Prime Minister's watch, 86,000 net jobs have been lost, leaving Canada with the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. Food inflation has doubled. In fact, in a recent report from Food Banks Canada, this government received a failing grade when it comes to food insecurity, down from a C grade just 2 years ago. Since this Prime Minister took over 6 months ago, $54 billion in net investment has left the country. And without investments in new factory equipment, new farm machinery, and new businesses, the productivity of the Canadian worker and the standard of living of Canadians will continue to decline. Mr. Speaker, another unfortunate part about the Liberals' massive, out-of-control deficits is that the numbers have gotten so big that it's difficult for people to understand just how big they are. When the price you pay at the grocery store or at the gas pump or at your favorite restaurant goes up, people understand right away how much money that actually is. That's because people make these purchases all the time, and we notice when a tank of gas or our favorite meal costs more than before. But when we're talking about the size of the federal deficit, that number is so huge that it almost becomes meaningless to ordinary people. That is especially true when the Liberals refuse to table a budget and hide how much the deficit actually is. But for argument's sake, let's take the $62 billion deficit from last December's fall economic statement. How much is $62 billion? How big an amount of money does that look like? Well, Mr. Speaker, the largest denomination of banknote issued by the Bank of Canada is the $100 bill. If you were to go down to the bank and go to the ATM machine and withdraw $62 billion in $100 bills, that would be 620 million $100 bills. Now, each $100 bill is about 0.1 millimeters thick. So that means if you were to stack those 620 million $100 bills, one on top of another, that stack would reach 62 kilometers high. Or put another way, that's about 7 times the height of Mount Everest. Or if you were to use $10 bills, you would have 70 Mount Everests. If you used rolls of toonies, you'd have enough toonies to wrap around the entire planet. If the rolls were loonies, you'd have enough loonies to wrap around the entire planet twice. Now, fortunately, pennies have been taken out of circulation, so I will stop my analogies there, but I hope that I have made the point about the enormity of this economic iceberg that Canada is sailing into. The Liberal Titanic may have gotten a new captain last winter, but the course that was charted 10 years ago under Justin Trudeau has not changed. We are still sailing straight into an Everest-sized economic iceberg. It is time to change course. And so I encourage members today to support the Conservatives' motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if that iceberg analogy was to be used, you could use it in Canada, as you just did, United States, England, in fact, any of the G7 countries. And what you'll find, Mr. Speaker, is that when it comes to net to GDP debt ratio or deficit ratio, Canada is the lowest in the entire G7. So the member kind of makes the point that I was trying to get earlier. As Conservatives try to make Canada as if it's broken, and I think Canadians sent us a very strong message back in April that they want us to work together to build a strong Canada. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on the other G6 countries in terms of their debt compared to the iceberg.
Honourable Member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this reminds me of the elementary school student who comes home with an F on his report card, and he says to his mom and dad, "Yeah, but other kids flunk their report cards too." I mean, that doesn't mean that you're doing a good job just because you can point out to someone who has just as bad a record as you. It is true that governments around the world have struggled with reining in unnecessary spending, but that is no comfort to Canadians struggling to make ends meet, struggling with the cost of groceries, struggling to pay rent. You know, the fact that other countries are having similar problems is cold comfort, and it should be no excuse to this government to not get our fiscal house in order.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Liberals would have you believe that everything is great in Canada. If you listen to them, they constantly are promoting their big projects window that they've put in place. And then they talk about LNG Canada. Well, I would like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that when the Liberals came to power, there were 14 applications for LNG plants across this country. In the last 10 years, only one of those has been built. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has some comments to that effect.
Honourable Member for Regina, Wascana.
Yes, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. There is nothing more frustrating when world leaders from Germany and Greece and Poland and other countries say, "Hey, we would like to buy Canadian oil and gas so we can stop buying from Russia, so we can stop buying from dictators in the Middle East." And the response from this government is there is no business case for oil and gas exports to Europe or to our other allies around the world. There's nothing more frustrating when you have all these economic opportunities literally sitting underneath our feet, but the Liberals keep making up excuses about why we should not be developing our resources and why we should not be making life better for Canadians. And it would be wonderful if we could get these opportunities and projects off the ground to make life better, not only for Canadians, but for our allies around the world.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've heard a lot about fiscal irresponsibility and all that from both of the last two speakers. But I would just like to ask our colleagues to explain that if that's the case, if indeed Canada is a basket case, as they say, how is it that we still have a AAA credit rating?
For Regina, Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting how the Liberals keep moving the goalposts. I remember when Paul Martin was Prime Minister, the goalposts were to balance the budget come hell or high water. And then a few years later, they said, well, we're not going to balance the budget, but it'll be a function of GDP. We'll keep it under so many percentage of GDP. And now they're talking about saying, well, we're going to separate the deficits between operational deficits and fixed assets, or whatever the term was. It's so frustrating when we are sailing straight towards this iceberg and we're sailing straight towards a $62 billion deficit, and the Liberals try and play this bait and switch game and try to move the goalpost. It's time for the Liberals to take some responsibility for the fiscal mess that we're in and turn this ship around. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. I have a point of order from the member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that we get to the Speaker in the right order, so I wanted to time this at point of order. Now, the Member of Parliament for Marc Aurel Fortin, when in his speech, I asked him a question about the out-of-control corporate greed, and he responded, identifying me as a Conservative MP. I couldn't be farther from a Conservative MP, Mr. Speaker, so I want to give him an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to correct the record, if he could. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member's political affiliation is so noted. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Berthier-Maskinongé. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this debate today, Mr. Speaker. Our government is well aware that many Canadians are having a hard time making ends meet. There are many bills to pay, housing is expensive, and it's costly to buy groceries for one's family. However, that's happening around the world. We understand this new reality, and we are looking at all of the issues in their ensemble, and that's why we're moving forward with a number of measures to help Canadians, help them put more money in their pockets.
Government is focused on delivering a plan to address the cost of living challenges impacting Canadians across the country. That's what we're interested in, not in cherry-picking data. Let me give you a few examples. Very early on, our government delivered a middle-class tax cut to allow hard-working Canadians to keep more money in their pockets. Nearly 22 million Canadians are already benefiting from our middle-class tax cut. And this tax cut will save two-income families up to $840 in 2026, and going forward, it's expected to deliver over $27 billion in tax savings to Canadians over the next 5 years. This rate reduction will benefit Canadians across the country, and the bulk of the middle-class tax cut will go to those with incomes in the two lowest tax brackets, including nearly half to those in the first bracket of $57,375 and below in 2025. With this middle-class tax cut, the lowest marginal personal income tax rate was reduced from 15% to 14% effective July 1st, 2025. And now this tax cut is helping hardworking Canadians keep more of their paychecks to spend where it matters most.
Our government is also very well aware that Canada is going through a housing crisis. While improvements have been seen recently in a number of cities, too many Canadians, in particular young people, are having a hard time finding a home that they can afford. That's why our government is putting in place a new ambitious approach to increase the housing offer in Canada.
Is moving forward to eliminate the goods and services tax for first-time home buyers on new homes at or under $1 million and reduce the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. We need the support in the budget to do that. We're talking about significant support here as first-time home buyers can save up to $50,000. Altogether, it's expected that this tax cut will deliver $3.9 billion in savings to Canadians over 5 years. With this targeted support measure, our government is allowing more young Canadians to enter the housing market, and by doing so, realizing the dream of home ownership. Through this GST relief, we're ensuring that first-time home buyers have lower upfront housing costs and more money in their pocket for related expenses. In addition, there are a number of measures to increase the supply of housing as well. I'm delighted to note that this GST relief will also have a dynamic effect on increasing supply, spurring the construction of new homes across the country.
Mr. Speaker, our commitment is to help build more housing from coast to coast to coast. We recently launched Build Canada Homes, a new federal agency which will build affordable housing on a large scale. It's wonderful, and we've been waiting for this for too long. Build Canada Homes will build affordable, prefabricated homes on federal lands. This will also help to fight homelessness by building supervised and transitionary housing in collaboration with provinces, territories, municipalities, and Indigenous communities. In my riding of Guelph, we've had a lot of success in recent years with creating essential supports to fight homelessness, and we need more across Canada. This program will help maintain very affordable community housing for low-income families. Build Canada Homes will accelerate the construction of homes and will give private sector builders the certainty that they need to build even more. With Build Canada Homes, our government will transform collaboration between the public and private sectors, and the program has been very well received by everyone in the sector. And we are doing it by using modern construction methods, by promoting a new Canadian housing industry.
Cancel the consumer carbon price to refocus carbon pricing on large emitters. And in Guelph, Mr. Speaker, the child care support program this year saw a reduction of a daily child care cost of $35 to $22 per day. That's thousands of dollars of savings for people who have children in child care. Mr. Speaker, with all these measures, our government is delivering lower taxes, bringing down costs, and putting money back in the pockets of Canadians, and supporting them through a number of initiatives like trades retraining and investing in industries that are struggling right now to make sure that we keep those jobs. But it's important to understand, to continue supporting Canadians, we need to manage Canada's fiscal finances carefully. And when I was on City Council, I brought in value for money audits. I went line by line on the budgets. I really care about this. And we on this side of the House, we are guided by fiscal discipline. We will spend less and invest more. We're going to balance the government's operating spending with revenues over the next 3 years by cutting waste, capping the public service, ending duplication, and deploying technology to improve public sector productivity. The Minister of Finance and National Revenue will deliver the details of the new government's plan on November 4th by presenting Budget 2025 in this House. It will be a comprehensive, effective, ambitious, and prudent federal government budget that will focus on growth, productivity, and long-term prosperity. I would also add an additional point with respect to housing, Mr. Speaker, that as announced by the Minister of Finance and National Revenue earlier this week, the updated fall budget cycle will more closely align with construction season and provide increased certainty and predictability for developers and investors.
Mr. Speaker, as you can see, our government has already made investments, and it will continue to invest to help Canadians with the challenges of rising cost of living and to support our industry. We've lowered taxes, and we are supporting the construction of new housing. At the same time, we're also aware of the necessity to manage public funds prudently.
We'll lay the groundwork to building a new industrial strategy that will transform our economy. As a member of the Industry Committee, we're looking at that right now. We have to go from one of reliance on specific trade partners, such as our neighbours to the south, to one that is more resilient to global shocks. A new Canadian economy that is built on the solid foundation of strong Canadian industries and bolstered by international trade partners. And I believe that is exactly what our country needs now. This is what Canadians need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech, Mr. Speaker. It's always a bit strange when I hear Liberals brag about having helped the middle class with tax cuts, but it's the middle class that's having the hardest time right now, Mr. Speaker, with the cost of living that continues to suffocate them. And despite that, the day after the elections, the Liberals decided to cut billions of dollars of potential revenue. The counter tariffs that were put in place, well, that money hasn't come in, Mr. Speaker. The digital services taxes, which they canceled. There are all kinds of measures that could have brought in new revenue that could have helped take pressure off middle-class families, most of whom are just $200 away from bankruptcy. At every paycheck, most Canadian families are $200 away from bankruptcy. It's not a joke, and this government says that it's helping the middle class. At the same time, $93 billion is going to the oil and gas sector, and the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin, who says that that brings in income. Wow, for an economist, that's quite something. So I'd like to know what measures will really be put in place to help the middle. I have to give time to the Honourable Member to respond. The Honourable Member for Guelph. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. And listen, you know maybe that the city of Guelph is one of the most vulnerable to tariffs, to the American tariffs that are hurting industry. But I'm, referring to the Chamber of Commerce of Canada, which for a number of months now has been explaining that counter tariffs are not necessarily the best way to protect our industries. The industry that provide so many jobs in my city and in my colleagues' city. And, we have to look beyond that. We have an inflation rate at 1.9% right now. That's 1.1% lower than it was in previous months. And we have the lowest interest rates in the Bank of Canada in years. And even during the pandemic and after the pandemic, Canada had one of the best inflation rates in the G7. We were the first. I have to interrupt the honourable member to return to questions and comments.
It's the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we hear, again, this is another Liberal that's standing up and saying that things have never been better in Canada. We are consistently saying that the inflation is out of control. Unemployment is up dramatically. And we've seen billions of dollars leaving this country and being invested in the United States. I want to just get the member on the record clearly. Does the member think that things are going well in Canada? And if she doesn't, what is the cause of that?
The honourable member for Guelph.
I appreciate the question, Mr. Speaker. So we have to look at Canada in a global context, right? Are there things that could be going better? Absolutely. But Canada has the second largest foreign investment stock to GDP ratio among the G20 nations. In 2024, we had a record of foreign direct investment in Canada of $85.5 billion. That was up 36% from 2023. Are things rosy? No. But how about bringing back rent control in Ontario? How about paying people in Ontario reasonable Ontario disability supports or Ontario Works? The Conservative Party wants to lay all of these challenges at the feet of this government, and that is very narrow-minded.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would agree completely with the last comment that my colleague said, in particular about how Conservatives, no matter what the issue is, will stop at nothing to suggest that the only cause of the struggles that people might be having fall squarely on the Liberal government, when in reality, a lot of, to my point, you heard them cheer there, so yes, they do agree with that. However, the reality is that there are so many other factors that affect people's lives, such as the global economic factors when we have a war in Ukraine that produces a third of the world's grain. Definitely when there's a war going on there will be inflation as it relates to products. So I'm wondering if the member would like to expand on that.
Honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. The fact is that there is food inflation, absolutely. But what's driving some of this food inflation? Supply chain, climate change, lobbyists for Loblaws who were caught with price fixing. We need to be looking at what is happening on a global scale, and we need to be tackling the issues that we can tackle, and we are doing that. We're investing in Canadians, we're investing in industry, and I invite the members opposite to support our budget.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise to speak to this Conservative motion today. And I find it almost moving, Mr. Speaker, for once we'll be able to vote for a Conservative motion, because if there's not too much populism in here, the data's rather accurate, and I won't reread the entire motion, but I'll tell you my favorite sentence in it, the one that I'd like the members of this House to listen and take 5 seconds to think about what it means. Every dollar spent by the government comes out of the pockets of Canadians, of Quebecers, of our citizens. This is a voluntary moment of silence. Let's think about this. And when we give contracts that were 2-3 guys in a basement, government contracts, and then they subcontract things, everyone knows what I'm talking about. This sentence also applies. Every dollar spent comes from people's pockets. When we're talking about grocery prices, the cost of rent, we always say it's this person's fault, something else is at fault. It's Canadians who have to pay for these costs. And I see votes here at the House of Commons, people who refuse minimal indexation. It's not even decent, just minimalistic indexation of OAS because, well, they say, well, groceries should cost the same whether you're 65 or 75, Mr. Speaker. Generally, obviously, when you get older, you eat less and less. But I'm being ironic, Mr. Speaker. I hope everyone interprets me like that. But these are serious topics and important ones. I am concerned, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned because this new Prime Minister, I won't say new government because there's another sentence I like in this motion that says this new government is falls in the same path as the previous one. So we changed the ticket on the peanut butter jar, but it's the same peanut butter. I'd like to remind people, it's the same government that's been in place since 2015, Mr. Speaker. And they want to boast, yes, we've just brought down interest rates, we're wonderful. But when interest rates go down, it's because the economy is slowing down. It's a government that is boasting about our economic slowdown, kind of. And then it's proud that production per capita for GDP has gone down. It's not supposed to go down in a G7 country that's properly managed. Everything I just said in the sentence is true except for the last couple words, and that is properly managed. Our country is being improperly managed, and that's why we're happy to vote in favor of this motion. And my Conservative colleagues are listening to me. This isn't a joke. I really find it hard to vote with you. Often we have motions that from the Conservatives that are half true, and there's a bunch of populism in there, easy statements, light, and that forces us to be the adults in the room. The Bloc, well, we don't just vote for things that are fake, but I'm really happy today to see this motion. I congratulate them. I pat them on the back, and I encourage them to continue this with positive reinforcement, Mr. Speaker. It's a good day. Well, Canadians are really suffering, and even if inflation is under control, well, we're happy about that. But it was so out of control for so long that prices are still too high for the wages that our people are earning. And that's what's tough. I'd like to remind people across the way about a point a government, whether it's provincial in Quebec or federal government, it is possible and normal to have an occasional deficit because they're the buffer. They're there to absorb economic difficulties. But we can't have repetitive deficits year after year, and that's the issue. We have a government that, well, sometimes a government has to have a deficit to re-stimulate the economy and spur growth. But now we're doing it so regularly over such a long period of time that we're inventing new ways of our accountability. I'm looking forward to seeing the budget on November 4th, and I hope Canadians will be smart enough to see the tricks that will be there. We'll have a deficit probably over $100 billion, and they won't see it because they'll be separating bad debt, good debt. When you pay debt, it's debt. You have to pay out. And every time the government takes on debt, it's less money that can go to serve the population. It cannot be directly transferred to the population. So it's revolting. I'll use that word. It may not be. It's strong. We're fed up of seeing this, Mr. Speaker. We're shocked. And we want people to say the truth. As elected officials of this population, once you're here, you have an election campaign. Often there's a lot of talk, but now we need to discuss things here and how to act for the common good. I know I'm naive, but, well, that's who I am. And people are in a bad situation right now. And if we want to help them to do better, we have to tackle the root causes of this problem. And one of the ways that the government can help people who are low income in a crisis, is direct support. I mentioned the old age pension earlier. I could also talk about employment insurance. How many years now, Mr. Speaker? How many years now has this government been promising that it's going to reform EI? I'll answer that. It's 2025. They started promising it in 2015 and even before, so for more than 10 years now. They haven't done anything. We have an EI program. Well, people have to pay into it, and almost half of people don't even have rights to benefits. They should call around and ask for a house insurance. Well, people say half the time, well, if they pay into it and they don't get it, I don't think they'll take that insurance. And for the Canadians, it's the same thing. Their hands are tied. They're stuck with this poor government. So if they can't manage this, they should transfer it to Quebec. We'll manage it. It always should have been the case, in fact, because the federal government always benefits from these crises and difficulties to centralize federal power. And why do they centralize it, Mr. Speaker? Because they have an overly high power of taxation with respect to their responsibilities, and they should transfer funds to provinces and management to provinces. They should just manage things normally. What do they want to do? They want to make pretty announcements outside in the sun with their hair in the wind. But we'll be here for Canadians. We're going to help the middle class, they say. But what we see today is that they've gotten even poorer, Mr. Speaker. All this time, people have to go to food banks now. And when we talk about grocery prices, as a critic for the agriculture sector, I see a lot of detail and intelligent thought at the Standing Committee, and we have identified problems and solutions. And it doesn't interest everyone, but we have found solutions, Mr. Speaker. We need better. We're having a code so that grocers have to respect, and it will help things. We have to stop increasing the price of incoming products, and grain prices are going up. And how come prices are going up? Well, this is the logic behind it. And I'm running out of time as usual. But we can't say that debt levels in Canada are okay because we're 45% of GDP, but it was 42 before, and now we're up. And if we compare ourselves with other G7 countries, for example, with France. In France, they don't have provincial debt. But if in Canada we integrate provincial debt as well and federal debt, we're at way higher levels. It's same debt levels of France and the UK. It's similar to debt levels in Italy and elsewhere. We have to be serious, help people who are in need. But let's start by cutting the $83 billion for oil companies. Questions and comments?
Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And toward the end of his speech, he was getting onto some of the financial trickery that we hear in the Liberal government's talking points. They speak of declining debt to GDP, yet the debt to GDP ratio is going up. We have the per capita GDP, which is lower now than it was in 2014. So I wonder if he could comment further on their selective use of accounting and maybe perhaps in particular this distraction that the finance minister has brought up, where he is distracting Canadians by trying to trick them with changing the method with which they publicly disclose their finances.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank sincerely the member for his relevant question that allows me to continue my explanation. When we're talking about debt to GDP ratios, yes, we have to look at the notion of whether we can pay our debt. If we have 150 in revenue a year and then we owe 150, okay. Well, we have to look at the ins and outs. But what the government does, they make beautiful statements. They're just looking at the federal debt. But it's not just federal debt that our that Canadians pay. We also pay the provincial debt in Quebec. And the ratio is actually much higher than they want us to believe. In the next budget, they'll be hiding debt, rather. Question 6. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the budget hasn't even been tabled yet, but the Bloc is already condemning it. Would the Bloc be just against any budget because they're on the opposition? They don't even know what it contains. Yes or no, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Alberti-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to please my colleague. The answer is no. Give me a nice budget that gives decent transfers to budget for health care, a budget that respects people, that builds a society by increasing OAS, a budget that sets out EI reforms that make sense, and then we'll gladly vote for it. And if there are issues, we have economists at the Bloc that are solid, that can help you and give you information. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech. He inspired me. Earlier, he asked the member a question. He's a former finance minister in Quebec. He saw austerity then. He was one of the architects of these plans. And my colleague asked, we talked about the $83 billion that is paid to support the oil industry. And my colleague from Marc Aurel, he said it generated revenues for the society. But I'd like to hear my colleague, the critic for agri-food, talk about the impacts of the oil industry on the environment, on climate change, and the direct impact that we see in the agricultural sector. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. What a lovely question, Mr. Speaker. It's almost poetic. I'm so emotional and happy. Well, oil. Well, we have to start being serious with respect to climate change. As a critic for agriculture, I see these impacts. At the same time, we're subsidizing oil companies. $83 billion over 5 years. I repeat that, Mr. Speaker. We're not supporting our farmers to help tackle climate change. That's serious. And then they'll say, well, it costs expensive. Prices are high. Yes, if they only have one good harvest every 5 years, well, that's where problems start. And now we're talking about reviewing agricultural risk programs for farmers in coming months. So it'll be end of December 2027 before we start changing things. We need to sit down and do things properly and look at the long term, Mr. Speaker. The long term. It's hard as a concept for current governments who always want to make statements and announcements to win votes in the short term, unfortunately.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Nous avons
We have the time for a short question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a short question. Do you really think, colleague, that the Conservative Party would agree with you for everything you said with respect to our fiscal policy, EI? Do you really think that your new partners would agree with you? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, my colleague from well, no, I did not say that. I would like to correct him, but I'd like him to answer at the next opportunity why legislative transfers to provinces have only gone up 2.6%, even though budgetary credits are up 16%, and credits for material purchases have gone up 300%. And how come we're still giving money to big oil and we can't increase OAS?
Reprise the débat. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, pendant
Mr. Speaker, for centuries, alchemists tried in vain to turn lead into gold. But what's really surprising is that after each failure, they succeeded in convincing all sorts of people that they would eventually manage. And today, our chief alchemist, the Liberal Prime Minister, is promising that he will transform deficits into investment. He presents that as a new promise. But in reality, it's the same reality the Liberals have been making for 10 years, since October 2015. So given that we've been hearing this promise for a decade, it's time to really think to ourselves, is this working or not? So what's the result here? Per capita investment in Canada has had the slowest increase rate in the G7. We have the lowest GDP per capita in that group, $15,000 of investment for each worker in Canada, which is only about half of the US rate, $29,000, and it's a third less than the OECD average. Since this PM came to power, he doubled the deficit. Have investments increased? No. We've lost $54 billion. And he promised the American president that our government's policies will actually end up causing another $1 trillion to leave over the next 5 years. More deficits mean less investment, not the opposite. He's not able to make the budget balance itself. And he's not going to be able to spend less to invest more. Indeed, alchemists never succeeded in turning the lead of our debt into the gold of investment.
For centuries, alchemists promised and failed to transform lead into gold. But that's not the surprising part. What is surprising is that after each debunking, they would manage to repeat the same promise and convince even more people. It would always come with a new salesman and some flashy new jargon, always designed to dupe yet another group of people who had dreams of gold. Today's alchemist in chief, the Liberal Prime Minister, promises to transform deficits into investments. This is not a new promise. It is exactly the same one that Justin Trudeau ran on in 2015. Remember, he said the budget would balance itself. Now, to be fair to him, we all thought it was just a gaffe. What he actually meant was that deficit spending would spark investment, which would grow the economy, generating enough money for, well, the budget to balance itself. The current Prime Minister had a slightly more sophisticated sounding, but similar idea, which is spend less and invest more. But given that this has been, he's now taken office and accelerated the spending, doubled the debt, it's now time, doubled the deficit, it is now time for us to consider the actual results. So what actually happened, Mr. Speaker? Well, since the Liberal government took office, the debt has doubled, growth has stalled, investment has fallen, the budget did not balance itself, and, of course, lead did not become gold. Let's look at the facts. The core facts, Mr. Speaker, are these. Under this government, Canada has had the single worst growth in investment per capita of any country in the G7. In fact, as the member for Newmarket Aurora will tell you, with whom I'm splitting my time, in fact, the reality is that Canada's, if you take total investment divided by the number of workers in Canada, we get about $15,000 in investment per worker. Barely half of the $29,000 in the United States, and a third lower than the $24,000 across the OECD. The result has been that we have had the worst per capita GDP growth in the G7. And dressing up these deficits in a banker's suit has not made any difference, because since this Prime Minister took office, doubling the deficit, that is the rate at which we add new debt, we've actually seen investment drop by $54 billion, and just the other day he promised that his policies would drive another $1 trillion out of this country into the United States, proving once again the result that deficits do not equal investment. Now, why is this? Well, there are a number of reasons. First, everything comes from something. So there are only two ways for governments to run deficits: print it or borrow it. If they print it, they cause inflation, which drives up interest rates, which drives down investment. If they borrow it, they have to borrow it from somebody. So they borrow it out of the private economy to put it into the government economy, which means the money that has been borrowed away from private investors is no longer available for productive investments in factories, mines, pipelines, new technology, or other income-generating assets. In other words, when government runs deficits, it does not create net economic activity, it simply shifts the activity away from productive private sector activity towards unproductive bureaucratic inactivity. Mr. Speaker, they move the money from where it is efficient to where it is inefficient. Second reason, by the way, that is called the crowding out effect. It is well known that this happens, and that is why deficits have coincided with drops in investment in most countries around the world. The second reason is that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes. And everybody knows that. So what do businesses and individuals do when they see governments racking up massive deficits? They hoard their cash, waiting for the eventual tax bill. We saw this during COVID, when you would talk to small businesses who would say, with all this debt, I'm holding onto my wallet because I know that a big tax hike is coming. And they put the money under their bed. They don't invest it. They don't spend it. They wait for it to be taxed away later on. This is what economists call the Ricardian equivalent, and it proves very much that there is no net economic activity that results from government deficits. In fact, it only subtracts because it subtracts from the productive investments that people might otherwise make but are suspended into terror that they will have a future tax liability and therefore do not make those investments at all. What we have seen is that when you cut deficits, you actually increase investment. Governments across Canada slashed deficits in the 1990s. We saw a resulting boom in investment. The greatest example of all is Israel. Back in the 90s, Israel was running massive deficits, which required the government of that country pay out 6% yields on their bonds. So investors could, in a very lazy way, simply buy government bonds instead of taking risks on productive investments, and that led to poor economic growth. When they started to cut the deficits and, in fact, balance their budget, the investors no longer could lend to the government. And so they had to invest in productive assets. This caused a boom in startups to the point where Israel now has the single highest density of high-tech companies in the world. They have more companies, for a country of 10 million people, has more companies listed on the NASDAQ than all of Europe combined, a continent with 75 times more people. By cutting deficits, you force investors to invest in productive assets like technological booms that we saw in Israel. The reason, the Prime Minister will say he can get a better return on investment with his government-made investments in big economic projects. But the question is this, two questions. If the projects you want to invest in, if they are money losers, why would the government want to invest in them? If they're money makers, why would the government need to invest in them? If a project is going to lose money, then going forward with it makes us all poorer. If it is a mega project, it makes us a lot poorer. The logic of going ahead with massive projects that lose money is like the businessman who says, I lose money on every single sale, but I make it up on volume. Mr. Speaker, we don't need money-losing projects. We need money-making projects by having the fastest permits in the OECD, getting rid of the capital gains tax on reinvestments, having lower marginal taxes on our highest achievers. In other words, the government needs only to get out of the way. Stop telling us you're going to turn deficits into investment or lead into gold. All they need to do is get out of the way and allow Canadians to dig the beautiful gold mine that is right under our feet in Canada.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. No one in Canada has traveled Canada as much as the leader of the Conservative Party has to tell Canadians that Canada is broken. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the leader in terms of even his comments today. Think in terms of the deficit. If you think of it in the terms of Canada has the lowest to GDP net deficit than any other of the G7 countries. The G7 includes countries like the USA, the United Kingdom, Germany, and others. We are the lowest. Would he then argue that all those other countries are broken too?
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' argument is that they're just not as bankrupt as the other countries is not actually true, even if it were a good argument. To start with, Canada's debt is much higher than most G7 countries when you include all debt levels, both public and private. Because the Liberals have indebted our households, with high taxes and high inflation, then you know, I'll give a little lesson to the members across the way. We have one economy that has to pay the interest of all the debt in the country. The Government of Canada does not have a monopoly on the entire GDP. That GDP has to fund interest and debt servicing for households, businesses, and governments. And because this Liberal government has indebted our businesses and households to a level that we are now one of the most indebted nations in the world on a per GDP basis, we've run very real risks that higher interest rates will absolutely cripple our economy. We need a paycheck economy, not a debt economy.
Yeah. Questions or comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. The Liberals are boasting about their record. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying earlier, they boast about lowering interest rates and reducing the fiscal burden on middle-class families. But in fact, people actually have more and more debt and are finding it harder and harder to pay the bills. The Conservatives are saying that we need to make major cuts in the public service. I'd like to hear from the Leader of the Opposition. What will he concretely do to help Canadian and Quebec families? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We will cut red tape. We will cut consultants. We will cut foreign aid. We will cut the funds that are currently being given to false refugees and much more. We will reduce the size of the state to reduce the costs of living, taxes. We know that this government is causing inflation by printing money. My colleague mentioned interest rates. The Governor of the Bank of Canada said not that the inflation rate is low, but that the unemployment rate is high. And that is why he needed to reduce interest rates. We have the weakest economy in the G7. Despite these Liberals' promises, we need to turn that around with a new Conservative government.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his speech. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a theme emerging here. We have capital flight at an alarming rate in this country. We have a productivity crisis. And from the Liberals on the other side of the aisle, all we hear is it's not our fault. So I'm wondering if the Leader of the Opposition could highlight all the negative consequences of Liberal policy and, you know, what exactly the one simple thing they could do to fix it.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that seems to be the current Liberal Prime Minister's approach, just like the prior Liberal Prime Minister. They can't do anything about the fact that we've lost $500 billion of investment. They can't do anything about the fact that we're the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 with the second highest unemployment. They can't do anything about the fact that we have the lowest investment per worker of any country. Well, if they can't do anything, maybe it's time for them to get out of the way, because we can over here. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll cut taxes on work, investment, energy, and home building. Mr. Speaker, we will eliminate the production cap, the ban on offshore shipping of oil, the industrial carbon tax. We will rapidly approve projects, have the fastest building permits anywhere in the world. We will open Canada up for business and make this the richest nation on earth.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Bravo. Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, if I was to describe an entity that changes its fiscal reporting midway through the year, alters the financial metrics by which it judges itself, repeatedly misses every fiscal anchor it sets, racks up unsustainable debt, and refuses to provide transparent answers to basic financial questions, one might assume that I was describing a corporation on the brink of collapse. But, Mr. Speaker, those are the defining characteristics of this government. This would never be acceptable in the private sector, and it should have no place in our government. Year after year, national debt keeps climbing. Interest payments now exceed what we transfer provinces for healthcare. The deficit once promised by the Liberal government to be modest and temporary has now doubled. And now, instead of restoring discipline, the government is rewriting the rules, stretching the definition of capital investment so far that even subsidies, tax breaks, and housing incentives are being rebranded as capital formation.
Shame.
What a joke.
Yep.
This is accounting tricks, a deliberate attempt to make the books look better than they are. More blatantly, this government knows it has lost control of Canada's finances and is now redefining capital investment as a communication strategy to confuse Canadians. The Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer described this change as overly expansive and exceeds international practice, such as those adopted by the United Kingdom. When a government starts changing definitions to hide the scale of its recklessness, it erodes the trust that underpins every dollar of public spending. Canadians deserve honesty and transparency. They deserve a government that manages the nation's finances, not manipulates them. While the Liberals manipulate the way they will present the budget, the deficit is set to balloon to $68.5 billion. This debt will be carried by my generation, by my children's generation. It's generational debt. It's generational betrayal. A mortgage placed on the future of our children is a failure of duty, Mr. Speaker. Let us stop pretending that the numbers don't matter. You cannot spend your way to affordability. You cannot manipulate the books and pretend your performance has improved. And you cannot betray future generations by burying them beneath mountains of debt and call it an investment. For 10 years, the Liberals promised that deficit spending would fuel growth. Well, after a decade of their investment per worker has fallen by 10.8%. Their deficits have fueled inflation, driven up interest rates, and left Canada in the worst economic growth per capita in the G7. Now this Prime Minister is continuing with the same mistakes and producing the same failures. And the Prime Minister likes to talk about the private sector. Well, let's be clear. It is the private sector that is condemning his ideology, not with words but with actions. With 86,000 job losses, with the second highest unemployment rate in the G7, with $54 billion of investment fleeing this country, they are saying no to reckless spending. They are saying no to a lack of transparency. They are saying no to excessive regulation in a government that is obsessed with punishing success. Capital is leaving because confidence in this Prime Minister has left. Businesses will not invest in a government that punishes success and calls it fairness. Businesses will not invest when projects can be held in regulatory purgatory. They will not build under a government that spends without restraint and calls it compassion. The job losses, unemployment, food bank use, and investment withdrawals are not Conservative numbers. They're not Liberal numbers. They're not NDP numbers, they're not Bloc numbers. They are reality. And reality, Mr. Speaker, has a way of catching up. They tell us that a young couple in Aurora, Ontario, working 5 jobs between them, still cannot afford to start a family. They tell us that the small business owners, once the backbone of our economy, are shutting their doors because they simply cannot keep up. They tell us that a generation is losing faith, not in their abilities, in their government and in their future. I would like to share a special message that I received last night from a young woman, and I quote, "We try to do everything right. Get married, have a family, go to school, get careers. My husband makes 6 figures, and once upon a time, that was a dream. But now we are unable to afford the house we desperately need for our young family. I know that life gives you curveballs, but we did not think our own government would actually be our undoing."
Shameful.
Every dollar that leaves this country means lower wages and fewer jobs for Canadian workers. Every dollar that this government spends comes straight from the pockets of those same workers, families already stretched to the limit. And let's be honest, a government that cannot live within its means will never make life affordable for those who must live within theirs. Canadians this week watched as the Prime Minister visited President Trump and promised $1 trillion of investment flowing from Canada to the U.S. We in Canada need a counterweight to bring investment to Canada, and the Prime Minister's lack of action has failed to deliver. Canada needs decisive leadership now. We need our natural resource sector open, our housing sector unleashed from taxes, excessive development charges, and permit delays. Our domestic capital reinvested here at home, not in the U.S. A Canada where investors see stability, opportunity, and transparency. Mr. Speaker, Canada can be strong. We can restore discipline. We can restore trust. We can restore the promise of this beautiful country, but only if we have the courage to face the truth. Instead, we have a Prime Minister focused on manipulating the budget to hide the extent of his reckless spending from Canadians. It's time to stop the illusion that Ottawa can spend its way to prosperity. And it's time, past time, to bring truth, discipline, and integrity back to our public finances. It is what our children and their children deserve from us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks here today. I'd like to remind the Canadian public at home that Canada has the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. But the government also recognizes that there's really important work to do around making tough choices, and that's why our budget is going to be coming on November 4th. She mentioned somehow the idea that the government's not trying to be transparent. Actually, it's trying to be more transparent by showing Canadians where operational spending and where long-term investments are happening around capital that will grow our economy. But I do find it a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if the honourable member can explain, well, the Conservatives come in and talk about balancing budgets and deficits, why they promised to spend $106 billion in their platform just a few months ago, how that was fiscally responsible. $106 billion, how does she stand in this House and suggest that they are the moral authority on budgeting?
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member that the Parliamentary Budget Officer is nonpartisan, it's independent, and he himself has said that the government's finances are very alarming, that they are unsustainable, stupefying, shocking. Mr. Speaker, in the financial sector, the integrity of financial statements is crucial. If you start to change the definitions of what expenses are, an expense is an expense does not become an asset, okay? Exactly. That is the problem. That is the problem. And when you start to change, Mr. Speaker, the timing of financial statements, there's no transparency because you cannot compare to prior years. You cannot compare it to benchmarks in the past. That's the problem.
Exactly. Comments, questions et commentaires. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Since the beginning of this debate, we've heard a back and forth between the various parties, but there's something that's not being said, and it's the fact that this government is a minority government, and the fact that this government got from the population a minority mandate, which normally means, in a context like this, that this government has to work with the opposition parties to get their budget passed. I haven't heard anything, from the government or in the back halls, anything about the government looking to see if the opposition parties would be ready to work with them on the budget. So is this government acting like a majority government or a minority government? Thank you.
Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
I appreciate the member's comments, and that is one of my main concerns here. I truthfully just wish that this government would be honest and would focus on balancing the budget, on reining in spending, so that we can actually have a future for our children. You cannot spend your way to affordability. You cannot continue to spend and pretend there's no consequences, Mr. Speaker. There are consequences. It's generational debt. It's generational betrayal, like I said, Mr. Speaker. That is mortgaging our children's future. And this government does not seem to be concerned about this at all. That is irresponsible.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, a new colleague from Newmarket, Aurora. They voted her here today to represent her community. My question to her is this: 76% of seniors are having to support their families today because of this Liberal government's affordability crisis. They don't understand budgets. My colleague does. She comes from the banking sector. So I'd like to ask my colleague how she might be able to teach the Liberals how to balance a budget.
Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, all I hear from across the aisle is arrogance. No desire to actually work together for a better future for Canadians. Fiscal responsibility is important. It has long-term consequences, but they seem to be laughing and think that it is a joke. And on the topic of seniors, Mr. Speaker, there's a senior in my riding that shared the story with me. He said, Sandra, my father taught me to work hard and give it my all to achieve what I want in life. I gave it my all, and I am still struggling. And those are the consequences of failed policies of this Liberal government.
Way to go, Sandra.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of AI and Digital Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been following this conversation with a lot of interest, and I'm quite surprised by what we are hearing from members opposite, because they claim to know the economy, they claim to know fiscal prudence, they claim to know what investment is about, and as we heard in the question period yesterday, they don't seem to know what the private sector really is. So I suppose one of the things that perhaps I might share with my colleagues across the way is some fact. The fact is that Canada's economic position right now relative to the other G7 countries is the strongest. It is in the strongest position in the G7 right now in terms of economic growth. We have heard stats that are inconvenient for the opposition. The fact that Canada is now among the top nations for foreign direct investment in this country. They talk about investment leaving the country. The reality is that more and more and more people want to invest in Canada. Why? They want to invest in this country because the facts are clear. There is a stable government run by somebody who actually understands how the markets work, first of all. Second of all, they understand that Canadians are not just resilient, but they understand innovation. They understand what it takes to be able to deliver the goods. And as I am speaking, I will also be sharing time with the member from Trois-Rivières, who will also, I'm sure, have lots to add on this point. But the reality that we see right now, the facts on the ground, are, when you look at Canada's position globally, we are the strongest economy, the strongest potential economy in the G7, the best economic position. You've heard the metrics already from my friend from King's Hands in terms of the debt to GDP ratio. The reality that the Conservatives refuse to accept is that Canada is actually well positioned to deal with global uncertainty. When you look at instability, economic instability south of the border, when you look at economic instability caused in Europe as a result of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, people are looking to Canada as an island of stability. They're looking to Canada as a place where workers are ready to roll up their sleeves and do great things, where innovators are building for the economy of the future. We are making transformational investments in digital, in AI, where the world needs us to be. And why Canada? Because Canada has proven itself to be a trusted partner, a reliable ally, and a place where our word matters. That matters to the world. It matters in trade, it matters in commerce, and it matters in business, where your word is your bond. People are looking to this country to say, we know we can place our investment dollars here. We know that we can place our interests here because Canadians know how to value those investments. They know how to build with those investments, and they know that they can trust that their investments will be safe and secure because the fiscal position of this country is in outstanding shape. Conservatives would like to be able to spin a narrative that Canada is broken. And we all saw how that worked in the last election. Canadians believe in Canada. The government believes in Canada. Liberals believe in Canada. And that is why Canadians returned us to lead this country. They didn't buy the Canada is broken mandate because they know that Canada is not broken. They know that Canada is the place when the world is in trouble that is going to lead. Canada is going to lead. And that is why Canadians put their confidence in us. Had they believed that narrative, the members opposite would have been sitting on this side. That's a reality. It's an unfortunate reality for them. It's a fortunate reality for Canadians because Canadians see a government that is leading with optimism and pragmatism. A government that is leading with fact. Now let's talk about some of the facts. They talk about failed policies. They think that providing dental care to thousands of Canadians, millions, 5 million Canadians, is a failed policy. They're saying to more than 16,500 residents of my riding that the fact that they can now access dental care, that's a failed policy. They're talking to tens of thousands of parents who have benefited from $10 a day childcare and saying that that's a failed policy. I wonder how many of their voters, Mr. Speaker, are taking advantage of those very same $10 a day care child spots. That shows, Mr. Speaker, that there is a need. The member opposite is yelling that there are 3,000 people on a wait list. That shows that there is demand for a government program that is clearly not a failed policy. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, they talk about caring. They talk about caring for Canadians. They talk about caring about young people in this country. They talk about their concern about prices of food. They voted against a school food program. They voted against a program that gave parents the ability to ensure that their kids, where necessary, would have food in their bellies. That's who these Conservatives are, Mr. Speaker. They are no longer the progressive Conservatives of the old that understood that you can match strong social policy and strong economic management. They have turned their back on economic management. We saw some of the largest deficits in Canadian history under the previous Conservative government, and they've turned their back on caring for Canadians. That is what this new right-wing Conservative opposition has become. And that is why Canadians have turned their back on them. So let's talk about the future, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about what Canadians are looking for. In a world where sovereignty matters, digital sovereignty is at the top of what we are investing in. And why are we investing in that sovereignty, Mr. Speaker? We are investing in that sovereignty because Canadians' data, the important information about Canadians, Canadian research, Canadian innovation, needs to be protected from governments that may act not in the best interest of Canadians. And so when we are investing in sovereign cloud, when we are investing in compute capacity in this country, when we are investing in quantum in this country, we are investing in data centers to make sure that Canadians know that they can be protected in a world where technology and artificial intelligence is everywhere. What we are saying is that we are building for the future, not just for Canada, but for the world. We are saying to European partners, you can trust Canada, you can trust our rules, you can trust our guidelines, because we understand that innovation should not come at the cost of workers, that innovation should not come at the cost of values, that you can innovate and still treat people with dignity and respect. And that is the balance that we are trying to cast, that we are trying to set on this side of the House when it comes to investing in Canada. Because investments, as we all know, require all of us to think about the future for the long term. And while members opposite may be thinking about soundbite to soundbite, our government is thinking generationally for what matters to Canadians and for the future of this country. And that's why the investments that we are making in ensuring that we are able to maximize our natural resources while also protecting our environment, while we are investing generationally in building homes for Canadians, something that they would know nothing about, while we are investing in the technologies of the future today, those investments matter to Canadians because they are creating the jobs of the future today. We are setting Canadians up for the jobs of the future by ensuring they have the money to train and retrain. So we're putting the money of the economy where our mouth is. We're not just saying that tax cuts are going to solve everything, but we did that. We have put more money into the pockets of Canadians by cutting taxes, while also investing. So it proves, Mr. Speaker, that you can be thinking about and investing in the future while also making life more affordable today. That is what the premise of this government is. We are spending less and investing more. And for people that don't understand the difference, it's very clear. Families may spend less at home on things like a Starbucks coffee so that they can invest in their RSPs. That's how families that run, at least certainly our family, when we're talking about prudence, that's how it works. That's how it works, Mr. Speaker. You take money that you don't need to spend on things for the day-to-day so you can put it into things that are going to deliver a return for you in the future. That's how families plan. That's how governments plan. That's how we are planning for the future of this country, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservatives may laugh. They may laugh because they think it is funny to think about the concept of managing our economy in a responsible way, making prudent investments that are going to be there for the future of Canadians. And that's okay, because they're not running this country, thankfully. We are. And the reason that we are in this position is because Canadians trusted the vision of the Prime Minister. They understood that pragmatism and thoughtfulness can be paired with compassion and resilience. And they understood that in the time that we are in, where we are facing the significant challenges to our economy from the United States, that strong stewardship and building a Canadian economy working together across jurisdictions in a way that is unprecedented was best handled by our government and best handled by our Prime Minister and by the members on this side of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to this opposition motion being defeated, as it should be, as they were in the last election, so that we can continue the hard work and the important work of building Canada in a way that works for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York Melville.
I really appreciated hearing this, the comments on sovereignty, so I would like the member, who I think is capable of doing this, to provide this House and Canadians with a definition of what this government means by Canada being a post-national state. Please define that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I appreciate the member opposite commenting on my capability. That's much, much appreciated. When we talk about what Canada is, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very different from the Conservatives' vision of Canada, because the Conservatives talk about the Canada that was, not the Canada that could be. And on this side of the House, we talk about the Canada that could be, the Canada that can be and the Canada that will be. A Canada that is prosperous, that is dynamic, that looks at difference as a strength, that invests in the economy of the future, that takes the steps that are required to ensure that Canadians are trained for that doesn't turn their back on Canadians in their moment of need, that doesn't say that when you're in need, we're going to turn our back on you, good luck. We believe in investing in Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech and his focus. For someone who just had his birthday yesterday, and he must have stayed up very late. I found him very concentrated in spite of the noise in the chamber, so I congratulate him for that. Well, he's part of a government now that has cut revenue, well, around $80 billion, according to estimates, and a government that continues to invest $83 billion in the oil industry over 5 years, even though this has an important impact on climate change. The budget will be tabled with a deficit around $100 billion, if not more, and the government is boasting about its AAA rating. Can Canada's rating to be maintained with such a track record from this Liberal government? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In tough times for families, and even at the government, it's important to make tough decisions. We need a government that's more effective, with clear priorities. Perhaps we can do less than in the past, but it's also important for us to maintain our fiscal financial position with banks and investors, and that's something that's very important for us. We'll see in the budget that will be tabled on November 4th how we're going to do this, and I hope that my colleague will support our budget because it will be here to protect our economy and even Canadians and Quebecers. Thank you. I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I waited for the dialogue to finish between my colleague from Drummond and the Liberal colleague, but throughout the question, while my colleague was asking his question, it was talking on both sides. There was no consideration given for the question being asked. The noise was really high. I would ask them if they want to talk to go outside. They were yelling while my friend was asking his question. If they cannot conduct themselves properly, they should get out. Thank you. I'd like to remind all members that if they would like to have a discussion or across the aisle, I would invite them to go to the lobby or outside of the chamber while the debate continues in the House.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Vancouver-Granville, and I'd like to wish him a happy belated birthday. He's looking pretty good for just 1 year shy of 50. I think the whole House would agree with that. But I really appreciated the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliamentary Secretary, he acknowledged that the government is focused and working in terms of a budget on November 4th, that we are going to have to make some difficult choices to make sure we can protect Canada's fiscal position, but also differentiating from the Conservative view that the idea that the country is broken and that they were not highlighting the fact that Canada has the best debt to GDP ratio in the G7 and the lowest deficit. But my question to the honourable member is, does he find it a bit facetious that he's listened to the Conservative benches talk about deficits when the Conservatives actually proposed $106 billion of new spending in their platform just a few months ago? Does he find that just a little bit strange?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of AI and Digital Innovation.
I thank my friend for his question. Do I find it strange? No. When you have a leader of a party who has never had to live on anything but the taxpayer dollar, I think it's difficult to understand how an economy works, let alone how balancing the books work. So it's of no surprise to me, Mr. Speaker, that the degree to which that they would have made expenditures without considering how they were going to pay for them is entirely in line with a Conservative opposition that has never thought about the fiscal prudence and the fiscal direction of the country, but only about sort of populist slogans to try and win votes.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to participate in this debate today, and above all, to underscore some facts based in reality. This is happening at the time of unprecedented change in our global economy, and it's irresponsible for the opposition parties to just put their head in the sand. We know the world is changing, and therefore Canadians expect their government to react appropriately. The debate today, Mr. Speaker, goes well beyond the walls of this Parliament. It is taking place across Quebec and Canada, including in my riding of Trois-Rivières, in kitchens and living rooms, in Tim Hortons, in meeting rooms, in workplaces across the country. Because Quebecers and Canadians know exactly what's at stake here. Our government knows it as well.
The opposite is focused on petty politics and simplistic slogans. Our government is listening to Canadians. What's more, we are taking decisive action on what we've heard. In the face of this uncertainty, Canadians have called for serious plans to address this new economic landscape and its consequences, not a $106 billion budget. They've asked for a change that puts more money in their pockets, change that builds the strongest economy in the G7. change that builds one Canadian economy instead of 13. Our new government is responding to this call for change, and that's what Canadians are expecting of us. From a middle-class tax cut, which is saving for $22 million for 22 million Canadians, to eliminating the GST for first-time buyers on new home up to $1 million, our government is putting more money in the pockets of Canadians. We've removed the consumer carbon price as of April 1st, helping reduce fuel costs, including lower prices at the pump. Our middle-class tax cut alone will save two-income families up to $840 in 2026. And going forward, it's expecting to deliver over $27 billion in tax savings to Canadians over the next 5 years. Wow. What's more, the bulk of this tax relief will go to those who need it most. That's to say, those with income in the two lowest tax brackets, with nearly half going to those in the lowest tax bracket, those earning $57,000 or less. Those same Canadians that stand to benefit of all the programs that the party opposite has voted against over the years, whether it's a dental care plan, whether it's the daycare. And by eliminating the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes at or under $1 million and reducing it for first-time home buyers between $1 million and $1.5, we're saving first-time home buyers up to $50,000. Altogether, this means $3.9 billion in tax savings for Canadians over 5 years, allowing more young Canadians to enter the housing market and spurring the construction of new homes across the country.
At the same time, we're seizing a generational opportunity to transform the Canadian economy, thanks to new ambitious investment and a rigorous examination of spending, so we can spend less and invest more. We know that the global economy has changed, and Canada must do so as well. We're going to strengthen our economic power by allowing Canadians to benefit from more uncertainty, safety, and prosperity. And we have to take a new budgetary approach that will allow us to do so. The cornerstone of our new approach is a budget cycle with investment in capital investment. That will be our national priority. This will happen by allowing the government to establish priorities in capital investment and private and public and operational expenses that are daily. It's rather simple, in fact, but we're trying to do so now. And this will lead to more transparent decision-making and more taxpayer money allocated to investment that will grow the potential of our economy. This new approach puts Canada in a better position to build homes, boost industry, and grow our economy.
This front is already well underway, Mr. Speaker. We recently, for example, launched Build Canada Homes, a new federal entity that will transform public-private collaboration and leverage modern methods of construction to catalyze the creation of an entirely new industry. This represents a critical new tool to better harness the use of public land while offering flexible financial incentives to attract private capital, facilitate the undertaking of large portfolio projects, and support modern, innovative manufacturers as they build the homes that Canadians need. But it's not only the Canadian housing industry that we're transforming. We're also streamlining the federal approval process to get major projects built faster, working in close partnership with provinces and territories, Indigenous people, and private sectors. We launched a major projects office who's going to work to fast-track nation-building projects by streamlining regulatory assessment and approval and help structure financing. Our government is moving with urgency and determination to advance this process so that Canada can build the infrastructure that will transform our economy to become the strongest in the G7. We're doing so because for too long, the construction of major projects has been stalled by onerous and inefficient approval processes, which have stood in the way of investment. By removing these barriers and bringing new investments online will in turn create well-paying jobs for thousands of Canadians, supporting families and communities across the country. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is we're undertaking these transformative changes to budgeting and investment on a solid fiscal footing. Because the reality is that Canada's deficit and net debt to GDP ratio are among the lowest among the advanced economies in the world. So let me just repeat that, because this is where I'm talking about when facts versus slogans. Canada's deficit and net debt to GDP ratios are amongst the lowest amongst the advanced economies of the world. And this is in sharp contrast with where we were in the 90s and the 80s, Mr. Speaker. It's safe to say that we all, or maybe not all of us, but many of us remember those dark days. We remember when stubborn deficits were leading to a rapid rise in Canada's net debt burden, eroding our fiscal advantage, increasing the cost of debt financing, and weighing in on our ability to invest in our people and our future. And we can all take to heart that those days are over. In 2024, Canada's net debt to GDP ratio stood at just 11.9%, compared to the G7 average, excluding Canada, of 100.4%. In fact, Canada's net debt burden remains lower today than that of any G7 country prior to the pandemic. Thank you. Canada is also expected to have the smallest deficit in the G7 as a share of the economy this year. Canada is also one of only two G7 economies, along with Germany, to have a AAA credit rating. At least two of the three major global credit rating agencies are rating us AAA. And it's one that investors are expecting us to maintain. And the result of this is that Canada's borrowing cost is as low as possible. Achieving these positive results wasn't easy, but we were able to do that because the world believes in Canada. And I really hope that the opposition party can start showing that they also believe in Canada. Our action as a government will be guided by a new fiscal discipline. We will spend less, invest more. We're initiating a comprehensive expenditure review to ensure that our programs and activity are efficient and align with our core mandate. And we're also introducing a new budget cycle to ensure that we are more closely aligned with construction season, providing increased certainty and predictability for businesses and investors, supporting more effective financial planning for federal departments and agencies. Within this new fiscal framework, Budget 2025 will set out our ambitious plan to build Canada strong with a new industrial strategy that will transform our economy from one of reliance on specific trade partner to one that is more resilient to global shocks, built on the solid foundation of strong Canadian industries and bolstered by diverse international trade partners. We hope the opposition will stand with us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've appreciated the opportunity to work with this member on the Human Resources Committee, where we are studying the very serious issue of youth unemployment. And as the member knows, the situation is quite bad as it relates to not just youth unemployment, actually, but unemployment in general. We've got new job numbers coming out tomorrow. Already we know youth unemployment, 14.5%. There was a 12% increase in the last month alone of working age women applying for EI. The government has made a lot of promises about things they're going to do, and yet the indicators are bad. Second highest unemployment in the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. And the best the member can offer is some indicators that are like the lower than the basement, like around well, we still haven't had a reduction in our credit rating. So I want to ask the member, when will we know if their policies are working? What's the time horizon on which they're planning to demonstrate success? And I'd like to know concretely, when will we be able to know if they're succeeding?
To give a chance to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Housing to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I really thank my colleague for his question. I'm really happy to work with him in the committee. Interesting, yes, absolutely. It's a really important issue, youth unemployment, so I'm glad we're able to work together on that. I'd like to bring back promises, the issue about promise about what we're going to do. They're not promises, they are action. We have launched a major project office. We have passed the One Economy bill. Thank you very much for your support on that. We have launched Build Canada Home. We have increased salaries for our armed forces. We have launched a defense procurement agency. On livre jour après jour.
We're delivering day after day. We're respecting our commitments made during the campaign. We are 6 months in from the beginning of our term, but we're not just promises, we're acting. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières. Maybe she could answer. During the last Parliament, the Minister of Finance didn't want to present a budget of such a high deficit. She found it, I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. They cited the name in English, first name and last name. We cannot say these in the House. The Honourable Member for Drummond, you can start again. Mr. Speaker, my apologies. I know this, and it's probably because I had forgotten, because it was the same government that was here previously. I apologize. I retract that. So the former Minister of Finance that preferred to resign rather than presenting a budget with such a indecent deficit of $42 billion. And now we have over $100 billion. So how come before it was indecent and the minister resigned before, and now they're talking about $100 billion here and they seem to be boasting about it? And I'd like to hear what the member has to say about that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think Canadians have said very clearly in spring about the party that they have the greatest trust in to deal with the real issues of the moment. We were really clear during the campaign about our commitments, and there's nothing that's a surprise in this budget. You said we'd invest in infrastructure, and that's what we're doing. We said we would invest to build more homes and accelerate housing building to help resolve the crisis, and that's what we're doing. We said we'd invest in the Canadian Armed Forces and Defence. That's what we're doing. So now, Mr. Speaker, we hope that my colleagues will support us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about investment that the government is making to stimulate the economy. In fact, we have an ambitious plan with respect to building housing. Federal funding has concrete impacts. In my riding, for example, there are more than 50 projects. I'd like to know if she could talk us about more about the housing plan, which is very ambitious and will help meet the needs of Canadians and spur our economy. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very good one. Build Canada Homes was established to deal with the housing crisis that we're seeing. Canadians and Quebecers need more homes and more affordable homes. They need homes that meet their needs and their budgets. And we've committed to building up to 500,000 homes a year. We are making capital investments of up to $13 billion for Build Canada Homes. And we're focusing on affordability by supporting the construction of all types of lodging and all levels, whether it's social housing, cooperative housing, transition housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you got the name of the riding right. Before I start, I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member, my colleague from Huron-Bruce. I'm pleased to rise today on our Opposition Day motion. You know, the House calling on the Liberal government to stop plagiarizing Trudeau's failed policies and recognize deficits drive investment and jobs down and the cost of living up. I'm going to start with a quote from the good Mr. Milton Friedman. He says, "Keep your eye on one thing and one thing only, how much government is spending, because that's the true tax. If you're not paying for it in the form of explicit taxes, you're paying for it indirectly in the form of inflation or in the form of borrowing." And that is dead on to what is happening right now, as it did in the past 10 years with this same Liberal government. It's not a different Liberal government. It's not a new government. It's the same Liberal government, the same tax and spend Liberal government. Now, in 2015, the Prime Minister was well known for stating in response to a question about his cabinet makeup, because it's 2015. But that is what this government seems to be saying right now about its continual spending, out of control deficits, because it's 2025. And I say that because it's the same term and it's the same Liberal government. Not a new plan, it's the same tired cabinet, the same old finance minister who won't answer what the deficit will be. Asked repeatedly in committee, what will the deficit be? We didn't get a response that Canadians deserve. Instead, he told Canadians they should rejoice at our fiscal situation. Yes, rejoice at rising unemployment. Rejoice at the highest youth unemployment in decades. Rejoice at the doubling of deficits. And again, this is the Minister of Finance telling Canadians they should be happy with what's going on. They should rejoice at our fiscal situation. Rejoice that the interest on the Liberal debt is going to be $82 billion a year by 2030. Put it in perspective, that's about $3,000 for every taxpayer. Right off the bat, just for interest on the Liberal debt. $3,000 out of their pockets, and they should rejoice. They should rejoice at the fact that the last 2 years for GDP per capita, so per person, economic growth in Canada, it's shrunk by almost 3%. Canadians should rejoice about being poor, according to the Minister of Finance. And they should rejoice over the fact for the last 5 years, which coincides with the 5 years that the current Prime Minister was advising the Liberal government on economic policy, has been the worst 5 years for per capita GDP growth since the Great Depression. Think about that, worse than the 5 years covering the 08-09 economic crash. Yes, we should rejoice. Same as the old finance minister who got, of course, demoted and is now off on a special invoice or envoy somewhere. We should be happy. We've never had it so good. So to every 30-year-old living in their mom's basement because they can't afford to move out, make sure you rejoice and thank this Liberal government, as they are saying. To the 2 million Canadians lining up every single month at a food bank, that's 1 out of every 20 Canadians in the entire country lining up at a food bank. Make sure you take time while you're lining up to rejoice, as the finance minister says. Mortgage delinquencies have almost tripled in parts of the country in the last 2 years. So as you're packing up your house because you can't afford it anymore and moving into a moving van to either luckily maybe move it into your parents' basement or out on the street, I hope you'll take time, as the finance minister suggests, and enjoy the good times and rejoice and be thankful for the great economic times that the Liberals are delivering. Now, there's a lot of things I can agree with the government, and I have voted with some items, I know, but there's a lot I disagree with. And that's fine, we can disagree and disagree. I just want this government to be truthful to Canadians. Like, don't sit here in the House and for years defending their carbon tax, telling Conservatives that we're climate deniers or we only want to see the world burn if we want to take our kids on a summer vacation. Don't sit here and tell Canadians that their carbon tax is going to prevent forest fires or flooding. Be honest with Canadians. Because we saw what the government did for years. They went after everyone who dared go after their dogma of the carbon tax. And then what happens the second it became unpopular? Oh, they're patting themselves on the back for canceling the carbon tax. A year ago, if you were against the carbon tax, we saw the old health minister, Mark Holland, saying Canadians were going to burn the world down if they took their kids on a summer drive. Now it's thank us for getting rid of the carbon tax. Don't sit here in the House, as we see the Liberals, pretending that you're pro-oil, pro-Alberta, or pro-energy. They sit here and say there's no proponents for a new pipeline, but at the same time refuse to repeal C-69, the No New Pipeline bill. They refuse to repeal C-48 which bans tankers taking Alberta oil off the BC coast, but of course it still allows U.S. tankers off there. They refuse to repeal the emissions and production cap. The emissions production cap that the Conference Board of Canada says will cost over 100,000 jobs in Canada. So just be honest. Don't sit here and say, oh, we love oil and gas if only we had a proponent to build a pipeline. Liberals are all for oil as long as it stays politely in the ground, it seems. Their position, very much with oil and gas, is very like, we'll push you down the stairs, but make sure you pat me on the back for calling 911 to help you afterwards. And that's what they seem to be doing with the oil and gas. We're going to be an energy superpower. We're going to develop oil and gas, but we're going to keep C69, C48 into production cap. And it won't be their fault that no one steps up in the private sector. The capital gains tax, another one. I just want the government to be honest. We heard the old finance minister say basically Canadians were going to be living behind gated communities to keep out lower income people who wanted to burn them down unless we had this capital gains tax. She stated we could finance it by taking on more debt, but that would place an unfair burden on our younger generations. But they're going to add $60 billion of debt this year alone. She then urged Canadians to mark politicians who voted against the capital gains tax increase. The current finance minister says our capital gains tax change will help Canadians, it will fight for Canadians, will fight for the middle class. He goes on to state, can members believe Conservatives voted against the capital gains tax and tax fairness? And they were going to increase investment in Canada because their new capital gains tax would ask the wealthiest to pay a bit more to fund investments. Move ahead a couple months, and the same finance minister, same one who says we should rejoice at rising unemployment, that auto workers, I guess, should rejoice that we're going to have a permanent export tax on their cars, permanent tariffs is going to cause the industry to collapse. He says, oh, capping the capital gains tax, we're supporting builders and investment entrepreneurs. Is there any reason we doubt the Liberals when they say they're going to build the fastest growing economy in the G7? While at the same time they bring in massive deficits that's going to drive out private sector investment. Their policies are causing massive record increases to use of the food bank. Is there any reason no one trusts the Liberals? Everything was all in on the carbon tax, the capital gains tax. Everything, all this borrowing that we're going to do was going to drive investment into Canada. And yet we've seen under the Liberals a $500 billion net investment flee the country, with the Prime Minister promising another $1 trillion will flee Canada into the U.S. under their watch. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, we need a change. It's clear the government has to end their Trudeau-era policies and get real with Canadians. Be honest with Canadians, be upfront. Change the way before it's too late. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when I heard the member speak, he talked about some of the challenges that exist in the country, and the government by no means suggests that it's perfect out there. The government is working within the realities, trying to meet Canadians where they're at, ensure that we have programs. That's why we've reduced taxes for 22 million Canadians. We've removed the GST from first-time home buyers for that 30-year-old that is trying to save up to be able to buy a home. We've actually introduced measures that member hopefully is telling his own constituents about. But, you know, if you're one of the 7 million Canadian seniors who receive old age security, that member voted against that. If you are one of the 5.1 million Canadian children that are in receipt of the Canadian Child Benefit, that member voted against it. If you are one of the over 1 million Canadians that are now receiving dental support, that member voted against it. But what I find facetious about this entire debate is that member ran on a platform of actually promising $106 billion of new spending if a Conservative government were actually in these seats. How does he stand up and be able to say these things with a straight face?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Well, first of all, I'd like to remind the member opposite, if the Liberals had not cratered our economy, they would not have to be providing so much in welfare-type services to Canadians. The reality is there can be good spending if it is for actual investments that produce productivity, if it goes toward reducing regulations, if it goes toward perhaps repealing C-69, C-48, and the emissions cap, which would be the greatest thing to unleash prosperity across the country. This government has done nothing but add on red tape, regulations, and everything possible to destroy the economy, and the results show massive unemployment increases, increases in youth unemployment, and massive increases in debt.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it's concerning because I see that the Liberals are cutting measures that might create a great deal of revenue, like, for example, the counter tariffs that never came about, or the digital services tax. Earlier, I heard from the Leader of the Opposition, and I asked him how he would give money back to Quebec's and Canadians, and he said more about cuts. So really, I'd like to ask my colleague what would be the concrete measures to invest in the economy, to stimulate the economy, to encourage investors to invest and develop businesses, because I'm not hearing that from the Conservatives.
For Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond for his question. Perhaps he hasn't been listening. We've been very clear. We can grow the economy by cutting the red tape, cutting the job-killing regulations that reduce investment, cutting taxes so that we are competitive with international competitors, and having a business environment where people will invest and create jobs in this country, such as getting rid of C-48, the job-killing, pipeline-killing C-69, and the oil and gas production cap, which, by the way, produces the most wealth and is the main driver of equalization rates through his province.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton West for the speech. The world over, Mr. Speaker, shares or exports energy. Even developing nations do that. How is it that we are not doing that? The question I have for the member is, can he walk us through how repealing liberal anti-energy laws would help restore investment and job growth in regions like Windsor, Ontario, and Alberta?
Member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Windsor West for his tough but fair question. Our energy industry is waiting to be unleashed. The International Energy Agency says we're not going to see peak oil to 2050, unlike the former Liberal Minister of Resource who said it was going to peak last year. We're going to see decades more growth in demand for oil. Canada can be the country that delivers that oil in an environmental way and a way that's with ethics. Instead of giving money to dictators that we're doing right now through the Liberal oil and gas cap, Canada can produce that oil for the free world. Canada can create that wealth here in the country that's going to drive investment, wealth for Canadians, and job for Canadians as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Before I give the right to the member for Huron-Bruce, I have to inform that he will be interrupted at the beginning of statements by members and question period, and he'll be able to continue after question period with the rest of his speech. So the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Here, here.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise here today. Basically, what we're talking about today with this motion is just basically end the Justin Trudeau-style economic philosophy and the Justin Trudeau-style budgeting, and let's get back to the basics here. And we're talking about investments today and different things. And before I get started, I should congratulate the Toronto Blue Jays on a great victory and a great series. That was excellent. We can all agree in this house about that. See, a little bit of unity before we get the punching in. But what did they do? I'll even give them credit for private investment. They spent $750 million over the past few years updating the Rogers Centre, and they didn't ask for any government money that I know of. They had a business case, and they went about it, and they did it. And I think they did it on time and on budget, and now they're into the next round of the playoffs. They're getting the return on investment. And that's really what we're talking about here today. We've got to unleash the private business investment in this country. We have to become more attractive
to foreign companies and our own domestic companies to make a decision to invest in Canada. But there's far too much red tape and obstruction to do that. And there was a Liberal MP that spoke about 20 minutes ago, and it was interesting what she said. She said they've created a new program to deal with all the red tape and delays in the programs. Well, guess who created all that red tape and delays in the programs? This Liberal government has been around so long, they're trying to fix the devastation that they've created, but it's never going to happen because they don't know how to fix it. If you go back 10 years, Stephen Harper and Joe Oliver delivered a budget really in the legacy of Jim Flaherty, and it was a balanced budget. And the government expenditures that year were $289 billion for a balanced budget. The entire deficit for the country, the net debt for the country was $610 billion, which is a lot, but it was $610 billion. Debt to GDP at that time was just over 31% and declining. And we really were, after a number of years, becoming a destination to do business around the world. Justin Trudeau came along and he said, look, I'm just going to spend a little bit more here over the next 3 years. I'm going to have a balanced budget in 2020, little deficits in the medium term, $10 billion a year for some investment to kickstart the economy. Now that should have been deadpanned right from the beginning, because in a $2 trillion economy, $10 billion is really not going to get the job done. And right from the beginning, Canadians should have known, we knew, everybody should have known that when a person comes in with that kind of philosophy, it's going to fail. And when you fast forward to today, the debt is over 1.2 trillion net debt. The gross debt is way more, but the net debt is 1.3 trillion dollars. The debt to GDP, just for Canada, not for all the provinces combined, is over 40%, 45%, I believe. The deficit this year, incredibly, will be higher than a Justin Trudeau deficit at approximately $62.5 billion. And all the while, they've told Canadians, we just need to invest a little more, to the point now where I believe in 2024, 2025, total government expenditure is at $450 billion. So in 10 years, we've increased the size of government by well over 50%. We've more than doubled Canada's debt permanently. We've added burden onto young Canadians that will last their lifetime and generations down the line, all because Justin Trudeau said 10 years ago we're going to make a little wee investment, and he used the term modest short-term deficit. And he also used the term that came back to bite him pretty hard, the budget will balance itself. Now, the other chief architect of this commentary is now the Prime Minister. He was his advisor all the way along, and when Canadians were looking at him in the winter and through the spring, they thought, boy, we've really broken away from this Trudeau guy. But really what they did is they elected Trudeau on steroids. And now, months later, they can't believe what they got. I know, because I'm out in my community all the time. People can't believe what they've got. And it's not just in finance and business, it's in everything. It's universal disappointment. And so what we need to do is we really need to get back to the basics. We need to create an economic climate where we can invite people to do business in our country. There's transparency. They know exactly what the rules are. I mean, think how many times the rules have changed since the Liberals have been in government for 10 years. Big projects, little projects, everything's changing all the time. He also said one thing, and maybe it was the worst lie you could have ever told a Canadian, was we took on debt so you wouldn't have to. A lot of Canadians really took that literally back 5 years ago, and they are really being bit now. They're to the point where they're giving the keys back to the bank, where they're record lineups to food banks. It goes on and on and on. And it used to be 10 years ago when Stephen Harper and Jim Flaherty and Joe Oliver were putting together budgets, a young family had a future. They could afford to buy a home. they could afford to save for their kids' education, to put food on the table, and not have to rely on government food programs to feed their children at lunchtime. You could afford to buy groceries and put it in your kid's lunchbox. You could afford to raise your kids, go on sports, go on a vacation. You could do all these things. You may have to work a bit overtime, and you may have to save from time to time, but you could do it. Now, that dream is way out in the distance. And I just talked to somebody just the other day, and they were talking about all the boomerang kids that have come back to live with their family. You never used to.
Unfortunately, we have to stop there. The honourable member will have a little over 3 minutes left when the House resumes orders of the day after question period. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Dr. HoC Singh Puller and his new book, The Underdog. In 1995, Dr. Puller became the first Indo-Canadian veterinarian to open a low-cost clinic in Vancouver, making quality animal care affordable for all. He worked with animal welfare groups, helped train many immigrant veterinarians, and built a model of inclusion. But his success faced barriers and discrimination, leading to one of the longest human rights trials in Canadian history and a public apology from the College of Veterinarians of BC. The Underdog is a story of struggle, resilience, and courage to fight for justice. I commend Dr. Puller for this important contribution to our community and to Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to rise today to extend congratulations to the Calgary Canucks, a junior hockey club in the Alberta Junior Hockey League. Their determination, skill, and community spirit brought home a momentous victory. On May 18, 2025, in Calgary at the Max Bell Centre, our team triumphed in the Centennial Cup with a commanding 7-2 win over the Melfort Mustangs, securing their first national junior championship in 30 years. On behalf of this House and indeed all Albertans and all Canadians, thank you to the Calgary Canucks for reigniting our pride and illustrating how sport can unite, inspire, and give hope. With community support, collective effort, and determination, greatness is achievable. Please join me in congratulating the 2025 Centennial Cup champion Calgary Canucks.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, just weeks ago, thousands gathered outside the United Nations in New York to demand a free and democratic Iran. Led by the National Council of Resistance of Iran, the rally united international dignitaries and politicians, as well as supporters of the Iranian resistance in rejecting dictatorship and calling for a future rooted in liberty, justice, and democratic values. A deeply troubling UN report released just days ago reveals an unprecedented execution spree in Iran, with over 1,000 people executed in just 9 months. UN experts warn that Iran is carrying out executions at an industrial scale. The NCRI's 10-point plan rejects foreign intervention and appeasement and champions democratic change led by the Iranian people. Canada must continue to stand with all those fighting for human rights and democratic freedoms around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the E-Mental Health International Collaborative is bringing the world to Canada for the 10th Digital Mental Health Global Congress in Toronto. Under the leadership of Professor Anil Thapliyal, hundreds of experts from dozens of countries will gather to build the future of mental health care. Worldwide, the need for mental health supports outstrips our ability to provide help the traditional way. Through the use of innovative digital tools, we can change just that. Digital tools offer the ability to bring health care to the patient in a timely manner and catering to the individual needs of the patient. Technology offers hope, it offers care, and it offers a way to scale up in a way that isn't possible any other way. It offers a possibility of providing the same level of care no matter where you live. I would like to welcome all the delegates and look forward to being part of this important work.
The honourable member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, We will soon mark International Day of the Girl, a day to celebrate the strength, intelligence, and aspirations of girls here in Canada and elsewhere. It's also a time to reflect on the challenges that they still too often face: unequal access to education, violence, poverty, and a lack of role models in decision-making positions. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to build an environment where every girl can flourish to her full potential without compromise. As the father of 3 daughters, this day is very important to me. Every day I see their curiosity and their desire to contribute to a more just world. My 3 daughters inspire me, as so many other girls do, to work toward a future where their dreams face no obstacles. Investing in them means contributing to a more inclusive and equitable society. I salute all the girls of Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie and elsewhere who remind us through their courage and commitment that change begins now.
The Honourable Member for St. John, St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, it was a terrible, awful shock to learn of Nigel Wright's sudden passing. Nigel was a good man, maybe the best amongst us. He had titles, success, and stature, but he was humble. He demonstrated humility when he could have been filled with pride. Nigel had a great commitment to charity, but this too did not fully capture Nigel's goodness. His deepest devotion was to God. From that faith, everything followed. Humility is rare in public life. We think it means being overlooked or even walked over. St. Augustine asked, "Do you wish to rise? Begin by descending." He taught that humility is the foundation of all Christian values. It allows us to acknowledge our limitation. Nigel lived a Christian life, a servant's life. I pray that Nigel is now in heaven with his God, his Savior, our Lord Jesus Christ.
The honourable member for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, today I am excited to announce the launch of Canada's first all-season medium-speed autonomous shuttle right here in Ottawa in my riding of Canada in Canada's largest technology park. Operating along a 4.5-kilometer route with 8 stops, this shuttle connects employees, students, and visitors throughout the park. It reduces emissions, improves accessibility, and supports a more connected and inclusive community. This shuttle is equipped with advanced sensors, artificial intelligence, and safety systems, allowing the shuttle to safely operate in all seasons and showcasing Canadian innovation in action. This launch today positions Ottawa as a global leader in smart mobility and moves us closer to a future of cleaner, smarter, and more sustainable transportation. Congratulations to all involved making it happen.
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, the residents of Niagara were shocked over the brutal sexual assault of a 3-year-old toddler by sexual predator Daniel Senecal. Nearly a year after the Liberal election promised to act decisively to strengthen the criminal code and protect victims from strengthening bail laws, the government has done nothing. The impact on my community is profound and has mobilized brave people, survivors, and the entire region demanding changes to the criminal code. I've talked to first responders in my community. These men and women have children of their own. The Chief of Well and Fire told me it's important that MPs and leaders from across Canada understand the devastating impact these crimes have on the brave people that we depend on to protect us every single day. Mr. Speaker, we are done with reckless, liberal, hug-a-thug, weak-on-crime, catch-and-release justice system. Canadians don't feel safe in their neighbourhoods and their homes. It's time for the Liberals to step up or let Conservatives do it.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, on October 10th we celebrate World Egg Day. I would therefore like to salute the producers of Berthier-Maskinongé, the producers from across Quebec and all around the world. Let us highlight together the importance of this healthy, nutritious, top-quality food. It's so versatile that you'll run out of imagination long before you find a recipe that doesn't include it or can't include them. And what's more, eggs are produced right here at home. Let's recognize the extraordinary contribution of our producers and the large number of young people who are the pride of this industry. These producers, their families, and the communities they belong to all rely on our supply management system to continue to thrive and ensure the vitality of our rural regions. Let's continue to respect and support them. Headwinds and external pressures must never cause us to stray from our commitment, because our food resilience has no price, Mr. Speaker. Happy World Egg Day.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, as we mark Women's History Month, I rise to recognize an outstanding athlete from my riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Karen Lutz. Karen competed with the first ever Team Canada para team at the Dragon Boat World Championships in Thailand in 2023 and Germany in 2025. Her local Senior C women's team also earned silver at the Canadian Nationals this August, qualifying them for the Dragon Boat World Championships in Taiwan next year. Karen's story reminds us that there is no age limit on achieving one's dreams. She is a role model for women and for girls across Canada. Karen Lutz embodies this very best of Team Canada: strength, perseverance, and pride. She's made Port Moody, Coquitlam, and all of Canada proud. Congratulations, Karen.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Tomorrow on World Mental Health Day, let's remember that there is no health without mental health. Every day, 12 Canadians die by suicide. A further 200 attempt suicide. That's 73,000 Canadians per year, Mr. Speaker, and thousands more struggle in silence. Earlier this week, I received a message from a wife of a first responder who died by suicide. She asked me to remind my colleagues that the brave men and women behind the badge are someone's husband, father, daughter, brother, friend, or colleague. They put their uniforms on every day to serve you and I and our families, to serve us and to keep us safe. And we're failing them, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's our brave police officers, paramedics, firefighters, nurses, correctional officers, or even the PPS officers right here in Parliament, they're all someone's loved one, and they matter. To anyone who is struggling, you are not alone, and if you or your loved one is in crisis, help is available 24/7. Call or text 988, and remember, it's okay not to be okay. Our world is a better place for you in it.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow egg farmers across Canada celebrate World Egg Day, recognizing the critical role eggs play for Canadian families and also the contributions of egg farmers to Canada's resilient domestic food system. More than 1,200 egg farmers support businesses and communities in this country on an ambitious growth agenda to increase production and consumption in alignment with the government's vision for sustainable growth. I know this as I grew up on an egg farm, collecting roughly 3,000 eggs daily as a child. Egg farmers are proud partners in regional economies and food security. Egg farmers sustain thousands of local jobs, strengthen rural economies, and provide Canadians with a reliable, high-quality source of protein. I thank all parliamentarians for their support of our Canadian egg farmers. Ask them to join me in wishing our farmers a happy World Egg Day.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, I've witnessed the applause of the Liberals as they stood in the House cheering the loss of Canadian jobs. They cheer as Saskatchewan farmers have to deal with tariffs alone and pat themselves on the back, making farmers pay longer loans. They cheer of the news that car manufacturing is shutting down in Canada and head south of the border. They cheer as they try to borrow their way out of debt and burden Canadians with more taxes. They give standing ovations when we watch investment dollars go south of the border in trillion-dollar giveaways to Trump. The Prime Minister said it's okay Canadian investments go south of the border because it's a free market down there. Free market there, not here. Why do the Liberals represent, or who do the Liberals represent? Whose side are they on? Mr. Speaker, do you know what Canadians who are struggling this Thanksgiving would be grateful for? A Prime Minister that would stop breaking his promises to Canadian working families, and a government that represents Canada.
The honourable member for Prescott Russell Cumberland.
This October marks the 20th anniversary of Global Dignity, a non-religious, non-political nonprofit that celebrates the inherent dignity of every person.
Every year, more than 1 million young people in 80 countries around the world participate in Dignity Day, reaching more than 8 million people worldwide. On October 15th, young people across Canada will celebrate with workshops, projects, and activities that highlight kindness, respect, and inclusion.
I would like to recognize Inuit artists and youth such as Tony Itak, Krish Agrawal, Eva Suluk, and Jamie Bell with the Art Borbs Corners Collective, who will join with partners in Norway and the United States to share 20 dignity-themed short stories with the world.
I invite all members of this House to join me in congratulating Global Dignity on 20 years of having an outstanding impact.
Let's celebrate the voices of Canada's youth, who remind us that dignity is a foundation of a just and compassionate society.
The honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil.
How could you not love Vladdy and David Ortiz repeating after the game, "The Yankees lose"? Actually keeping their elbows up against the Yankees, the Toronto Blue Jays have punched their ticket to the American League Championship with a 5-2 victory last night. Credit to Ross Atkins, Mark Shapiro, manager John Snyder, and his staff for building a culture where players play for each other and not for themselves. And along the way, they've allowed an entire nation to be part of this season. This, Mr. Speaker, is how championships are built. From Vladdy to Bo, Ernie to Gauze, Dalton to Kirky, Canadians know this team by their first names and nicknames. We're all part of this ride now, and I think I speak for every Canadian when I say we want it all. We want them to win the World Series, the ALCS. We want them to win the World Series. We want it all. So as the Blue Jays wait for their next opponent, Mr. Speaker, start spreading the news, and I wish I could have said it like John Snyder said it. For the first time since 2016, the Blue Jays are going to the ALCS.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to my father, André, who is 93 years old and visiting Ottawa. Through his integrity, his wisdom, and humanity, he remains for me a constant source of inspiration. Through him, I would like to salute all the women and men who built the country that we have the great fortune to live in today. Our seniors are the living memory of our nation. They remind us that solidarity between generations is at the heart of our identity. Honoring our seniors means recognizing their contribution and continuing their work by building, in our turn, a fair, welcoming, and humane country. Thank you, Dad, for your example and for everything that your generation has done.
Oral question. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When the U.S. increases its tariffs on our cars and softwood lumber, the PM made a big promise. He said that Canada has already invested $500 billion over the past 5 years and will probably invest over $1 trillion if we reach an agreement together. The Prime Minister said that it will be private money. Will he force U.S. investors or just encourage them to invest here in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today is a momentous day, and I'm sure all parliamentarians would join me in recognizing the historic progress that has been made in the Middle East under President Trump's 20-point peace plan. And I would like, on behalf of members, I would like to commend the leaders of Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, the architects of the plan, Mr. Kushner and Witkoff, and underscore, as I did to the President and to Mr. Kushner, Canada's full support in ensuring that all parties implement all phases of this plan.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We all congratulate President Trump for his peace deal in the Middle East, of course, but I asked a question in French with respect to Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister needs to offer some respect to Quebec and Francophones that are losing their jobs, and that he needs to answer the question. The question is, he has promised, in terms of the U.S. deal, it'll involve trillions of investment, which threatens the jobs of Canadians. Did he obtain this money from the U.S. in exchange? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the current situation is that Canada has the best trade deal with the U.S. worldwide, first. Second, we can improve this agreement, and that is why Minister LeBlanc is currently there in Washington trying to negotiate with the U.S. And against this backdrop, there will be more investment here in Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the Prime Minister came home empty-handed with more tariffs on softwood and automobiles, but he made a massive promise of $1 trillion of investment that would leave Canada to go to the United States. He said that this would be part of the agreement that he expects to get. So right in the agreement, he's going to commit to moving $1 trillion out of Canada. Yesterday, he confirmed it would be private money. So how is he planning to do that? Is he going to pass a law forcing our pension funds to move their money south? Or is he just going to continue with high tax and anti-development policies that cause investment to flee?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was there. And I was there in the conversation with the President. I was there in the conversations in the Oval Office. I was there in the conversations afterwards. And the situation is this. We have the best deal in the world. We're in the process of making it better for the workers in the steel sector, for the workers in the aluminum sector, for our energy workers, for our auto workers, for our workers in forest products, for our workers across this great land, because we believe in Canada. We will not rest till we have the best deal.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what we have is the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 with the second highest unemployment, and he was there. So he has a duty to tell the Canadians, who are the owners of this $1 trillion that he wants to push out of our country, what is in this deal? Because he said it would actually be in the agreement that he's going to move $1 trillion of private money south. So there's two ways to do that. Is he going to pass a law forcing investors to sell Canadian investments, putting people out of work here, and invest in the South? Or is he going to continue to kill jobs with high taxes and anti-development policies that send money away?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member was not here when this government cut income taxes, cut capital gains taxes, cut the carbon tax. I know the honourable member was not here when this government passed legislation for one Canadian economy and to build major projects across this great land. But the member opposite will be here when this government presents a generational investment budget November 4th, and we hope to have this.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We must be on to something here, because he has $500 billion. Canada has invested $500 billion in the U.S. over the last 5 years alone. Probably $1 trillion in the next 5 years if we get the agreement we expect to get. So this is what he said. This is after he has failed to get tariffs lifted on our auto workers, our lumber workers, after thousands have lost their jobs, after he created the second highest unemployment and the worst growth in the entire G7. So here's a very direct question. He's committing $1 trillion Canadian investment dollars to head south of the U.S. Has he secured an agreement that President Trump will send the same?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no tariffs on auto parts. Canada has the lowest tariffs on finished goods in the world. We are working towards an agreement that will increase investment in Canada, that will increase investment in the United States, but we will only accept the best agreement for Canada, and the private sector, remember that, will make those decisions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, he says he's going to put it right in the agreement, so presumably he's going to enforce it somehow. Another Liberal contradiction, another failure and broken promise by this Prime Minister. Let's go to energy. Just days ago, the Prime Minister voted in favor of an energy cap that would make it impossible to fill another pipeline. Then he woke up and discovered that President Trump has, for the last 8 years, supported the Keystone XL pipeline. Now, we know that as long as he blocks production in Alberta, we won't be able to fill that pipeline with oil. So what is he going to fill it with? Maple syrup?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I voted, as did others, a majority in the House, voted against a motion to get rid of something that does not actually exist.
That's right.
Okay, the first, it does not actually exist. Secondly, we are working with the private sector. We are working with the province of Alberta. We are working with the Americans to unlock great Canadian energy to build this economy strong.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward, and a month ago, I think my colleague, the Leader of the Opposition, should be ready to talk about the independence of Quebec. But in the meantime, heavy trucks are the object of a 25% tariff as of November 1st. Lumber has different types of tariffs, up to 45%. Aluminum and steel, up to 50%. Automotive, 27.5% in tariffs. I would like to know from the Prime Minister, when will he explain to all companies in these sectors and their workers and their subcontractors? Inaudible. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it was hard to hear the last part of that question. So the facts of the current situation. We have the best deal in the world with the U.S., first. Second, our tariffs, the tariffs on steel, aluminum, we are negotiating right now to bring them down. Third, the tariffs on trucks and automotive are the lowest in the world. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I will hold the Prime Minister to his word. During the election campaign, right after it, he said there'd be no more tariffs. Well, these tariffs shouldn't even exist as reprisals between friendly countries. But he said there'd be no more. And then the week after, he said there'd be a free trade agreement. He himself changed ideas, and he says he wants to negotiate a pipeline to the U.S. How does this diversify our economy, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the diversification of the Canadian economy, with our reliable partners and partners such as Asia, Indonesia, we have just signed a comprehensive deal. We are also in negotiations with the European Union, with the ASEAN, all the Asian countries. And there will be more deals with countries in South America. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. It's much later than the timeline the Prime Minister promised when he was campaigning, but we can understand that. Well, now he says there are currently negotiations underway to reduce tariffs. For 6 months now, tariffs have been going up. The U.S. keeps adding tariffs. So this isn't a great success right now. In the meantime, can he at least use the programs that he has announced for aluminum and softwood? Because not even 1 cent has been sent. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite will have the opportunity to support programs for the steel, aluminum sectors and all the sectors in Quebec and Canada with the current budget that will be tabled on November 4th.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Since the Prime Minister took office, nearly $54 billion investment dollars has fled our country. Yet the Prime Minister said that Canada will send the U.S., quote, $1 trillion in the next 5 years if we get the agreement that we expect to get, end quote, that he expects to get. Well, it's Thanksgiving, and I'll tell you what Canadians expect. They expect a Prime Minister who will stand up for investment in this country, who will stand up for Canadian jobs. So when will this Prime Minister do that and finally stand up to the Americans, stand up to Donald Trump, stand up for Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform my honourable colleague and the members of this House that we have provided billions of dollars of support for this economy, including $5 billion in a strategic response fund, Mr. Speaker. And we're doing this while supporting our workers, supporting sectors, including auto, and maintaining Canada's AAA credit rating and the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we will get the best deal for Canada, and we will take the time that we need to in order to get this done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the Minister that Canada has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. I'd like to inform the Minister that with this Prime Minister, it's been all about concessions. Back down on their DST, back down on softwood lumber, back down on auto, they've backed down on investments, and they've backed down when our workers needed them to stand up to Donald Trump, like the Prime Minister said that he would. Auto plant closures, steel plant closures, layoffs across this country. Canadians want to know why he's sending $1 trillion of investment to the Americans. When's he finally going to stand up for Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we actually believe in the potential of this country. And in fact, the statistics are bearing this out. The lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, inflation, and wages are working in Canada's favor. We will continue to grow this economy by investing in the workers, by investing in sectors, and we will do this while making sure that foreign direct investment flows to Canada, where we sit at the very top of countries as ranked in the G20. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
While in Washington, the Prime Minister bragged that his Liberal government has already driven $500 billion of investment south of the border over the last 5 years. And then he proudly vowed that he would send another $1 trillion south of the border if we get the agreement that we expect to get. In other words, this is exactly what this Prime Minister wants to do. He wants to drive investment from Canada to the United States. So much for elbows up, okay? So here's the choice. Does the Prime Minister plan to order Canadian pension funds to invest in the United States? Or does he plan to continue his anti-development projects or initiatives?
You ran out of time. The Honourable Government House Leader.
We have this disturbing trend about the Leader of the Opposition making something up, and then members down and up the line, they even add on new and very intriguing figures and facts, Mr. Speaker. We don't quite really understand, can't follow the logic. Here's what I can say the government's doing. It is in negotiations with the United States as we speak. The Minister for Canada-U.S. Trade is there. We're going to negotiate a great deal for Canada, and we're going to continue to build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Here's what we know and can't be refuted. We know that Canada has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. We know that the unemployment rate is the second highest. We know that Canadians are already struggling to be able to put food on their tables and take care of their families. And now we know that this Prime Minister went to the United States of America and promised that he would drive another $1 trillion of investment south of the border, therefore putting Canadian families at a disadvantage because they won't have jobs. What will this Prime Minister do to put his elbows up and stand up for them?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, taking the Opposition Research Bureau stuff and just repeating it does not make it true. What we do know, and Statistics Canada would confirm this, is that Canada's economy is in fact growing. And what does growth mean? It means we're adding value to our economy, adding opportunities for workers. Of course we're concerned about job losses. Of course we will continue to defend Canadian workers right across this land. But one thing's for sure, we'll take our statistics from this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's an old proverb that says that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Canadian workers are getting sick and tired of this Prime Minister's good intentions. The best predictor of the future is the past. So let's take a look at the Prime Minister's record. His last act as the chair of Brookfield was to move their company headquarters out of Canada into the United States, into the welcoming arms of President Trump. So I guess it's pretty clear. The Prime Minister will continue to sell out Canadian workers to the U.S. Isn't that right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat what we announced in this House. 85% of Canadian exports go to the U.S. without any taxes or tariffs, Mr. Speaker. What's more? Moreover, please listen. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy is open. Capital moves on both sides of the border, and we're going to do everything we can to continue to attract capital to Canada to invest and grow faster. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised U.S. President $1 trillion investment in the next 5 years if they get the agreement we deserve. And how come the Prime Minister recommended the move of his company, Brookfield, to the headquarters to the U.S.? And now they're investing in the U.S. How come the Prime Minister is recommending investment in the U.S. instead of in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. I have to confess, Mr. Speaker, that I'm surprised to see that our members opposite do not understand this notion of capital flows. The entire Canadian economy is an open one. Capitals come in, they go out. It is a great transition to invest abroad and also to accept foreign investment. That's what we're going to do, and that's how we're going to grow the Canadian economy. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. The contract, Mr. Speaker, we understand that he recommended moving the headquarters of Brookfield to the U.S., and now the largest company has announced that it would move its headquarters to the U.S., a trucking company of 25,000 employees. Right now, it's not surprising to see the Canadian economy is contracting the fastest in the G7. We should be employing Canadians and not Americans. Does not the PM not agree? Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the question on April 28th. Canadians answered in great numbers, yes. It's just this Prime Minister who's going to be in charge of governing Canada and to continue to spur economic growth that is both quick and diversified. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister accused us of misrepresenting his words. He's always the one who talks about the Russian invasion of Ukraine when he justifies his opposition to the notwithstanding clause. He's the one who sent a brief to the Supreme Court in which he used slavery and summary executions as arguments. He is always the one who claims that the notwithstanding clause could be used to ban places of worship, abolish trade unions, and shut down newspapers. Frankly, who is distorting reality, the minister or those who defend the notwithstanding clause? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's clear. It is essential for the federal government to defend our charter, to defend our human rights and protect our Constitution. If this case is before, the Supreme Court, it is responsible for us to defend the charter and our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there are no circumstances when the federal government won't intervene, and it's important for today and tomorrow to protect the rights of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, in an open letter from the 5 premiers, the signatories point out that the notwithstanding clause made it possible to repatriate the Constitution. But the Liberals want to rewrite history and fully subject to Quebec and the provinces to the federal charter. In short, the Liberals want to erase the constitutional compromise of 1982. Government is orchestrating a power grab to weaken the National Assembly and the provinces. Will the minister not see reason, respect the notwithstanding clause, and stop attacking the parliamentary sovereignty of Quebec and the provinces? Honourable Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree entirely with what my Bloc colleague has just said. Our intervention with the Supreme Court is to defend the rights of Canadians and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There's nothing in our intervention before the Supreme Court that would prevent provinces to continue to use the notwithstanding clause if they want to. But we want the rights of Canadians, if they're violated by the use of this clause, for the courts to be able to pronounce a decision in that respect.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Canada has the fastest shrinking economy and the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. BC forestry workers are already hard hit, but it's going to get worse. The Prime Minister promised to negotiate a win with the USA, but softwood lumber tariffs have doubled since he took office. Instead of keeping his promise to Canadians, he is promising to invest $1 trillion into the U.S. economy. How many more BC lumber workers will lose their jobs because of this Prime Minister's failures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that the tariffs are unjustified, and we are working at every level to address them. We've created $50 million of supports for workers. We've created $700 million of liquidity support for companies and $500 million for new markets and new innovations in the sector. We're going to continue to work to support the forestry sector, and we hope that they'll get on board.
That's right. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
This Liberal government can't make up their mind. On one hand, they say it's unjust, then they say it's the greatest deal in the world. Exactly. Make up your mind. There's mills closing all across BC. Skeena Solomons in Terrace, Canfor in Houston. West Fraser shut down and left hundreds of my constituents out of work in an already weak economy. Our communities are hurting. Since this Prime Minister took office, softwood lumber tariffs have doubled, putting even more Canadian jobs and communities at risk. Right. When will this Prime Minister do what he promised and stand up for our forestry mills and for the communities and families who depend on these jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we will always stand with the workers in the affected communities, which is why we continue to invest and will do so in the future as well. There are significant difficulties with the long-standing softwood lumber dispute, but those are difficulties we are addressing head-on. We are working at every level to challenge them, and we are doing that with the support of the whole Canadian economy. We are finding that we can leverage innovative new ways to make sure that we can get the best deal possible for our lumber sector.
The Honourable Member for Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
People in Northern Ontario and Canada urgently need this government to address the impact of U.S. lumber tariffs. The Liberal government is failing sawmill workers, and the situation is only getting worse. The Prime Minister promised to negotiate a deal with the Americans. Yet forestry and sawmill workers in Calstock, in Hearst, Cochrane, Chapleau, Kirkland, and all across Canada are facing the real prospect of losing their job. Yes. What is in place does not work. Why is the Prime Minister selling out our sawmill workers in Northern Ontario and all?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, I'm no stranger to communities that struggle when industries are struck. I'm from Northern Ontario as well. But the difference between our government and the members opposite is that we step up for workers when they're struggling, whether it's through EI reforms, whether it's through investment in companies so they can actually transition, whether it's through work sharing to get a company through a tough time so that they can see a brighter future. That's the work we do on this side, Mr. Speaker, with companies every single day. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, Canada now has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and the second highest unemployment rate. And it is looking worse for lumber and mill workers in Northern Ontario. The Prime Minister promised to, and I quote, negotiate a win, but softwood lumber workers are being sold out with no deal. Why is the Prime Minister breaking his promise and selling out Canadian mill workers?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, this is a great time for me to highlight the incredible work of FEDNOR, the Federal Economic Development Agency of Northern Ontario, who works with organizations across Northern Ontario and has for years to make sure that as industries change, as times change, as products change, that companies have what they need to be able to grow and adapt. We've invested millions of dollars into the softwood lumber industry, into the lumber industry in general, Mr. Speaker. We'll be there for workers, we'll be there for companies, and Canadians know that they can trust us, unlike those folks.
Honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is breaking records, the fastest shrinking economy in the G7, second highest unemployment. If failure was an Olympic sport, this government would own the podium. The Prime Minister came to West Kelowna, held a press conference, and promised to negotiate a win on softwood lumber. He even said Canada would write our own story. Well, his story so far, tariffs doubled, mills closed. Hundreds of people are out of work and their families have been sold out by this government in places like Grand Forks. Mr. Speaker, if this is the story that the Prime Minister wanted to write, was the title he had in mind, How to Fail Big?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada does write its own story, and that's a story that includes buying Canadian and buying Canadian lumber to build Canadian homes. It's a story that includes $50 million in income supports for workers. It's a story that includes $700 million in liquidity support, $500 million for innovation in the forestry sector. That's a pretty good story, Mr. Speaker, and I hope they'll help us write it.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has long been renowned for its strong advocacy for multilateralism on the international stage. During Canada's historic presidency of the G7 at this turbulent time, our government has been committed to continuing this tradition. Could the Minister of Foreign Affairs update the House on how Canada's diplomatic efforts are driving prosperity, creating good jobs, and strengthening our position in the global economy?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague for her question. I want to say every country with whom I'm speaking wants more of Canada. In fact, in the G20, Canada is ranked amongst the top 2 destinations for foreign direct investment. We are the only country in the world that has a free trade agreement with every other G7 country. We are forging new relationships in the Indo-Pacific, in Europe, and in Africa. Mr. Speaker, we will not stop until we get the best deal for Canada, and all along the way we'll stand up for our workers.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, in the G7, Canada has the fastest shrinking economy and the second highest unemployment. And it's only getting worse for auto workers, like the ones in my hometown, Oshawa. The Prime Minister promised to protect Canadian auto workers, yet one day after his trip to Washington, the Trump administration confirmed no relief. Auto tariffs and a promised $1 trillion to the U.S. Why is the Prime Minister selling out auto workers and families in Oshawa?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I thank the member for the question, and I'm sure the members opposite and all members of this House
are well aware that we are in a major moment of transformation. The economy around the world is changing, and that's why we are going to continue to work to get the best deal for Canadians, including Canadian auto workers, through U.S. But we're not stopping there, Speaker. We're also working around the world to create new markets for Canadian auto, for Canadian workers, to make sure that we're signing up new deals with countries in ASEAN, in countries in Mercosur, because that is how we're going to make sure that Canadian remains strong and Canadian workers have good paying jobs.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the only auto workers that these Liberals stand with are U.S. auto workers.
Yeah.
This is personal. These are good, livable jobs that helped families buy homes, raise kids, and retire with dignity. They've done everything right, and now they're being told their jobs don't matter. These losses are the direct result of the Prime Minister's failure to stand up for Canada's auto workers, even though he promised. How can families in Oshawa and across Canada ever trust this Prime Minister again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, thank you. This government will never let Canadian auto workers down. We will not let any workers down. We will work day and night to make sure that Canadian auto industry remains one of the best success stories, and that's why, as we speak, Minister of Canada-US Relations is down in Washington working hard to negotiate a deal that is right for Canadian workers, and that's why the Minister of International Trade is in Africa to make sure that we have opportunities in other parts of the world. We will continue to that work so that Canadian workers have good paying jobs right here in Canada.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, Canada has the fastest shrinking economy of the G7 and the second highest unemployment levels. If you listen to the U.S. Commerce Secretary, it's only going to get worse for auto workers, including those at the local GM plant in St. Catharines. In May, GM announced its largest investment ever in an engine plant just across the border from us in Tonawanda, New York. Meanwhile, it was crickets in St. Catharines.
That's right.
Why is this Liberal Prime Minister so hell-bent on selling out our hard-working Canadian auto workers?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we're making unprecedented investments in our auto sector. The $5 billion Strategic Response Fund, for example, and all the while we are making sure that workers are supported. Companies like Nexstar Battery have committed to hire 2,500 workers and have just hired their 1,000th worker, Mr. Speaker. As an MP with Ford Motor Company in my backyard, let me tell you, we are here for the workers, we are here for the auto sector, and we will get the best deal for our country.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, General Motors has had a presence in St. Catharines since 1929,
right.
nearly 100 years. And if this Liberal government doesn't act, it might not reach the century mark. As billions of dollars flee Canada for the U.S., Canadian auto workers are watching in dismay as their Prime Minister offers up their jobs to the Trump administration. And for what? A free lunch. When will this Liberal Prime Minister stop selling out our Canadian auto workers, or as he already concluded, their jobs are motoring to the United States?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, while we are on the topic of Canadian workers, first of all, let me thank Canadian workers, and in particular unionized workers, for contributing to the growth of our economy every single day. Our government ensured that the workers who are unionized are going to have 20 extra weeks of EI. That's expected to help thousands of workers. Mr. Speaker, on top of that, we put $450 million for retraining and upskilling to help more than 50,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, the opposition doesn't like it.
The honourable member for Essex.
Canada has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and the highest unemployment rate. 150 workers at the Stellantis plant in Essex-Windsor have lost paychecks, and now we learn that investments of $10 billion are going to a U.S. battery plant. Wow. One day after the Prime Minister's trip to Washington, the Trump administration said, no auto deal is coming. Why is the Prime Minister selling out Canadian auto workers in Essex, all the while filling the tank of the U.S. economy?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Speaker, you know why Canadians don't trust Conservatives? Because they lie to them over and over and over. That's why, Mr. Speaker, because they can themselves go look up Canada's economy and say that, in fact, we had...
Would the Honourable Member like to maybe rewind just a little bit before that problematic word?
Sure. There's a reason, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians don't trust the Conservative Party. It's because they actually don't trust the words coming out of their mouth. Over and over and over, they hear misinformation. In fact, Stats Canada shows that our economy grew in Q1 of 2025. And of course, there are changes to our economy, and of course, we have sectors that are struggling. But you know what Canadians know, Mr. Speaker? They know we have their back. While they laugh at supports for workers who have lost their job, extra 20 weeks, my son and other people who are at...
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and the second highest unemployment, contrary to what these guys believe. It's only getting worse for weak people in Windsor. The Prime Minister is breaking his promise that it would protect Canadian jobs. A day after his trip to the U.S., we just got told there's no deal coming. Jobs in Canada at risk, and the Prime Minister is pledging $1 trillion to grow the U.S. economy, which is a slap in the face to our workers. He moved his own company, Brookfield, to the U.S., and now he's doing the same for Canadian jobs. Why is this Canadian Prime Minister helping the U.S. grow their...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Canada's economy is in fact growing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newtecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Honda Canada and Alliston are outraged. This Prime Minister sold them out again. He folded like a cheap suit in front of Donald Trump. Canada already has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and the second highest unemployment rate. Now the Liberals have failed to secure a deal with the Americans. They're stripping the auto industry for parts and shipping those jobs straight to the U.S. Enough broken promises. Why are Canadian auto workers paying the price for this Prime Minister's failures?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, Canada has produced automobiles as part of an integrated North American industry for well over a century, and it will continue to produce automobiles for a century and more into the future. And that member knows well that we are standing up every day for union jobs in automaker plants right across this country and in Southern Ontario. We are standing up for the auto parts manufacturers. We're standing up for the entire supply chain. We have the support of the automakers in that position, and we will always, always stand with the auto industry in this country.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Of Liberal immigration failure, we need to restore order and fairness to the system, and today there are over 3 million temporary residents in Canada, an unprecedented 7.2% of Canada's population. Wow. There's no plan to get them to leave, and this is straining housing, healthcare, and jobs. Now some temporary residents are exploiting Canada's outdated automatic citizenship rules to try and overstay their visas. Will the minister align with most other countries in the world and require at least one parent to be a citizen or permanent resident to qualify for automatic citizenship?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's legislation is clear. Since the end of World War II, if you were born in Canada, you are a Canadian citizen. This government will continue to support a fair and constitutional citizenship framework.
The problem is, for the first time in Canadian history, We have over 3 million temporary residents in the country, and the Liberals are still issuing record level of more temporary resident permits. So now you combine that with the Liberals' broken humanitarian claims system, a protracted appeal system, and their reluctance to deport. What's happening is that most temporary residents effectively stay here indefinitely. Fairness must be restored. Will the minister update our outdated laws and require at least one parent to be a citizen or permanent resident to qualify for automatic citizenship?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member has her facts wrong. This country and this government will not create a two-tier system, and we will never penalize the children for the children in this country that are born here. Thank you.
Honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the courts have been clear. The first-generation limit to the transmission of citizenship by descent is unconstitutional. We must respond to this and create a fair constitutional citizenship framework. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship tell us how Bill C-3 offers a recourse to those who have been deprived of their citizenship, and how it offers fair access to citizenship for future generations? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. With Bill C-3, we are offering a solution for these lost Canadians. And we will also ensure that children born or adopted abroad can also access citizenship if their Canadian parent, who also was born or adopted abroad, has a substantial link with Canada. That is how we will balance fairness with the immense value of Canadian citizenship. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Canada's economy is the one that is weakening the quickest in the G7. The Prime Minister promised that he would come out of the meeting with President Trump with a victory. But after concession, softwood lumber workers have lost a great deal. The Prime Minister came back empty-handed, and softwood lumber is not even on his priority list. He promised there would be an agreement to remove all tariffs. But why is he no longer respecting his promises now that he's been elected? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, softwood lumber is indeed an industry that's experiencing a difficult period, and it's not the first time. This industry has often been the target of our American neighbors. And that's why we need to negotiate a comprehensive agreement that will help all Canadians. And as the Prime Minister said, we will not sign just any old agreement. We will sign an agreement that helps all Canadian sectors, including softwood lumber. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, softwood lumber tariffs have doubled since this Prime Minister came to power. The Canada Forestry Services Association stated that with more than 200,000 direct jobs at stake, our sector is acting the Prime Minister to show the same sense of urgency about softwood lumber as he does about steel and aluminum. Why is the Prime Minister letting down these 200,000 workers and their families? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are very familiar with the softwood lumber sector. I personally am very familiar with this sector. And we know that this type of situation with our American neighbors has happened over and over. We will be able to negotiate an agreement with them. And that is why we're not going to sign any old agreement. Instead, we will ensure that the agreement we sign will benefit all Canadians and all sectors.
For Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canada already has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and the second highest unemployment. It's only going to get worse in Cambridge auto workers who work at Toyota with jobs and investments fleeing south. Just after the Prime Minister's trip to Washington, the Trump administration says there will be no deal on autos, putting thousands of workers and their families at risk. To add insult to injury, the Prime Minister promised to send $1 trillion to the U.S., spending money on American jobs while Canadians get pink slips. Why is the Prime Minister so quick to invest in America's future while selling out the livelihood of Canadian auto workers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course Canada's economy is in fact growing, and that is a statistical and objective fact. I very much empathize, not particularly with this honourable member who is reading the points that they sent in from the back room, but I do empathize with the people of Cambridge and the anxiety that is felt throughout the auto sector. It is not obvious that the President of the United States has put on the table tariffs that completely alter that sector and don't necessarily always respect the very good and very hard work that they do. We will defend those people.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our government introduced Bill C-12 to secure and protect the integrity of Canada's immigration system, reinforce our border, and curb the transnational flow of fentanyl. Can the Minister of Public Safety inform the House why we need to move swiftly to pass Bill C-12?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Bay of Quinte for this very important question and his very hard work. The Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act will strengthen our border and keep Canadians safe. It will ensure guns and fentanyl are off our streets, Mr. Speaker, and it will assist law enforcement with the required tools to do their job properly. I want to take this moment, Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me, to thank the frontline RCMP, CBSA, CSC, as well as CSIS staff who work on the front lines each and every day, and I want to wish them a happy Thanksgiving.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, this morning we learned that French only makes up 17% of the Prime Minister's speeches. When I had the honour of being part of the previous Conservative government, all speeches began in French, and today the leader of the official opposition gives French pride of place in his speeches. Mr. Speaker, we're not in England. This is Canada. Does the Prime Minister realize that French is also the language of business, both in Canada and throughout the world? The Honourable Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. Mr. Speaker, I have some news from my colleague across the way. We are the government that has done the most to help official languages in Canada. We modernized the Official Languages Act, and we offered $4 billion in investment. That's historic. For official languages throughout the country. For the first time in the history of the country, we reached our targets of Francophone immigration outside Quebec. We're going to ensure that those targets then reach 12%. That's historic. That's what I would like to tell my colleague.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I often hear parties in the House say they support workers. In fact, I've heard a lot about workers today. Yet when I tabled my bill to protect the right to strike and collective bargaining, crickets from the Liberals and Conservatives. So words are one thing, action is another. If the Liberal government really respects workers, will they protect their rights by supporting my bill to remove Section 107 from Canada's Labour Code? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, we have significantly strengthened the rights of organized labour in this country, starting in 2015 when the Liberal government repealed union-busting legislation that was presented and passed by those Conservatives. Another untrustworthy move, Mr. Speaker, strengthening the Canadian Labour Code, making scab labour illegal, and investing in union-based training. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work with labour organizations and businesses to make sure that the relationship remains balanced and productive.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that Donald Trump is erratic and very difficult to deal with. However, the Prime Minister's growing list of concessions and appeasement is clearly not working. The latest sees him offering up the Keystone Pipeline to the Americans and getting nothing in return. This is an uneconomic, environmentally damaging project that directly contradicts his pledge to reduce integration with the U.S. economy. What happened to the Prime Minister who promised Canadians a strong approach to Trump's aggression?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, businesses from all over the world are choosing Canada as a foreign direct investment opportunity. We rank amongst the top 2 countries in the G20 for foreign direct investment. And in fact, contrary to the words on the other side of the aisle, we have inflation coming down. We have the Bank of Canada cutting the benchmark interest rate to 2.5%, Mr. Speaker. We are a free trade agreement with every other G7 country, Mr. Speaker. These are more than just agreements. They are bridges to economic resilience, and we'll keep going hard. Thank you.
And that ends the question period for this Thursday. I believe, is it the opposition House Leader who will be asking the Thursday question? We'll give it a couple of seconds so that people who, those members who need to be somewhere else can clear the chamber quickly and silently.
A quick reminder, if members could please leave the room promptly, if they do desire to leave it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader has a question for his counterpart.
Mr. Speaker, and it being Thursday, it is time for the Thursday question. And I'd like to use this opportunity to ask a few very specific questions. First and foremost, we see that the embattled Public Safety Minister has had to come cap in hand back to the House of Commons and restart his efforts with Bill C-2. This was literally the first piece of legislation that this government introduced, and they've had to do a complete do-over because they got it so wrong, infringing on Canadians' individual rights and liberties, completely violating charter principles of the right to privacy and due process. Now that they've tabled this do-over mulligan piece of legislation, I'd like to ask the government when they might be calling that piece of legislation. I'd secondly like to ask him very specifically, the member for South Okanagan has asked for an emergency take-note debate on softwood lumber. We note that yesterday the Prime Minister came home empty-handed, did not get a deal on softwood lumber tariffs. Many mills have been closing across the country, and my colleague who represents a lot of those forestry workers in British Columbia has asked for an emergency take-note debate. I'm wondering if the government will agree to that and schedule such a debate. I'd also like to seek the opportunity to help inform the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said during question period that they voted against something that doesn't exist when it comes to the oil and gas production cap. I have here the actual regulations for the oil and gas production cap. Perhaps the Prime Minister hasn't had a chance to read that, but if the House gives its consent, I'll table that right now, Mr. Speaker. And maybe the government could also tell us what the business will be for the rest of this week and all of next week. The week after. Oh, one more thing. Before we go, I'd like to wish all Canadians a very happy Thanksgiving. I hope that all members of the House from all sides of the aisle, all the staff, the support staff that work here that help this place function, have a great, happy Thanksgiving with their friends and family.
So I hear the honourable member is asking for unanimous consent to table document. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Okay. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Basically, the only thing I agree with my honoured colleague on is that I also wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving.
We have much to be thankful about in this country, and that includes a very healthy and vibrant democracy and exchanges like this one. But we have a lot of blessings in this country, and I wish every Canadian a happy Thanksgiving. With respect to emergency debates, as we know, Mr. Speaker, I would never presume to impede upon your, it was described as an emergency take-note debate, but I would never presume to impede upon your judgment in these matters. This afternoon, however, we'll continue with debate on the Opposition Day motion brought forward by the Conservative Party, which, let's agree, always contains a bit of sketchy details, unlike the honourable member tried to convince us of. Tomorrow we'll resume consideration at second reading of Bill C-11, the Military Justice System Modernization Act.
And then when we come back from the break on Monday, October 20th, we will be starting second reading debate on Bill C-12. Just to answer my colleague's question, this is the bill on immigration and border security, which was tabled yesterday by the Minister of Public Safety. We will continue that debate into Tuesday. On Wednesday, we will be resuming the study on Bill C-10, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act. And once again, I'll end how I began. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Honourable Government Opposition House Leader.
We use points of order to debate the Thursday question. I just wanted to, on a point of clarification, the request was for a take-note debate on an emergency basis. It is within the government's purview to grant take-note debates. Am I to take it that that request has been refused?
Honourable Government House Leader.
I think the member should take it that that request is under consideration with a little dose of skepticism as to can't be much of an emergency if we didn't have an Opposition Day motion on that very matter today.
Yeah. Okay, the earpieces have been reset.
Orders of the day. Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply. Resuming a consideration of an opposition motion concerning the cost of deficits, standing in the name of Ms. Lanceman.
So the member for Huron-Bruce had, I understand, 3 minutes before he was interrupted by statements by members in question period. So the member for Huron-Bruce has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really think question period today highlighted maybe the fracture in philosophies on the best way forward for the Canadian economy. And what we heard in question period today from the Liberals time and time again is let's keep spoon feeding and force feeding the failed policies of the last 10 years, and if we just keep doing it, maybe it might work, instead of letting free enterprise and the capital market move forward under its own, the ability to invest its own. And if you heard in question period today, they were talking about direct foreign investment into Canada. And the reality is it's almost zero when there's no government dollars attached to that investment. And we've seen those investments in Ontario and different places, but the reality is they would have never happened under this current economic climate unless there was taxpayer dollars involved. If you go back in time, that wasn't the case. Large corporations could examine the Canadian market, take a look at the investment climate, the labor pools, all the different services that went into it, and I'm talking about before 2015, they could make their own decisions, and they didn't need foreign money, they didn't need Canadian taxpayer dollars to make the investments. They would just come here. So it's not been great in the last 10 years, and in fact, when Canadian companies, unfortunately, in the majority of the time, when they have a chance to make an investment in Canada, they definitely are not. They're choosing somewhere else, and we see that in the news, unfortunately, every day. One other one, AI, buzzword on the news and business, everywhere else. The United States, in the beginning of the year, announced that there would be $500 million of investment in AI, the AI sector, the broader AI sector. None of that was government dollars. Those were all private dollars, and there's actually been a lot more since that. NVIDIA being a greatest example, they're allocating $100 million out of their own free cash into AI, ChatGPT in the United States. In Canada, it's pretty quiet up here. The only investment you really see is from the government of Canada. Why? Because the climate, not the weather climate, the investment climate is not great. And the other thing is, there's no extra electrical capacity in this country, partially because of all the red tape and seeking approvals to start projects. There's a lot I would like to continue on with. Of course, unemployment, unfortunately, under this Prime Minister is amazingly, it's almost unbelievable I'm even saying this, it's higher than when Justin Trudeau was the Prime Minister. I don't think this current Prime Minister ever thought that would happen. And as well, 86,000 job losses since he was elected. and I don't think he ever thought that would happen, but it is. Thank you for your time, and I welcome the questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I think it's important that we don't necessarily see and recognize the Conservatives as throwing the AI industry in Canada under the bus, when in fact the AI industry in Canada is doing exceptionally well, and the potential to grow is there, it's very real, and it's tangible. But the question I have to the member opposite is that the Conservatives consistently try to give this false impression in regards to Canada's debt situation and deficit. When you take a look at the G7 countries, which include countries like the United States, Germany, England, or the United Kingdom, when you take a look at those countries, we are actually doing better than they are on a debt to GDP. My question to the member is, does he believe all those other countries around the world are in fact broken too?
For Huron-Bruce.
First of all, on AI, nobody's putting AI down. I'm just saying, simply put, when given the choice where to invest, they're picking the United States. That's all I'm saying on that one. When it comes to debt to GDP, the G7, I don't know why the Liberals even bring this up anymore. Once you get to 100% debt to GDP, it's over. No country has ever recovered from 100% debt to GDP. So basically, we're comparing ourselves to countries that are terminal financially. They are terminal financially. Without a great jubilee, without a debt jubilee, it is over for them. Japan, United States, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Why do we want to be the best of the worst? Why don't we just want to be the best?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Langley Townships, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a very inspiring speech. He talked about the importance of private investment dollars. I agree with him. I wonder if you could comment on how free enterprise private investment dollars have a unique ability to find the most productive place in the economy to be compared to politicians' poor track record of distinguishing between winners and losers.
Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
It's a great question, and I can give you an example. Over 20 years ago, in my riding where I used to work, Westcast Industries, the owner of it at the time made a decision to make a huge investment in Wingham, Ontario, and that was to build a new foundry where manifolds, exhaust manifolds, would be built and sold around the world. Largest manufacturer in the world. There was 2,000 employees in Ontario for Westcast Industries in 2000, 2003, 2004 time period. Do you know how many there are today? Zero. Zero. And that is the tale across many communities in Ontario and Canada, and I know the softwood lumber industry is feeling it now. Those jobs don't come back. And the dollars to build that foundry at that time, those were from private investment dollars, not government grants. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't believe what the member said. I said that Canada was the best in terms of GDP to deficit ratio in the G7. The member comes back and he says, well, why would we take any sort of happiness out of the fact we're the best of the worst? If you have the United States and Germany and France and the United Kingdom being the worst in the world, we're in a lot of trouble, a lot more than one could possibly imagine. I'm wondering if he would apologize for making such a bizarre statement, Mr. Speaker. Is he trying to say that that the United States and the G7 countries is on a downward trend, which is going to mean the whole world's broken?
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
You better ask his Prime Minister, because I'm sure he'll give him a lesson on macroeconomics. One thing, just take one measure, just take one simple measure, the price of gold. That is where stability is found for countries. When this Liberal government was elected in 2015, the price of gold was $1,200. The price of gold today is $4,000. And that's not because you've been doing a great job, it's because everybody else around the world knows the economy is broken. The economy is broken. And if the member from Kingston and the member of Winnipeg don't get it, I'm sorry. You guys are one of the ones that are sitting at the cabinet table and you're saying the ship's going great. It's not going great. It's going bad.
Before I resume debate, just a reminder to members, it's through the chair, so the chair is not responsible for the price of gold. So resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to inform you that I'm sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, allow me to wish a happy Thanksgiving to the colleagues here in the chamber, that they spend a good time with their families, and hopefully they will spend good time in their ridings. Mr. Speaker, once again we find ourselves debating a Conservative Party motion that is full of slogans but lacking in substance. Canadians deserve a serious government that is capable of serious discussion on how to grow our economy. While the Conservatives continue to denigrate Canada, our government is working to build a stronger, more resilient Canadian economy, the strongest in the G7. To do this, we're investing in Canadians, in Canadian innovation, and in the industries that will define the next generation of growth. Our government is well aware that many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. There are a lot of bills to pay, housing is expensive, and it costs a lot to buy enough to feed a family, Mr. Speaker. We understand this reality, Mr. Speaker, and that's why Canadians entrusted this government with the mandate to take concrete action to make life more affordable. Canadians didn't put their trust in the Conservatives for a reason. And that's a very simple reason, Mr. Speaker. They've never had a plan for the economy. So all they have to offer to Canadians are stale slogans and empty rhetoric. Let's remember the facts. Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio and deficit in the G7. We enjoy a AAA credit rating from all the major agencies, which makes us one of the only two G7 countries to be able to say so, Mr. Speaker. Our inflation rate has been within the Bank of Canada's target range for over a year and a half, in fact, and our key interest rates are lower than those of the United States and the United Kingdom. These are not slogans. These are actual realities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are results that we can rely on. Canada's new government is committed to implementing a plan to address the cost of living challenges affecting Canadians across the country. On November 4th, the Minister of Finance and National Revenue will table our government's first budget, outlining our plan to build a stronger, more resilient economy. It includes investments in housing and infrastructure, and it will stimulate huge private investment and forge reliable new partnerships. Since forming government, we have taken a number of steps to help Canadians and put more money in their pockets. Let me give you a few examples. One of the very first things we did as a government was to provide a middle-class tax cut to help hard-working Canadians keep more money in their pockets. Nearly 22 million Canadians are already benefiting from our middle-class tax cut. This tax cut will save two-income families up to $840 in 2026, and it is also expected to save Canadians more than $27 billion in taxes over the next 5 years. This reduction in the income tax threshold will benefit Canadians across the country, with the bulk of the middle-class tax cut going to those in the two lowest tax brackets, which is almost half of which, will go to those in the first bracket of $57,375 or less in 2025. Thanks to this middle-class tax cut, the lowest marginal tax rate has been reduced from 15% to 14%, effective July 1st, 2025. This tax cut now helps hardworking Canadians keep more of their earnings to spend where it matters most. Mr. Speaker, our government is also well aware that Canada is facing a housing crisis. While there have been recent improvements in many cities, too many Canadians, especially young people, are struggling to find affordable housing. That is why our government is implementing an ambitious new approach to increase Canada's housing supply. For example, our government will eliminate the GST for first-time buyers of new homes priced at $1 million or less, and reduce the GST for first-time buyers of new homes reduced between $1 million and $1.5 million. This is a considerable help, since first home-time buyers can save up to $50,000. Mr. Speaker, this tax reduction is expected to save Canadians $3.9 billion over 5 years. With this targeted support, through the GST relief, we're ensuring that first-time home buyers have lower upfront costs and more money in their pockets for related expenses. And I'm delighted to see that this tax cut will also have a dynamic effect on increasing supply by stimulating new home construction across the country. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to helping build more homes from coast to coast to coast doesn't stop there. We recently launched Canada Homes, a brand new federal agency tasked with building affordable housing on a massive scale. This agency will rapidly build affordable prefabricated housing on federal lands. The agency will also help combat homelessness by building transitional and supportive housing in collaboration with provinces, territories, municipalities, and Indigenous communities. It will help maintain highly affordable community housing for low-income households, and it will accelerate housing construction, create jobs, and give private builders the certainty they need to build more. Certainty is key here, Mr. Speaker, so that they can go ahead and build more housing. The agency aims to transform the way the public and private sectors work together. And we're doing this by using modern construction methods while fostering the emergence of a whole new Canadian housing industry. Mr. Speaker, thanks to all these measures, our government is reducing taxes, cutting costs, and putting money back into the pockets of Canadians. However, while it's important to continue supporting Canadians, we also understand that it's essential to continue managing Canada's finances prudently. We are guided by a new fiscal discipline. We will spend less and invest more. We will balance government operating expenses and revenues over the next 3 years by reducing waste, capping the public service, ending duplication, and deploying technology to improve public sector productivity. The Minister of Finance and National Revenue will outline the details of the government's new plan on November 4th. And our government has also cancelled the carbon pricing for consumers in order to refocus carbon pricing on large emitters. Mr. Speaker, thanks to all these measures, our government is reducing taxes, cutting costs, and putting money back into the pockets of Canadians. This will be a comprehensive, effective, ambitious, and prudent federal budget that focuses on growth, productivity, and long-term prosperity. It's a budget that responds to the needs of the moment, that aims to build the strongest economy in the G7 and a strong, free Canada, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, the Conservative Party's plan, if you can call it that, changes from week to week. One day they promise cuts across the board. The next day they pretend to support investment. They talk about helping Canadians, but they voted against measures that make life more affordable, Mr. Speaker. They voted against dental care, against pharmacare, against the National School Lunch Program, against affordable housing, and against clean energy projects in their own ridings. They claim to stand up for working people, but they oppose liberalizing pension investments to boost productivity and support good jobs here at home. They claim to care about competitiveness, but they oppose investment tax credits that attract new industries to Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not fooled. When it comes to action, the Conservatives have no plan. They only have political maneuvering. When they say that they balance the budget, Well, what they did was just rig the books. They did it by cutting frontline services, selling assets, and cutting spending on the backs of Canadians, not by strengthening the economy. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm totally confused. The member opposite says that the Conservative government didn't strengthen the economy. Would the member acknowledge that GDP per capita in Canada has not gone up, it has flatlined for the last 10 years that these Liberals have been in government?
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. Well, the Conservatives, I can tell you what they did because you don't let me finish. They reduced first-line services, they sold assets, and they did all this on the backs of Canadians. I mean, is this increasing GDP? I apologize, Mr. Speaker, but I need to interrupt the member because when you use the vous in the French language, it is as if you're directly referring to the member across the way, but here you need to address your comments to the speaker. Now I'll give the floor back to the member for Bourassa so that they can finish. Mr. Speaker, if this is balancing the budget, well, it's actually playing tricks, and this is something we cannot accept for Canadians. It's not by cutting services to Canadians that you can claim you have balanced the books. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, we have a solution to deal with the deficit. We are still paying subsidies, government subsidies, to the oil and gas industries, despite the fact that they announced something along the lines that they will cut these subsidies, but they came up with new ones. In 2024, they spent more than $28 billion in subsidies for oil and gas. Now, would the honourable member be interested in getting rid of these subsidies to oil and gas companies? The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you very much for the question. I'd like to refocus the debate on the actions that our government is taking. This is a strategic step. This is not an ideological fallback. We focused our energies on the large emitters when it comes to carbon emissions. So Canadians are not to be penalized for the pollution from large emitters. That is why we're focusing on the large industries, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Vestigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member said that the Conservative motion has no substance and it contained information that is not accurate. So I was wondering if the colleague, the member, could help us rectify some of that information. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. What we want is to spend intelligently. It is to invest in Canadians and not to make them poorer. Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between spending to simply exist and investing to grow. This government wants to grow Canada, a strong and free Canada, especially an independent Canada from our southern neighbor.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Bourassa I find to be rather crude in his analysis of our motion today. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have caused the increase in crime in our country, the out-of-control immigration in this country, our housing crisis, the inflation, the rampant food costs increase across the country, and the unemployment across the country. And so for them to now say that they're the solution to all these problems is rather disingenuous. Would the member not agree that they are attempting to spend less, and why are they attempting to spend less? Thank you.
The honourable member for Bourassa. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the House that I'd like to know how many housing units the Conservatives built in 10 years. Next to nothing, Mr. Speaker. So what we're going to do is spend more intelligently. We'll cut in recurrent expenses, and we are going to go ahead and invest in our own economy, and we're going to build a strong Canada, and the housing agency will help us build new homes for the next generations, and especially for young people, Mr. Speaker. questions and comments. We have time for a quick question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite did not answer my question of why. Why does he think that they need to reduce spending? This is something that I've heard over and over today, that the Liberals are going to spend less. I'm just asking him, why do they have to spend less? Conservatives think that they should spend less to balance the budget so that we can bring down inflation. Why?
The honourable member for Bourassa in 25 seconds. Mr. Speaker. Well, there's a difference between spending in the day-to-day functioning and investing. That's, I think, what they're having a hard time understanding. But we really need to put the emphasis on this point. But it will take maybe a whole course rather than a speech here in the House. So growth for us is key. We are looking at positive growth. We have the lowest debt ratio in the G7, and that's why I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy Thanksgiving. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion that's before us today speaks about the importance of investment, the cost of living. That's great timing because last fall, Canadians confided their trust in us to build a strong economy that works for everyone. Now, when we speak about an economy that works for everyone, that requires measures so that Canadians can have an easier time facing the cost of living. So affordability is a key issue for us, and that is followed by concrete action. One of the first actions we took as soon as we came back to this House was to introduce a tax cut for 22 million Canadians. This is a concrete measure that shows that we are serious when we say that we are trying to help people, Canadians. It's followed by such concrete action. And there are many other examples as well. But our Conservative colleagues voted against, for instance, dental care. We announced a significant expansion of the program. So thanks to this, more and more people are now having access to dental services at affordable costs. And last week, the Minister of Health announced that 5 million people are now registered in the dental care program. The Canadian Child Allowance also helps put more money in the pockets of parents so that they can care for children. And with this measure, we have been able to take more than 600,000 children out of poverty. And in my riding alone, we're talking about millions of dollars that are being transferred into the pockets of parents. Affordable childcare. We are talking about more than 900,000 children who can now benefit from the service. So for a strong Canada, we need strong families, and this is how we're going to get to this objective. Especially women are now more able to go back on the labor market. But from the opposition benches, they voted against this program. When you look at the track record of the leader of the opposition, he's been against such measures for the last 20 years.
So one of the first speeches he delivered in this House was to say no to a national childcare system. I only have to think about the school food program that, again, the opposition said no to. That program means the kids get to go to school with a full stomach. That's 400,000 children throughout the country who benefit from that. And in New Brunswick, we'll invest over $11 million over the next 3 years, which will mean this program will be accessible to 57,000 kids in New Brunswick. That's major, Mr. Speaker. We understand the cost of living is tough to deal with, but never should we have children going to school with empty stomachs. And we, on this side, are here for children, and we want them to have access to healthy meals. If we want these measures in place, the kind of measures that really make a difference in people's lives, we need a strong economy. We're already in a positive situation. If you look at economic statistics, our credit rating, AAA, the only G7 country along with Germany to have that rating. GDP ratio, one of the lowest in the G7. We're on track to strengthen our economy even further. In June, we passed the One Canadian Economy Act, and this act means that federal obstacles to interprovincial trade will fall, and we will unleash the potential of the Canadian economy, building one single Canadian economy, not 13. That's how we had the Major Projects Office as well. There's an entire list that was announced recently, and there will be further projects announced. And when these projects fit the guidelines, and the guidelines are tough to fit, the question is not whether we will build. The question is when. We want to stimulate investment in this country. When we create jobs, then we also help our Canadian businesses. I think of the important exercise of the Treasury Board, a review of the administrative burden that has identified over 500 administrative and regulatory measures that are superfluous, no longer useful, that have reduced productivity and limited economic growth. Again, we're going to do away with those measures as well. And this review is ongoing. We want to show people that in Canada, this is a place to invest. And that means you can stimulate the economy even further. Just think about the new Buy Canadian policy as well. The Government of Canada is the biggest purchaser of goods and services in this country. We have massive spending power, and we want to support our Canadian businesses in this way. We'll get into this in the next few months, but we want to prioritize Canadian goods and services by, in Canada, Canadian goods to stimulate our Canadian economy. We're also here for workers throughout this country. We recognize that the economic situation can be difficult for some people, and this is why we've announced a number of measures through the EI program. We have removed the wait time of 1 week for a person who who's made a claim. People no longer have to wait for that week now. And we've also announced that people can keep their severance pay without having that effect on the payments. And then other people who want to perhaps have lost their jobs and want to focus on another professional field, other measures, concrete measures to help people get qualified. And when you look at the motion that is here before the House today, it's lacking in substance. It seems as though it's about getting clicks on social media rather than really be rigorous in its origins. The opposition on their side, they're wasting time on this ridiculous concept. But on our side of the House, we are working hard. The Minister of Finance is working hard to deliver a strong budget on November 4th. We will be seizing a generational opportunity to transform the Canadian economy through ambitious programs and rigorous management of our public funds. The other ambitious goal has to do with housing. We talked about building Canadian homes. We will be investing in an unprecedented way. We understand it's an urgent need. In my riding during the election campaign, people would tell me that housing had to be built. That was one of their priorities. When I spoke to the mayors in my community, people said, they need to start building. We need to start building faster. In my region, millions are invested in Edmonton, Saint-Quentin, Madawaska, First Nations, Liverbar, and others. The federal government is spending millions of dollars to build housing. People in my riding already live in this housing that's already been built in. And some housing starts are already underway. I'm going to be meeting with some or visiting some next week, and that's just the beginning. Just look at the investments we're talking about. We'll be talking about in the budget. We will be stimulating public-private partnerships in housing. We'll be strengthening the building of affordable housing throughout the country because we realize it's a priority for people, for Canadians, and they expect us to deliver. Through those investments in housing, we'll be stimulating the economy, prioritizing the use of Canadian goods like softwood lumber and steel from Canada. And we've made some major announcements in defense spending. We will reach our 2% GDP spending target under our NATO agreements this year. And through investments that will be historic in nature, we will be also further stimulating our economy. We'll be targeting Canadian companies that can help us in the purchasing of goods and services in the area of defense. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that my colleagues across the way, if they really care about affordability, they really want to build a strong economy that's good for everyone, I certainly hope they'll help us in supporting our budget on November 4th, because this will be a generational opportunity to transform the Canadian economy. And I sincerely hope the colleagues in the opposition will support us and work with us so that we can do this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent à Cowenrac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Some things he mentioned, like the support for tax cuts. In fact, that's something that we've been proposing for years and years and years, and they've finally done that. They looked into our ideas. In fact, the leader of the opposition said, our leader said, take a look at our good ideas and use them. That's what they've done. When you have a deficit, when you're living beyond your means, that you have debt, then who does that land on? Your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren? We are living beyond our means. Is the member able to appreciate the fact that since he was elected, the deficit has doubled? The member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleagues that Canada is in an enviable position. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in all countries in the G7. We have a government that is focused on building a stronger economy with strategic investments that will be good for Canadians for generations to come, in housing, in defense, in a critical infrastructure. These are investments to catalyze also the major projects. This will be beneficial to Canadians, their children, and their grandchildren, our generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. He's promised a budget that's going to revolutionize the Canadian economy. Well, Mr. Speaker, he talked about one Canadian economy. The Prime Minister mentioned, is he aware? And what does he think of the unanimous motion from April in the Assemblée Nationale, that the Assemblée Nationale is opposed to the Prime Minister's desire to have one Canadian economy, and that the purposes, that the things that matter to the Quebec economy are not the same, and that there shouldn't be that there should be 13 separate economies, and that we have to defend our culture and our language. And what does the member across the way have to add to that? The member from Madawaska-Restigouche. I mentioned Bill C-5 that we passed June 5th. We eliminated federal barriers to interprovincial trade. I regularly have conversations with my counterparts at the provincial level in New Brunswick. Several of them are in my riding, these MPPs. How can the work that we do here in Ottawa have positive repercussions on the New Brunswick economy? Thank you.
L'honorable député de Alfred Pellan.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you. I have a question for my colleague. Do you agree with the Conservative Party to say that investments in workers and industry in Canada are failed policies? Would you agree with that?
Député de Madawaska-Restigouche.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Actually, no, I disagree. We have a record that says we've been there. We are here for Canadian workers. We're here to bring in measures. We have brought in dental care, daycare, and changes to EI in order to support those very people who are losing their jobs, for one. And we, on this side of the House, are here for Canadians. We have their backs, and we walk the talk, unlike the colleagues across the way who talk about the cost of living, but at the end of the day, when the time comes to vote on these things, they vote against all the things that we say will help.
For Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to hear the member opposite, who is a very gifted speaker. I always hear Liberals talk about they say they're working hard. They understand there's a crisis of affordability, but I never hear that they have any analysis for why this crisis of affordability has developed during their time in power. Over the last 10 years in Kitchener-Waterloo, food bank usage has quintupled during this time. So they like to talk about these programs that are Band-Aid solutions, but they don't want to talk about the sectoral damage that they've caused to our economy. So why is it that they're working hard, but it's not working?
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche, 25 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look on the global level, there are issues of inflation, the cost of living. This is the case for all Western countries. We are in an enviable position, the lowest debt to GDP ratio, and a great credit rating. In order to face the cost of living issues, we have to be there with concrete measures like the food programs in schools and the other measures that the colleagues across the way have said no to and that we have said we needed.
Debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I should start by saying that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil. When the Liberals first took office in 2015, they told Canadians that a little bit of red ink would buy prosperity, that deficits would fuel growth and investment, that Canada would be better off. But after nearly a decade of the record showing opposite, we have to wonder, should we still keep going in this direction? There's been record borrowing and record spending, and there's been record debt and hardship among Canadians. Investment per worker has fallen by more than 10%. Economic growth per capita is the worst in the G7, and the current Prime Minister has caused 86,000 jobs to be lost, resulting in the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. This Prime Minister is just like the old one: more spending, more borrowing, and more pain for hardworking Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, behind every number is a person. Behind every number is a person, a story deserved to be known. A few weeks ago, I spoke with Joy, a woman from my community who uses a wheelchair and lives on a fixed income. She called to tell me how desperate she's been in trying to find accessible housing. She's done everything that she can. She's responsible, she's organized, she's determined, she's working hard. But as rents climb and the cost of living rises, every apartment that she's looking at is just out of her reach. She said to me, "Rachel, I just want a place where I can live with dignity." Isn't this what most people want? I mean, the very basic necessities of life. I just want a place where I can live with dignity. Mr. Speaker, my question to the government is, what would they like me to tell her? What do I tell someone like Joy, who's doing all that she possibly can, but isn't able to afford a basic roof over her head? There's Susie. Susie's another individual in my riding. She's a senior. She reached out to me. She's worked hard her entire life. She raised her family. She contributed to the community. She pays her taxes faithfully. And now in her retirement, she finds herself unable to afford groceries as well as her rent. She has to make a choice. She has to make a choice between, again, the basic necessities of being able to afford her rent or being able to put proper groceries in her fridge. Of course, the roof over her head is most important in her sight, and so she does that, but she's turned then to skipping meals in order to make it. Folks, this is Canada, one of the richest nations in the world, and yet our seniors are being forced to choose between food and rent. Shame. There is nothing else to point to other than government policy. It's not the sign of a healthy economy. It's the consequence of years of reckless fiscal policy that has driven up inflation, it has raised interest rates, and it has punished those who have worked hard their whole lives. And it's not just seniors or those with a disability, it's working families too. There's a couple that would prefer not to be named who sat down with me, and they shared that both of them are working full-time, they have 3 kids, and they're doing their best. But at the end of the day, they are not able to afford the things that they require as a family. And so this couple has chosen to start skipping meals in order to make sure that their kids have enough to eat and they can continue to put a roof over their head and function as a family unit. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on because there are dozens of these stories that come into my office almost monthly. And it just keeps getting worse as time goes on. Folks that have done everything right, but for some reason can't get ahead. Mr. Speaker, this is what happens when a government spends beyond its means. Inflation is not an abstract concept. It's a thief. It's a thief. And it's the result of this government. It erodes purchasing power, it punishes responsibility, it makes the poor poorer, and it shrinks the middle class. And yet this Liberal government continues to insist that deficits somehow make life more affordable, that somehow Canadians are going to get ahead, but they're not. The truth is the opposite. Every dollar this government borrows today is a dollar that people like Joy or Susie or this hardworking couple have to pay back. That's right. It's on their backs. It becomes their responsibility because of this government's irresponsibility. Just the other day, I overheard my office manager in the constituency talking to my intern. And she was explaining to my intern that when people call or come into the office, sometimes they feel, they sound upset or maybe even a little bit angry. And sometimes that can be a little bit uncomfortable. But my office manager put it into perspective. She offered this explanation. She said, when they come in, they're not trying to be mean. They're not trying to be rude. They're desperate because of fear. They are afraid because they can't afford rent. They're afraid because they can't afford food. They're afraid because they can't pay their bills, and they're desperate for help. They're afraid of what the future holds because they don't see hope in it. This insight reminded me of really what's at stake here. Because behind policy debates, behind the economic charts and forecasts, are millions of Canadians who are afraid. Afraid they'll lose their jobs, afraid they'll be without a home, afraid they'll never get ahead or be able to step into that opportunity that they so long for. These are the people that I visit with each and every day when I am in my constituency. These are the people who share their stories with me, and they just want a fair shot at life. They want, or I should say they need, Canada to be a place like what it once was, a place where opportunity is great and where the chance to get ahead is normal. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals told Canadians that their deficits would grow the economy from the heart out. Well, how's that working? It's not. No. It's not working. Instead, they've grown debt, they've grown dependence, and they've grown despair. That's what's on this government's record. Since 2015, business investment in Canada has fallen off a cliff by about $500 billion. Gone. South of the border. Because companies don't want to invest here because they see a government that is hostile to them. A government that actually wants those jobs to go south, as the Prime Minister has promised. He wants to actually send not just $500 billion, but now he wants to send $1 trillion is his latest promise. The Liberals have been trying to convince Canadians that more spending is the solution to every problem that their spending has already created. If we would just take a second to consider that, it's like pouring gasoline on a fire to put it out. That's what this government is offering. That's what we can expect in the November 4th budget from this government. More spending to put out the fire that their inflationary spending has already caused. It's ludicrous. The truth is simple. Government doesn't create wealth. It takes it from those who do. Which means it's incumbent upon government to be wise stewards, because every dollar it spends, it is taking from a taxpayer. It is taking from Joy and Susie and the hardworking couple that I referenced earlier. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. The motion that we are discussing today isn't just about numbers, it's about people. It's about Joy, it's about Susie, it's about that couple in my riding. Canadians are strong and they are resilient and they are hopeful, but they are losing faith in this government, in the leaders of the day. And who can blame them? After nearly a decade of Liberal promises, they're worse off than ever before. They need a government that respects their money, that lives within its means, and that restores common sense to our economic decisions. Conservatives are calling on this Liberal government to stop its wasteful spending that fuels inflation, to bring investment back to our country rather than sending it south of the border, and to make life affordable for hardworking Canadians yet again. Mr. Speaker, I urge every member in this House to listen to the stories in their communities, to hear the pain and the anxiety behind the statistics, to recognize that the Liberal government's decisions are failing Canadians. Let's stop repeating Justin Trudeau and this current Prime Minister's policies. And let's stop mortgaging our children's future. Instead, let's start building a Canada where every person, regardless of income or circumstance, has the opportunity to thrive. It's time to put those people, Canadians, first. It's time to rein in spending and be responsible.
Way to go, Rachel.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Chief Government Whip.
So, Mr. Speaker, if government spending is inflationary and just contributes to inflation, does that mean that the budget that this member ran on of spending an additional $106 billion would have contributed to inflation as well?
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
We'll recall that in 2015, Justin Trudeau was the Prime Minister at the time. And he came in and he said, just a little bit of red ink, just a little bit of red ink, it will help Canadians. We fast forward then, 10 years later, still a Liberal government in place, and Canadians are worse off than they have ever been in terms of being able to afford the necessities of life. Food bank lines are longer than they've ever been before. Right. And it's because this government decided that its policy would be to take on debt after debt after debt by going into deficit spending. It's wrong.
Well done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listegouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, which was anchored in the reality of her constituents. I would like to hear her opinion. In the Bloc Québécois, we also believe this government is poorly managing public finances. I'm going to keep speaking to see if there's a problem with interpretation. I will let the member start again, just to give the member from Lethbridge the opportunity to hear his entire question. No issues there. I thanked the member for her speech, which was anchored in the reality of her constituents. I think interpretation is now there, so I will continue. I'd like to hear her opinion, because in the Bloc Québécois, we also believe that the government is poorly managing public funds. The deficit is overly large, and it is the result of a number of poor decisions. Among them, the cancellation of the carbon tax. Please note that you cannot use the Prime Minister's name. The member may now continue. Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. So this government repealed the carbon tax outside Quebec in the middle of the campaign. Because of that, $4 billion were reimbursed to people who never actually paid the carbon tax in the first place. So I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion. I know they're opposed to the carbon tax, but does she not agree that giving $4 billion worth of gifts in the middle of a campaign to people who had never actually paid the carbon tax was a bad idea?
Thank you. I think the honourable member points to a greater problem that is at play here, and that is a government that is very much, out seeking votes. At that point in time, it was, conveniently, it was during an election that money was reimbursed. And of course, as he mentioned, it went to folks who didn't actually even pay into the pot of money to begin with. So why? Why did the Liberal government make that decision? Why did they, give this extra $4 billion to these folks who had never even paid paid into the carbon tax to begin with? I have no other explanation than to suggest that perhaps the Liberals were simply seeking votes. It's wrong. It's a misuse of Canadian dollars.
Yeah, that's what they were doing.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague from Lethbridge for the wonderful speech. And she's been around this place for a fairly long time, as I've been about 6 years now. And we've heard these wonderful slogans. One was, we're going to go into debt so Canadians don't have to during COVID by Justin Trudeau. Another one was, we're going to build back better. Another slogan that was wonderful from Justin Trudeau was, the budget will balance itself. And now we're hearing this new line is, we're going to spend less to invest more. Does she think that will be as successful as the other bumper sticker slogans?
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. I mean these catchphrases that are used by the Liberals. You know, we're going to go into debt so Canadians don't have to. That debt gets put on the backs of Canadians. It's our children and our grandchildren that are going to pay that debt.
That's right.
Like, what kind of sloppy statement is that? The government's going to go into debt so Canadians don't have to? Well, where the heck is the government going to get that money from?
Canadians.
There is no money for government without taxpayers. That is exactly where that money is going to come from.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very short one. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke about the cost of living. As such, I'm wondering why she voted against affordable daycare spaces. This is a concrete measure that would have let parents enter the workforce. What do the people of Lethbridge think about the fact that their member is opposed to affordable childcare?
In 20 seconds or less.
I appreciate the opportunity to tell this member exactly what those in Lethbridge think of their plan. The members in my riding hate this Liberals' plan with regards to daycare because it's taken away quality, it's taken away spaces, and it's put them in a place of desperation because they have fewer dollars in their bank account than they've ever had before, and now they don't have access to proper daycare for their kids.
We're resuming debate. Please, the débat. The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Lethbridge for sharing her time with me today. We're here debating a motion at a point really in this nation's history where Liberal delusion meets the fiscal reality of Canadians and Canadian businesses.
Right.
And the delusion is that Canadians have never had it as good as they have today. Yeah. But the reality is that Canadian families, single moms, those who are worried about putting food on their table, keeping a roof over their head, Canadian businesses who are not investing. In fact, we're seeing a lot of investment leave this country because of doubt and uncertainty, because of the tax regime of this country. I just met yesterday with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and they're quite concerned about the tax regime in this country. So delusion is actually meeting reality. And just earlier this week, Mr. Speaker, we learned of what that reality may look like when MNP Financial issued a note on a survey that they did. And the reality of the headline, I think, speaks volumes to where we are at today as a nation. Canadians face heat or eat decisions as financial strain deepens. Wow.
Sad.
That's the headline this week. They did a survey of Canadians, and you want to know what they found out, Mr. Speaker? Again, delusion meeting reality, Liberal delusion meeting the reality of Canadians. Canadians' financial vulnerability is worsening, with the MNP Consumer Debt Index sliding 2 points to 86, its lowest September reading since 2023. Growing numbers report making painful trade-offs. 29% of Canadians have reduced utility consumption, which is up 5 points year over year. 24% say they are eating less to save money, which is down 4 points year over year. Nearly half of Canadians, 48%, are within $200 of insolvency each month, which is up 6 points quarter over quarter. And the average cushion after bills has fallen to $744 from $916, fewer than half, 46%, have 6 months of emergency savings, leaving many households exposed as winter heating costs approach. Where they're cutting back, Mr. Speaker, again, Liberal delusion with Canadian reality. Beyond heat and food, Canadians are changing daily habits to cope. 51% are grocery shopping more strategically. Meal plans, bulk buying, coupons, price matching. 45% are avoiding impulse purchases, while 41% have stopped dining out or ordering takeout. And when you listen to the Liberals, and we've heard them today, nobody cares about debt to GDP ratios, despite the fact that the Liberals are wrong. The second highest unemployment rate in the G7. These are all the realities, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians are facing right now. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. And what this motion says today is that enough is enough. What these Liberals are doing is not working, because the reality of Canadians is such that they're suffering, Mr. Speaker. 4 million Canadians are using food banks in this country. 4 million. We've seen it increase in Barrie sixfold since 2020. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was at the Barrie Food Bank. They're serving 7,600 families a month right now, Mr. Speaker. 44% of who they're serving are children and seniors. Those who used to donate to the food banks are now users of food banks in Barrie. And this is cascading across the country. 4 million people are using food banks every month in this country, Mr. Speaker. It shouldn't be that way. Now, in the last government, of course, we saw increased debt and deficit, which caused inflationary pressures that have caused many Canadians to feel the price increases at the stores and groceries and other items, including heat, hydro. They cannot afford to live anymore based on these fiscal policies of the last 10 years. And so, the government trumpets the fact that they're a new government after the April election. Well, the reality is they're the same government, Mr. Speaker. They're the same government. 70% of the people that are in that cabinet today were in cabinet in the Justin Trudeau government, who are responsible for 80% of the spending that's occurring in this government today. So it's not a new government. It's the same government who's employing and deploying the same tactics and strategy of debt and deficit that's causing so much hardship to Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, last election, we had a prime minister right now, not so much a PM, more a portfolio manager, who promised the world to Canadians that he was going to be different. Well, he's anything but, Mr. Speaker, because we're seeing now that the deficit is projected to be $60 billion. I suggest that it's going to be a lot more than that. And there's a lot of people who are much smarter than I who are suggesting that it's going to be a lot more than that. But we're also seeing debt increase. And we're talking about a budget that's coming on November 4th, which is basically a bait and switch. You know, Mr. Speaker, they're going to try to cover up as much as they can in terms of the actual amount of the debt and deficit through this new budget regime. And they're not going to be fooling anybody. All eyes will be on this government to see just how much of a bait and switch this new budgetary regime that they're announcing is going to cause. And I say to people all the time, Mr. Speaker, is that if you think this Prime Minister left a multi-billion-dollar company making multi-millions of dollars for some virtuous reason to make $400,000 as the Prime Minister, because he wanted to come back and save this nation, I suggest that that's naive. He came back, and I've said this before in this House, Mr. Speaker, he came back to keep the kleptocracy alive, to allow those in the inside circle of the Liberal elite party and all of those who are well-connected insiders, the lobbyists, those who are at the trough, to maintain that access to the Treasury. Every single problem that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker, the inflation, the debt, the deficits, the housing crisis, the healthcare crisis, the immigration crisis, everything started before Donald Trump became the President of the United States. Everything.
That's right.
And yet they continue to use Trump as an excuse. Well, we're saying today with this motion, Mr. Speaker, that enough is enough. You can't keep doing the things that they're doing, Mr. Speaker, and expecting different results. Now, lastly, what I want to focus on is the issue of resources and building our resources out. Canada, Mr. Speaker, has the best innovation standards, best labor standards, best human rights standards in the world. We've got the third and fifth largest reserves in the world. And as long as legislation exists, Bill C-69 and C-48, it's going to continue in the emissions cap, it's going to continue to limit and impede our ability to create the revenue we need in order to pay for the debt and deficit that this government has accumulated, not just over the last 10 years, but as they continue to accumulate going forward. We can't keep attacking our energy sector. We have what the world needs, Mr. Speaker. We have clean Canadian energy that we can feed the world. The problem we have right now, as long as these pieces of legislation exist, and as long as we continue with our emissions cap and an ideological attack on our energy sector, Canada is falling behind to a point where we're not going to supply the world. We're actually going to enter into a supplementary mode. We can supply the world with clean Canadian energy, create billions and billions of dollars in revenue, create great paying jobs for our fellow Canadians right across the country, including Indigenous Canadians, and yet this ideological attack continues, and it limits our ability to create these revenues, Mr. Speaker. So as long as we keep doing these things, and this is what this motion is calling for, stop doing what we're doing because it's not working. Canadians are paying the price every single day that this government continues on the path that they're on, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well done, John.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate the members opposite for finally getting a motion before the House that has Justin Trudeau right in the bill. You know, it's the strange conservative obsession with the former Prime Minister. I think they're going to go to Spirit Halloween and get an animatronic of Justin Trudeau to jump out of the bushes and scare the children. But as we're heading into Thanksgiving, I see our new government with a newly elected member, the member from Carleton, just right here. I'd like to wish him and his constituents a very happy Thanksgiving. They have something to be thankful for because they finally exorcised the ghoul living in the basement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I continue and recognize the member for Barrie South Innisfil, the last couple of words the member had there was, I hope not in reference to a current member of the House. And in the spirit that it is Thanksgiving this week, I just want to wish all members a happy Thanksgiving, just to be careful with how we define other members in the House. The member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know you said you hope. I believe it was directed at a member of this House currently sitting, which goes to show the indifference that this Liberal government is showing towards the plight of Canadians right now. Everything is a big joke. Well, it's not a joke for the single mom who can't afford to put food on their table or put a roof over their head. It's not a joke for the business owner and their family and their employees who are counting on that business to continue to function. That's right. As long as this government keeps attacking them through increased taxation and regulation. Right. This is not a joke we're talking about here today, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal members may see it that way, but there are millions and millions of Canadians who are suffering each and every day in this country, each and every day, making ends meet just to get by, and enough is enough. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the colleague for their speech. Now, today in the motion, there are things that we agree a bit more, other things that we with a bit less. Now, there doesn't seem to be a pilot in the cockpit. The government seems to have lost control of public finances. Now, just to talk about some numbers, the Minister of Finance resigned in December 2024 because she was going to provide an economic update with a deficit of $42 billion. Now, we are talking about $62 billion when you look at the Liberal Party's last election platform. Now, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is talking about $68 billion, and according to CD Howe Institute, we are potentially looking at $100 billion in deficit. Now, Mr. Speaker, how can we have these numbers and continue to deprive ourselves of income, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I'm very pleased that the honourable member from Shefford brings this up, and I'm very thankful that she is as concerned as I am, as my family is, for the state of finances in this country. There seems to be no guardrails, Mr. Speaker. And she's quite right. I remember the fiasco of the former finance minister on the day she resigned. I remember the House Leader coming in and dropping the fall economic statement on the table. There was really no opportunity to discuss it. We haven't had a budget in this country in 18 months. We have no idea what the actual revenues and what the expenditures of the government are, except what's being signaled by the Parliamentary Budget Officer and others. And Mr. Speaker, with Halloween coming up, it's scary.
Yeah.
It's scary for all Canadians.
It is scary.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
This debate is very much like the crime debate. You see, the comments just made by my colleague from Barrie Innisfil was interesting, and then you heard a member from across the way from Kingston Island say they haven't dropped a budget in 18 months, and we still won the election. You see, you always know what the Liberals are going to do. They'll do the best thing for the Liberal Party of Canada, and the Canadians that get hurt, it doesn't matter. You can see it in their crime bills. They'll support the criminals, they'll support the Liberal Party in trying to protect their record, but not care about Canadians. You'll see it in this motion too, because we want Canadians to have food on their table, and they don't care.
Good.
The member for Barrie South Innisfil is less than 25 seconds.
Well, I said it during my speech, Mr. Speaker. I think this Prime Minister has come back to keep the kleptocracy alive, those well-connected insiders, those advocates, those...
Point of order for the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
I mean, you admonished me for my comments, and now you have a member demeaning a member of this.
I'm going to remind a member that once a speaker makes a ruling in the chamber, Standing Order 10 is very clear that you cannot go back then and revisit that speaker's ruling. I understand there's a lot of measured debates. Members have a lot of space for debate, and what I've heard is debate so far. The Chief Government Whip on a different point of order? Sure.
I believe that the member was trying to use reference to a previous point of order in order to make the current point that he was making. I do think it is incumbent upon you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you would agree that it is your duty to at least listen to his point of order before interjecting, unless you believe you had heard enough.
I thank the Chief Government Whip for that reminder, and I had heard enough on that. The member for Barrie South has less than 5 seconds, and I will cut him off if he goes too long.
They don't like the truth, Mr. Speaker. That's all I got to say.
Well done.
Alors, conformément à l'article 30.
I wish to inform the House that there will be questions in late show tonight. MP for Saanich Gulf Islands, International Development, MP for King Bay Employment, and MP for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan Employment.
Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the fact that the comments made by the member from Regina Louvain a few moments ago about what I said are completely inaccurate, I would like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member from Whitby, and I'm very much looking forward to listening to his speech. But, you know, I have had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to spend quite a bit of time in the chamber today, so I've had the opportunity to listen to quite a bit of what I've heard. And I must say, some of the stuff that I've been hearing from the Conservatives is quite alarming and hypocritical, and quite frankly, doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at their very own actions. So why don't I start just with what we heard recently from the member from Lethbridge, the member from Barrie, earlier on the member from Huron-Bruce. They all talked about inflationary spending, and they're suggesting that it is the government that has created the inflationary problem that I guess the whole world has seen. The government of Canada spent money, and then the whole world saw inflation. That's what Conservatives would like you to believe. But what I find most ironic about that comment, and I'm sure that the member from Regina Louvin who was talking about me a few moments ago, and all of the members who have made comments like this, I'm sure they're aware, Mr. Speaker, that they ran on a platform that had $106 billion worth of new spending in it. So are they now trying to say indirectly that their own platform was just inflationary and it was just contributing to inflation? Because if you listen to what they say now, that's exactly what I'm hearing. But you know, it's more than just that. You know, I've been in this House long enough to have heard countless speeches, I'm sure the member from Whitby heard them too, where Conservatives would get up and they'd say, the carbon tax has contributed to inflation. The carbon tax is the reason why food prices are higher right now. Over and over and over again, we would hear that. I mean, let's just throw out the fact that Ukraine produces a third of the world's wheat, and they were in the middle of a war, and extracting all of that wheat from the global supply would have a massive impact on inflation. Forget about all of that, okay? It was the carbon tax. And they said all you had to do was get rid of the carbon tax, and then suddenly inflation would disappear. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? Carbon tax is gone.
Inflation.
I mean, like, have all those prices that they said would drop instantly drop? No, they didn't, because it wasn't contributing to inflation. And this is just the exact same logic that they're trying to apply now, the exact same logic. You know, I also got a real kick earlier, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the member from Calgary Crowfoot, who talked about how the Conservatives, you know, these great fiscal stewards of the economy and of the finances of the government, left the new Liberal government in 2015 with this incredible surplus, as if they're trying to suggest that Conservatives know something about bringing in balanced budgets. They know absolutely nothing about it. Let's go back. I'll just talk about the preceding two Conservative governments. Brian Mulroney had 10 budgets. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, how many he balanced? Zero balanced budgets by Brian Mulroney. But I'm sure that, and I understand that there were probably very few members of the Conservative Party that were here when Brian Mulroney was here. Well, there is at least one that's currently in the House right now. That's great, but I'll bring it a little more relevant for some of the newer members who may have been here when Stephen Harper was here. So it is true that Stephen Harper had 3 surpluses of the 9 or 10 or 11 9 budgets that he introduced into this House. Now, let's look at those budgets. The first 2 budgets that they had were at the beginning of Stephen Harper's term, when he was first elected. Now, he had a $13 billion surplus. Well, you know what else is kind of interesting? The year before that, Paul Martin also had a $13 billion surplus. So Stephen Harper had actually inherited from Paul Martin a $13 billion surplus. Then in year 2 of Harper's government, he had a $9 billion surplus. It was on its way down, and then it vanished. And he was in the deficit position all the way through, right up until the last year, when the Taxpayers Federation or some right-wing association told him it was absolutely imperative that he balance the budget. So what did Stephen Harper do? He set out to balance the budget. Now, how did he do that? I'll tell you how he did that, Mr. Speaker. He did it by selling off shares of GM at bargain prices. He slashed veterans' offices, and for the first time in recorded Canadian history, our percentage of GDP invested in the military dropped below 1%. It has only ever existed below 1% for 1 year, and that was in the year of 2015, when it was at 0.96% of GDP. That's the legacy. That's the surplus. So when the member from Calgary Crowfoot comes in here and says, oh, we left a surplus. Well, I guess you did, but you did it on the backs of Canadians.
That's right. On the vets.
I can't believe that. I just said, I guess you did, and you did it on the backs of Canadians. And at least 4 or 5 Conservatives started cheering and clapping.
Amazing.
Like, that just happened moments ago as I'm standing here. But there was a lot of other misinformation that I've heard in the time that I've been able to sit in the House today and listen to the debate, Mr. Speaker. I heard in a really interesting exchange, one of the things that the public doesn't quite get to see is sometimes the heckling that goes back and forth. But during a speech that was being given by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, the member from Carleton Creek, Eagle Creek, thank you very much, may specifically reference when the Parliamentary Secretary was talking about the Canada Child Benefit, she yelled out, "We started that. That was our program." Nothing could be further from the truth. What the Conservatives had under Stephen Harper was they had the universal child care benefit. Now, what was a universal child care benefit? I'm sure my Conservative colleagues who are here today are still extremely proud of that. They can go ahead and clap if they want. But what it did, I didn't hear any claps there, interesting, when you put them on the spot and actually offer them the floor to applaud. What it did was it gave the exact same amount of money for every child to every parent. So what that meant is if you were a millionaire, you still got the exact same amount of money. Because of course, Conservatives would never want to miss the opportunity to send a check to a millionaire. But what we did, and what was truly transformative, Mr. Speaker, was the Canada Child Care Benefit. So millionaires and people who were well off and extremely well off didn't have to rely on this check, or who didn't need the check, who didn't receive the check, and it did give us the ability to provide more to those that actually really needed it. And I bring this up and I spend time on this, Mr. Speaker, because it's a fundamental difference between government intervention when you come from a Liberal or whether you're talking about a Conservative. Liberals believe in giving people opportunities so that they can have the best shot. You know, we talk about stuff like the National School Food Program. Again, when there was a bit of an exchange going on, I heard the member from Carleton Trail Eagle Creek say it wasn't working, it didn't work, she was heckling that back. Well, I can tell you that the food sharing project in Kingston that delivers food to schools throughout the entire riding, my riding and neighboring ridings, actually, as a matter of fact, to the member from Lanark-Frontenac, as well as the member to the east of me, I know his name, the name's escaping me, Rideau Lakes, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, they actually receive, a lot of the schools in their jurisdictions receive food through those programs as well. And I visited the program, the Food Sharing Project, and seen exactly what it is and the impact that they make. And this is not some imaginary bureaucracy, this is real. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that, but once again, I've been subject to a day of listening to Conservatives' misinformation and try to proclaim that certain things exist, and the reasons why they exist, quite frankly, aren't true. I hope that I've contributed a little bit to that clarity today.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
I do appreciate my friend's flair for the dramatic, but he did say something that was really on point, which doesn't happen a lot in his speeches. He said the Harper government has balanced 3 budgets, and the Justin Trudeau government has balanced 0 budgets. Truth. That would be agreeable with him as well. Harper went through a recession, a financial meltdown in 2008. Trudeau went through COVID. Harper then came back and balanced the budget after a few years. Trudeau's and the current Prime Minister is not on pace to balance the budget ever. Unsustainable spending. And the Trudeau government has added more debt to the country than all other Prime Ministers combined. That's not rhetoric, that's fact.
Chief Government Whip.
If he only listened to the one sentence, then he's done himself a huge disservice, Mr. Speaker. Because what I said is, I said Stephen Harper's 2 surpluses, quote unquote, were on the heels of Paul Martin, and they were Paul Martin surpluses. And the surplus that he had just in time for the election in 2015 was done on the backs of veterans. It was done on the backs of the military, of dropping our military to 0.96% of GDP. Is that something that the member is proud of? Because it sounds like that to me.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Gaspésie.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The management of public finances is an important issue for us here at the Bloc. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on the decision of his government not to impose the digital services tax. The tax on digital services would mean 3% of taxation on activities here in Canada of international media companies, and this would represent billions of dollars. Why did the government choose to deprive itself of this revenue?
Prime Minister about the digital services tax, but I will say that he's absolutely right. It is the job of the government to manage the finances and to introduce a budget. So the question that Canadians have is, do we take the word of and do we look to an individual who's been has been the governor of 2 central banks, and who, by the way, Stephen Harper himself said was responsible for getting us through the 2008 financial crisis? Or do we take the word of the leader of the opposition who's been here since he was 24 years old and has had no experience outside of this place? I'll leave it to the Canadian public to decide.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Halton Hills, Milton East.
Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Halton Hills South, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, the Chief Government Whip, for his comments. He mentioned the habit of the opposition to revise history a little bit. So we get these revisionist histories, we get these things taken out of context. It contributes to misinformation and disinformation among the public. Could my colleague please comment on the damage that does to political discourse?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
That is an excellent question, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on it. What we have when we have the leader of the opposition who dumbs down issues, who tries to suggest that the global financial crisis was the sole responsibility of Justin Trudeau, what we have when individuals do that and they use the narrative and the language to support that is we have a misinformed public. And you want a public to be informed so that they can make proper decisions. So it begs the question, why don't the Conservatives want the public to be informed so that they can make the best decision on the questions that they have to face?
Questions and comments. We have time for a short one. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Short point. Point of misinformation from that side of the floor. Every opportunity they get to discuss the shutting down of veterans' offices. The truth of the matter on that is those offices were not shut down. They were moved. Quiet. They were moved so that they could serve veterans without the overhead of the offices, and the call to have those offices removed came from the bureaucrats who responded across the government to the fact that we needed to remove some funding that was being...
To give time for the Chief Government Whip to respond in 25 seconds or less.
Leave it to the Conservatives to blame something on the bureaucrats. Oh, the bureaucrats did it. They were the ones that moved things around and closed it. I think I'll just leave it at that, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to follow up what was a very good and entertaining, but obviously also factual speech from the member for Kingston and the Islands. It's great to be here to debate this this afternoon, and I understand that the members opposite are very eager to see our plan for growing the Canadian economy. So let me reassure them, on November 4th, the government will table a historic budget that will both catalyze growth and outline our ambitious plan to refocus day-to-day spending and invest in the Canadian economy. Budget 2025 will build on our ongoing work that is focused on building a stronger economy and delivering for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to highlight some of the important ways we are making life more affordable here at home while ensuring that we are working to build an economy that will benefit Canadians for decades to come. As we all know, the global economy is undergoing a seismic shift, and there is no doubt that Canada must change with it. Canadians recognize this all across the country, which is why this past April they provided our government with a clear mandate to build a resilient and modern, strong Canadian economy, the strongest, in fact, in the G7. Bill C-4 was one of the first bills introduced in the House, not quite the first, but very, very soon after the House got started. It was introduced by the Minister of Finance and National Revenue in the spring, and Bill C-4 received unanimous consent from this House. It's the first time, I've said recently in this House that common sense seems to be lacking, not so common in the Conservative Party today, but common sense was provided at that moment when they actually supported our tax cut bill, which is good news for all Canadians. And I'm a proud member of the Finance Committee, and we're studying that bill right now, and we look forward to that bill getting speedy passage, getting back to the House, and getting to royal assent. From a middle-class tax cut, which is saving money for 22 million Canadians, to eliminating the GST for first-time homebuyers on new homes up to $1 million, and reducing the GST for first-time homebuyers on new homes between 1 and 1.5 million. The legislation will provide more money in Canadians' pockets, and Canadians need that right now, of course. And these measures complement a whole package of other measures that were Liberal initiatives in the past Parliament, all of which were voted against by the Conservative Party, including dental care, child care, the Canada Child Benefit, which is indexed to inflation, by the way, the National School Food Program, and many more. There's also other supports that our government has put in place under previous leadership in the past Parliament, which was to reduce mortgage insurance, move to 30-year mortgages, and again, offer tax-free savings accounts for first-time homebuyers. So these measures, taken in context, complement a whole series of affordability measures that our government has put in place. What's new is that the Conservatives, for once, actually supported C4 and voted to get it through to committee. I hope that they'll vote it through this House when it comes back from committee, hopefully soon. The other piece of that bill, C4, is to essentially remove from federal law the consumer fuel charge, which will essentially allow us to focus carbon pricing on large emitters. Additionally, we continue to work diligently to address the housing crisis by focusing on driving down costs and making housing more affordable and accessible for Canadians. To this end, we recently launched Build Canada Homes, a new federal entity that will transform public-private collaboration and deploy modern methods of construction as it catalyzes the creation of entirely new Canadian housing industry, from prefab to modular to mass timber to any other innovative method. I know I've visited a group out of York University that's 3D printing 3 stories of homes, which is just incredible to see. So Canada's innovation will lead the way, and Build Canada Homes is part of us stepping up to support that industry. Now, this critical tool will leverage public lands, offer flexible financial incentives, attract private capital, facilitate large portfolio projects, and support modern manufacturers to build the homes that Canadians need. And it's not only the Canadian housing industry that we are transforming, we are streamlining the federal approval process to get major projects built faster. For too long, the construction of major projects has been stalled by arduous and inefficient approval processes, leaving enormous investment on the table. The newly launched Major Projects Office will fast-track nation-building projects by streamlining regulatory assessment and approvals and help to structure financing, all in close partnership with provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, and private sector partners and investors. This, in turn, will create good-paying jobs for thousands of Canadians across this country. Now, I remember when we made the first announcement, when the Prime Minister launched and made the first announcement of 5 major projects. What struck me was that day, what did the Conservative leader say? He called those 5 major projects pathetic. He called tens of thousands of good-paying jobs for Canadians pathetic. He called $60 billion worth of economic activity in our economy pathetic. You know what? You don't know want to know what I think is pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Now, our government is moving with urgency and determination to build the strongest economy in the G7, but that urgency demands new ways of budget planning. That's exactly what we're doing. The finance minister announced recently or outlined a new way of budgeting, the cornerstone of which is a new capital budgeting framework that distinguishes and prioritizes spending that stimulates public and private sector capital investment versus day-to-day operational spending. This will mean more transparency in decision-making, more opportunity for stringency and for scrutiny of taxpayer dollars allocated to investments that will grow Canada's economic potential. This follows many G7 countries, and going forward, the government will also adopt a fall budget cycle starting with Budget 2025. The fall timing, which is before the main estimates, will facilitate the oversight and study of public expenditure for parliamentarians, inherently making the process more transparent. It will also support effective financial planning for federal departments and agencies, provinces and territories, as well as Canadian businesses, allowing for more informed decision-making on where public funds will have the most impact. The updated budget cycle will also closely align with the construction season and provide increased certainty and predictability for businesses and investors, giving builders and investors a real head start. The new fall budget will be followed by a spring economic fiscal update as the new fiscal year begins, as well as pre-budget consultations over the course of the summer, allowing for ample time to build a budget that fully reflects the current needs of Canadians. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a minute to highlight Canada's fiscal advantage and how we stack up against the G7 countries. In 2024, Canada's net debt to GDP ratio stood at just 11.9%, compared to the G7 average, which excludes Canada, at 100.4%. That's 11% to 100%. In fact, Canada's net debt burden remains lower today than that of any G7 country prior to the pandemic. Canada is also expected to have had the smallest deficit in the G7 as a share of the economy this year. Canada's fiscal position also stands out among a broader set of 30 advanced economies, posting deficit and net debt to GDP ratios among the lowest in the group. This marks a sharp contrast with Canada's fiscal situation in the 1980s and early 1990s, when sustained deficits led to a rapid rise in the net debt burden and an erosion of Canada's fiscal advantage relative to its peers. Canada is also one of only 2 G7 economies, along with Germany, to have a AAA rating for at least 2 of the 3 major global credit rating agencies. Our AAA credit rating helps maintain investors' confidence and keeps Canada's borrowing costs as low as possible. And Canada has a lower interest rate on debt than the United States, something which is, I would say, noteworthy. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 will highlight how all of our actions are guided by a new fiscal discipline. We will spend less to invest more. I know that's hard for Conservatives to understand, but spending less on government operations allows us fiscal room to invest more and attract private capital, play that catalytic role that the Prime Minister has talked about over and over again in our economy. That's how you produce a virtuous cycle and create a virtuous cycle between investment and growth in the economy, which will increase tax revenues in the future, allow us to sustain many of the social programs and gains that we've made under previous Liberal governments that we will need to have the fiscal room to continue to support. This is why we've initiated a comprehensive expenditure review to ensure that we get the most out of every Canadian dollar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is frustrating to hear these words out of this member. We know that there are 86,000 people out of work. There's now 4 million visits to the food bank, and we know 1 in 4 people in Toronto rely on the food bank for food. And they're talking about these major projects that are going to get fast-tracked, and a major project which is near this member's riding is in Darlington. The SMRs, GE Hitachi, they've project has been, the construction has started over a year ago. I just got an update that that project is progressing. And where are those jobs that they're claiming are going to be protected by this project that is already started?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
One of the best opportunities I've ever had in this House to talk about the Darlington nuclear project, that SMR project, which is going to create 1,600 jobs in my region, Durham region. Very proud of that project being listed as a major project and moving forward quickly. That's how you build the economy in Canada. That's how you create more jobs. Very, very proud of that project making the major projects list and being expedited through the approval process. The members opposite don't understand Bill C-5. I suggest they go back and read it. It's clear to me that, if I'm not mistaken, I think they voted in favor of it, so it's surprising that they never read the bill. But that doesn't really surprise me that much. But let's just get back to the facts, Mr. Speaker. Canada has the lowest tariff rate of any U.S. trade partner. Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and Canada has a AAA credit rating, one of only 2 countries in the G7. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm fascinated by the debates in the House today. I get the feeling that I'm watching some kind of Harry Potter budgeting, magic budgeting, very creative budgeting. You can twist numbers to have them say anything you'd like, and that's what we're seeing demonstrated by my colleague. I'm trying to understand how we can get a handle on our public finances when we don't have new sources of revenue like the Conservatives seem to want. And on the other hand, you got the Liberals who say we're heading towards a deficit, but they are not looking at targeting support more specifically. This morning I was asking about old age security for those 64 to 74. I'd like to hear him tell us a bit. Employment insurance, these are, I must give the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance, an opportunity to answer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the honourable member for her question. I do appreciate it. You know, I think Canada, what I've been making the argument for is that Canada is in a strong fiscal position. I know members opposite don't quite seem to understand the fact that we do have fiscal room to continue investing in the Canadian economy, and if we don't do that, the economy will shrink. And we need the economy to continue to grow. We need to build a strong economy. We need to diversify our trade. The current Bank of Canada governor came out just, I think it was about a week and a half ago, and said that that's exactly the right strategy. He said that what the Liberal government is doing, which is to diversify trade and invest in infrastructure that we need in order to get our goods to other markets, is exactly how to increase productivity and wages in Canada. It's exactly the way to make life more affordable for Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his very good speech that he updated this House on the economic stance of Canada. He did just mention that the opposition is perhaps not understanding. Is it that they're not understanding, or is it that they want to continue to mislead Canadians? I mean, this motion here that we have today includes our former Prime Minister. Is it that they miss him? Do they really care about what Canadians voted for in this election? Maybe he can tell us why the rhetoric remains the same with them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance in 30 seconds or less.
It's an unhealthy obsession that the opposition members have with our former Prime Minister. I know that they were really tethered to our former Prime Minister and really bashing him at every moment, and it seemed like they developed a kind of dependence on that. And now that we have a new Prime Minister that has a far superior understanding of economics and investment, they don't seem to know what to do anymore but misinform people, which they do daily in this House. It seems they don't have an understanding of economics.
Resuming debate, reprise. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in the House and speak on behalf of the good people of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry. Also proud that I'll be sharing my time today with the great new member we have in our caucus from Edmonton Northwest. As an official opposition, we have a role to hold the government to account on what they promise and what they deliver. Or in many cases, we have with this new Prime Minister, but same old Liberal government is. They talk a big game, they have these photo ops and make these flashy announcements, but the follow-up, it leaves something to be desired. The Prime Minister himself said when he was sworn in with the Cabinet that he wanted to be judged by the prices Canadians pay at the grocery store. Well, I'm happy to do that, but unfortunately it's not the best of news when it comes to the situation that we face in my part of Eastern Ontario in the city of Cornwall with the Agape Centre. The Agape Centre, with Lisa Duprow and her staff and the many volunteers that make the place what it is an incredible organization that runs a food bank, that runs a store and a kitchen that helps thousands of local residents each and every year. They held their AGM last month, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to, through you, advise the House of some pretty alarming statistics when it comes to affordability, when it comes to the state of our economy here in Canada, and specifically the microcosm in Cornwall. There were 40,000 visits made to the food bank, Agape Food Bank, in Cornwall alone last year. That is in a city of 47,000 people. Visits were up 193% in the last 4 years. And children using the food bank is up 257%. Between the kitchen and the food bank, the Agape Centre processed 1 million pounds of food for those in need, with a value at $3.6 million. And they are affected too by the increased usage and the increased cost of food, because that is a 10% increase just from the previous year. I want to quote the Executive Director, Lisa Duprow, when she said, quote, "The urgency of the situation cannot be overstated. People are skipping meals, taking on unsustainable debt, and stepping further away from a life of dignity." That's the record of this Liberal government over the course of the last 10 years. And when we look at the last 6 months of this Prime Minister, the situation is only getting worse. Food inflation is 70% above the target of where the target inflation rate for it should be. And Canadians are going to be spending an extra $800 on groceries as a family this year is the expected average, with no relief in sight. Because one of the things that we know and we have been saying for years, and which continues to be shown in higher food inflation, higher housing prices, and higher deficits, is that those higher deficits and money printing leads to inflation, leads to that pressure. Mr. Speaker, it's not sustainable what we've seen for the last number of years under these Liberals, and we're seeing that live and in living color, a sad, sad reality just through one food bank in Cornwall alone. A key part of any government, in order to be successful, in order to grow the economy, to have a sustainable future, is getting investment in this country. And what we have seen, the numbers speak for themselves. Since the Prime Minister came into office, we've seen $54 billion, that's billion with a B, dollars in investment leave this country for the United States. Over the course of the last 5 years, that number has been $500 billion. Why? It is the management, or the lack thereof of good management, from the Liberals to create an economic environment through good taxes, creating good opportunities for jobs, creating an atmosphere that businesses want to bring direct foreign investment from around the world in. We've seen $500 billion leave Canada for the United States because that's where they prefer to do business. If that wasn't bad enough, and that rate, if that continued at that rate for the next 5 years going forward, wasn't bad enough, this week when the Prime Minister visited Washington, it was another major concession with no deal. He's already conceded on counter tariffs. He already conceded on the digital service tax. And then he said in his comments right in the Oval Office of the White House that he would pledge as some part of deal that they were working on that would see $1 trillion of Canadian investment money go to the United States in the next 5 years, double the rate of what we've already lost. That is absolutely ridiculous. It is an absolute betrayal of Canadians and Canadian workers in this country. Because what does that mean? That is $1 trillion the Prime Minister put on the table with nothing in return except those dollars going and being used in the United States. Just imagine if that $1 trillion would be invested, Canadian dollars, be invested in Canada in the next 5 years instead. But no, what are we going to see? We're going to see a factory either be closed in Ontario, or if one brand new one's going to be built, it won't be built in Ontario, but rather be built over in the state of Michigan or Ohio. We're going to see, as opposed to a new mine being built and developed in British Columbia, the red tape and the regulation takes 25 years in many cases to get a permit for a mine in northern Ontario, BC, and other parts of this country. So as opposed to seeing that investment and jobs created in British Columbia as an example, or northern Ontario, they'd be going to West Virginia or Washington. In a new business, someone with dollars in Canada, as opposed to opening up a new business, say, in Nova Scotia, they'll open up in the state of Maine instead. This at a time we could least afford it. The Prime Minister's record, as an official opposition, we have a responsibility to hold this government to account. He said he was going to create new jobs here in Canada. Since he became Prime Minister alone, 86,000 jobs have been lost, including in the city of Cornwall with Ridgewood Industries, 300 jobs gone in our community just in the last couple of months. This is not sustainable. And over and over and over again, we just see the Liberal government repeating the same failed approaches. And we're now seeing a Prime Minister going out and openly advocating and creating deals with the United States with nothing in return that's going to see $1 trillion of Canadian investment money leave our country and flow down south. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows that very well because he did that just before he became Prime Minister when he was the chair of Brookfield. Brookfield is part of that. I mentioned that $500 billion of Canadian money that moved to the United States in the last 5 years. The Prime Minister's own company, Brookfield, was one of those when they moved their headquarters to New York City, leading by example in completely the wrong way. We need to see some fiscal responsibility from this government. After 10 years, and we thought Justin Trudeau was expensive, the Prime Minister is making him look like a penny pincher. Hold my beer, as the expression would say, absolutely. Of where we actually see the independent parliamentary budget officer predict that the deficits this new Prime Minister, with the same old Liberal government and same old Liberal team, are adopting the same old failed approaches. Endless deficits, never-ending deficits with no plan to balance the budget. And they are double, the deficits are at least double what Justin Trudeau's deficits were going to be, according to the parliamentary budget officer. Every dollar government spends comes from the pockets of Canadians. It adds to higher taxes. It adds to higher food costs. It adds to a higher cost of living. It adds to a higher cost for housing. And we're not seeing a good investment, a good return on investment on the tax dollars the Liberals are spending. So as we have our Opposition Day motion here, that every dollar that leaves our country and flees an investment is less jobs and lower wages. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the aisle, we're going to stand up for Canadian workers, for Canadian investments, for a brighter Canadian future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the member opposite. Obviously, it's clear that the Prime Minister Trudeau is still part of their economic plan and their plan to government, and even though it didn't work in the last election, perhaps the member opposite can tell us why he thinks that the child tax benefit is a waste of money, a tax that has uplifted over 400,000 children out of poverty, why he thinks that investing in childcare across this nation, an economic policy, is a waste of money. And what is the obsession of talking down on Canadians and Canada? Today, in question period, we heard almost every question from the Conservatives talking down Canada. What did they have to actually offer Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
I'm proud to be Canadian. I'm proud to stand up for Canada. What I'm ashamed of and what I'm criticizing is the Liberal government. That is what we are talking about here. And you'll notice in there, they are doing everything they possibly can today to talk down their own former Prime Minister. They don't want us talking about Justin Trudeau anymore. But, Mr. Speaker, here's the reality of the situation. Justin Trudeau may be gone, but the new Prime Minister is making the situation even worse financially. Larger deficits, more spending, our immigration system's in chaos. There's no end to housing. We need to build more houses. We're actually seeing things slow down. Example after example after example. He didn't make a promise. He made the promise he'd get a deal with the United States, and he's broken that promise. And he's leading just in the same record, the same disastrous financial record that Justin Trudeau had. They're not a new government. It's the same tired Liberal Party.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to greet my colleague. I commend him for his passionate speech. When talking about public finances, the issue is that there's not enough transparency. Right now, we don't even have a budget. In the credits that were tabled in June, we did notice certain things, little increase in transfers to individuals, and an explosion in spending to keep the federal government running. 26% increase in consultation fees. Military purchases, raise salaries in the public service. What does my colleague think of this initial outlook on the economy? I would say yes. There are major issues with transparency under this Liberal government and their budgets and their finances.
Problem with the transparency when it comes to this Liberal government. I can be probably longer than the 30 seconds I have to elaborate on that. But I will agree, we are seeing consultant spending go up significantly. This was after the Prime Minister said that he was going to cap spending at 2%. The first bill that he tabled increased spending by 8%. Billions of dollars more on consultants. And now I just want to put a thing in for $742 million in a gun confiscation program that their own Minister of Public Safety said won't be effective. There are so many examples of waste that have come from this government where if that were back in the pockets of Canadians, maybe they could afford food themselves.
Questions and comments to Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, we have a serious situation in this country. There's 86,000 people out of work. And earlier today, during question period, the Minister of Foreign Affairs stated that they're going to support the Canadian population with EI. The people in my community don't want EI. They want jobs. They want to work. How would he address that?
Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Couldn't agree more on just how tone deaf the Minister of Foreign Affairs was today when we were talking about the importance of the auto sector and supporting auto workers and mill workers right across this country, is that their answer was, well, don't worry, we're going to give them extra weeks of EI. Absolutely out of touch. And the member couldn't have said it. I couldn't have said it any better. They want a job. They want good pay, good benefits, good pension, a reasonable home to live in, and have food that they could afford to feed their family with. And that's sad after 10 years of these Liberals and the continuation with a new Prime Minister. It's the same old Liberal Party. And here they are, Canadians are struggling over and over and over again to meet the basic necessities. It's shameful, the country they've created after 10 years.
Way to go, Aaron.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Way to go, Billy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this House. I thank my colleague for sharing his time with me. For 10 years now, the Liberal government has made our country weaker with overspending, deficit after deficit. Through this Liberal government, the promotion of government dependency in regards to economic development has become the staple and the identity of Canada, especially in Indigenous economic development. The current projection for the Liberal government deficit for this year alone is anywhere from $60 billion to $100 billion. Indigenous peoples and Canadians have questions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why is it that this government, year after year, gets to spend recklessly, billions and billions over budget with little to no plan, but enforces, through the Indian Act and Indigenous Services Canada, financial and management penalties if First Nations go over budget? Wow. Why is it First Nations get enforced upon them default and third-party management for one challenging fiscal year, but this Liberal government gets to put Canada in debt to the tune of trillions of dollars and have billions of dollars in annual deficits? Maybe this government, led by the supposedly brilliant banker, should be subject to the same penalties it enforces upon First Nations.
That's right.
Really good. Rules for thee, not for me, it seems, when it comes to this government. These deficits have cost 86,000 net job losses alone in our country. Indigenous unemployment and youth unemployment have combined to exclude an entire generation of young Indigenous workers from contributing to Canada's economy. Sad. Deficits hurt community workers, frontline workers, teachers, health aides, and First Nations communities see their pay stagnant while living costs soar. Just like the rest of rural Canada, we already struggle to recruit teachers, social workers, healthcare workers, and other frontline staff needed in our communities. Ottawa's reckless spending doesn't lift up Indigenous workers, it pushes them out of the workforce through affordability pressures and housing shortages. Indigenous Canadian unemployment is exasperated by the Liberal mismanagement of immigration and temporary foreign workers. For years, we've had workers in the Indigenous communities wanting their chance to contribute to the local economies in rural Canada and urban centres, but they feel left out and forgotten by Liberal mismanagement. It is time to put Canada first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are scared of job losses and how they're going to put food on the table and pay the bills. Food inflation above the Bank of Canada's target is not abstract. It means $15 milk in northern community stores, families choosing between gas and groceries, and higher costs for traditional foods and supplies. People accessing rural grocery stores were hit hard with both rising food costs, cost of fuel to get them to and from their reserve communities. Rising fuel and transportation costs erode band budgets, forcing leaders to cut community programs or delay infrastructure maintenance. Rising costs force chief and councils to choose between healthcare and social supports. This has exacerbated housing shortages, access to clean drinking water, increased maintenance costs for public service vehicles, increased preventable costs for that Indigenous communities and Canadians continue to pay for later. Increased costs of living hit Indigenous post-secondary students hard with costs to study and increased costs to housing, for travel, and to meet cultural and family obligations. Indigenous students are a part of the record lineups at food banks. The treaty right to education funding has been getting watered down under this Liberal government. These are our future leaders, Mr. Speaker, that are falling behind the rest of Canada. Indigenous communities continue to struggle in this Liberal deficit environment to create and sustain their own source revenue initiatives today, Mr. Speaker. When the dollar weakens and borrowing costs rise, First Nations' own source revenues and trust funds lose value. Inflation cancels out Indigenous progress. Every gain from new businesses, training programs, economic partnerships is swallowed by higher costs. Local Indigenous entrepreneurs are priced out of equipment loans, procurement opportunities, youth training programs face cost overruns with no adjustment in funding. $53.9 billion leaving Canada for the United States means fewer partnerships for Indigenous-led projects. Energy, food security, natural resources, mines, operations, tourism ventures struggle to attract investors. Real reconciliation requires capital staying in Canada to grow Indigenous economies, not capital fleeing, with the government trying to play hero by making federal tax dollars the focus for economic development for our communities. Indigenous nations just want the government to get out of the way, Mr. Speaker. so we can create our own economies alongside the rest of Canadians. Ottawa's deficits raise interest rates, which raise borrowing costs for First Nations and Indigenous development corporations, making self-financing more challenging or near impossible. The promise of reconciliation through economic inclusion rings hollow when inflation eats away at every grant dollar and makes Indigenous infrastructure 30 to 40% higher and more expensive to build. What Indigenous prosperity needs instead is fiscal discipline that makes every dollar count, targeted investments, not blanket deficits, stable inflation so Indigenous nations can plan multi-year housing and infrastructure builds without surprise cost escalations, true partnerships where Indigenous communities direct investment to local priorities, not to Ottawa's vote-buying announcements, economic reconciliation grounded in accountability, stability, and productivity, not recycled Liberal talking points. Mr. Speaker, the traditions of First Nations people often sit around not taking more than what you need, not wasting one part of the buffalo or the moose that we hunt to sustain us. Sustainability, Mr. Speaker. This aligns with the principle of balancing our budget and eliminating our deficits. This aligns with our values as Indigenous people. When I became chief of my nation, oil prices were down, and that affected our local economy. We projected an $8 million deficit, or 10% overspending, for my First Nation alone. We had overdependence on band office jobs. We had very little in terms of external investment confidence in our Enoch Nation. We knew we had to make tough fiscal decisions and really do the work to restore investor confidence, our membership confidence, to have good governance in our First Nation and have a real plan to grow and diversify our economy. So we created our first financial law, which holds our Enoch government accountable to how it spends, made ourselves investable again, which resulted in hundreds of millions of dollars of economic development on and off our reserve for our members and for Albertans. Fantastic. We invested our natural resource sector and partnered to build the first greenfield large-scale natural gas power plant in a generation in Alberta. We grew business, entrepreneurship, focused less on government-dependent jobs. We became stronger. We readily partner with other First Nations and Indigenous communities to make everybody else stronger as well. When the government says Canada's strong, I think they really need to reflect on the fact that deficits make Canada weaker. We think in 7 generations in our Indigenous communities. This government seems to only be adding 7 generations of debt and burden to our future generations as all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Carleton.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. If so, do you see a role in the federal government making targeted investments to improve the economic prospects and future of Indigenous Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and he implicated, does the government need to make targeted investments in First Nations and Indigenous economies? I thank him for that question, but also I would say, I rephrase that, what we need is the government to get out of the way. We've always known how to run our own economies. We've always known how to stand on our own 2 feet.
That's right.
And we need the government actually to get out of the way so we can get rid of red tape, we can get rid of the Indian Act, we can get rid of these different policies that are being upheld still by this Liberal government today to actually build Canada and put Canada first so we can have this economy back on track.
Way to go, Billy!
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires de l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke a lot about the importance of a nation-to-nation relationship and projects by and for Indigenous people. Last year, I met a group who came to me to talk about the Enoshia project. I might not be pronouncing it right, but this was a program asking for $150 million, which would be provided to projects that would offer affordable capital and facilitate access to housing in the community. It was a project that could have been by and for Indigenous people. I would like to hear him speak about the importance of funding these sorts of initiatives.
Northwest.
Well, again, I thank the honourable member for her question. And certainly government does have a role in investing in housing for First Nations communities. Federal jurisdiction dictates that First Nations in particular have to work directly with the government and not necessarily a provincial government first or municipalities. But again, Mr. Speaker, I highlight that again, we have the resources. Many of our communities are rural, right next to the biggest forests in Canada. In BC, we have First Nations ready to invest in softwood lumber to build homes in First Nations communities. But again, on the bigger picture, I'm really disappointed in the government and how they're downplaying and harming these bigger, larger industries in the bigger picture and not allowing First Nations to step forward in those partnerships to build homes on reserve.
Good question.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Incredible speech regarding deficits. And I think the Liberals missed the point of what he said. And I was in that humiliating situation of remedial management and third-party management. And it is very humiliating for 1 year of unmanageable deficits. Very humiliating. That's why I went after an economic base. But to my colleague, what is third-party management and what would happen if Canada was subject to the same rules that many First Nation chief and council are subject to?
Good question.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Third-party management is an ISC policy and stipulation that if the government, and rightfully so, if you cannot spend your dollars right, I think you do need oversight. And it is humiliating for First Nations, and sometimes humility is a part of what we do as First Nations. But if this applied to Canada, we wouldn't have 10 years of deficits. We wouldn't have trillions externally going to the other countries. And if Canada was held accountable to the same rate that they hold First Nations accountable, this country would be better off, in a better off situation. Sovereignty wouldn't be harmed, and we would be on the path to prosperity.
Good.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. I had the opportunity of getting together with Indigenous leaders from my riding, and we talked about housing in our community. It is a significant issue, and with federal investment and with rapid housing initiatives, more than $10 million have been invested in the community since 2023. Now, does my colleague agree with me in saying that this is a great news and response to the needs of the community? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Edmonton Northwest.
Well, certainly, I think that, again, that since First Nations and Indigenous communities are so far behind, investments into housing are always good. But again, I would implore the government to think on it bigger, not just subsidies, not just social housing. Those are good things, and those are things that are going to be needed in Indigenous communities and all Canadian communities, for example, for the rest of the time. But I would also say there's a market housing, and First Nations can get rid of the Indian Act stipulations that go against mortgages on reserve, and that's something else we need to focus and create the space for them to build their own housing.
Yeah.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to participate in today's opposition debate. I'll be sharing my time with the member for London West. The global economy has changed. Canada must change too. We need to build more housing, more infrastructure, and support industries that are essential to our economic growth. This spring, Canadians called for a serious and ambitious plan, and we are working hard to prepare and implement that plan. First, as our colleague, the Minister of Finance, has already announced that our new government will table the 2025 budget on 4th of November. Second, as he outlined this week, the budget will be based on a new capital investment budgeting framework. This framework will distinguish between current operating expenditure and capital investments, which will help government prioritize investments that will deliver long-term benefits for Canada and Canadians. Operating expenditure will be balanced by 2028-2029. The 2025 budget will rise to the occasion. It will be a budget to build the strongest economy in G7 and a budget to build a strong and free Canada. The 2025 budget will do something else that is very concrete, Mr. Speaker. It will make life more affordable for Canadians. We understand that the cost of living remains a constant concern for Canadians, and we have already announced several measures to help them. Mr. Speaker, We know that one of the challenges is the cost of housing. We are facing a housing crisis, which is why we are implementing an ambitious new approach to increase the supply of housing in Canada. For example, the Prime Minister recently launched a new federal agency responsible for building affordable housing on a large scale. It is called Build Canada Homes. With Build Canada Homes, we will combat homelessness by building supervised and transitional housing in collaboration with provinces, territories, municipalities, and Indigenous communities. This agency will build community-based, highly affordable housing for low-income households and will partner with private developers to build affordable housing for the country's middle class. And to help Canadians buy homes, we proposed eliminating the GST for the first-time buyers of new homes valued at $1 million or less, or reducing the GST for first-time buyers of new homes valued between $1 million and $1.5 million. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, as Canadians demand, we put money back in the pockets of all Canadians by cutting taxes. Since 1st of July, all Canadians have benefited from a tax cut that will save a dual-income family of up to $840 per year starting in 2026. I am proud to note that 22 million Canadians will benefit from this tax relief. They can now keep more of the paychecks and use it according to their priorities. They can now keep more of their paychecks as they wish. Mr. Speaker, in these times of trade tension with the United States, we understand the importance of continuing to support Canadians affected by this dispute. Since the beginning of the trade dispute, we have put in place a robust Canadian system of economic support program to help businesses and workers directly affected by U.S. tariffs. For example, we have temporarily suspended the one-week waiting period for employment insurance benefits, and we have temporarily suspended the rules surrounding the processing of severance pay to prevent workers from having to exhaust their severance pay before receiving the employment insurance benefit. We also made it easier to access employment insurance by increasing the unemployment rate applied to regions for a period of 6 months. And we made it easier for employers and workers affected by tariffs to access the work-sharing program. Employers experiencing a decline in business activity due to the threat or potential implementation of tariffs may be eligible for special measures under the work-sharing program. Our new government has also announced a series of targeted measures to support Canada's steel, aluminum, and software lumber industries. For example, our government will invest $70 million in labor market development agreements with provinces and territories to provide training and income support measures to nearly 10,000 affected steel workers. We are also implementing new measures to help the lumber industry transform and compete. We are providing up to $700 million in loan guarantees to alleviate the current pressure on the lumber sector, and we are building with a focus on using Canadian materials in construction. And we have changed federal contracting processes to require companies that contract with the federal government to source Canadian lumber. In this way, our government is ensuring that Canadian workers benefit from our investments during these challenging times. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget will be a generational investment in our future, and with it, we will build the Canada of the 21st century. This budget will set out a clear plan to build the strongest economy in G7, based on generational investments in housing and infrastructure, while reducing the cost of living for Canadians. It will stimulate private investments here in Canada and strengthen our ties with trusted trading partners and allies, moving our economy from reliance to resilience. At the same time, this government will exercise new fiscal discipline in its day-to-day operations to make services more efficient and reliable, while focusing resources on long-term growth to ensure Canada's prosperity today and for decades to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. you, Mr. Speaker. And I apologize to the honourable member that I'm going to ask a question that wasn't raised in her speech, but by earlier members of her party who put things before this House that I'd like to challenge a bit. And that is that the Darlington project, which is being touted here as proof that the government is bringing economic benefit to Canada. That Darlington project to build an SMR, so-called small modular reactor, if completed, it would be the first one in North America. They're not operating anywhere. Well, they operate in China and Russia, but commercially, not in North America. And at a $21 billion price tag, much of the consortium private sector builders are not Canadian. GE Hitachi, US, and Japan, and Kiewit Engineering, US. Do we really want to be shipping those that many billions of dollars to US firms on an untested technology?
The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member had said, this is a new technology and a new first time they are trying. Anything that would give our Canadians work is worth trying, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want the member to respond to something that her colleague from Whitby said. He said that the government will spend less so that they can invest more. And he referred to the operating budget, which means that they are going to have to lower their expenditures on the operations side to have the funds to be able to spend on more development. So my question to her is, would she know what the cuts will be to the public service and programs that the government will introduce so that they're spending less?
The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the operating budget cuts will be for services or programs that are not relevant and are not maintained by the framework of federal government. So each department is scrutinizing their budget and carefully making these cuts so that the essential services and programs are not affected by them.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, if we want to combat high food prices, we need to go after the root causes of the increases in these prices. Climate change and its impacts are directly responsible for the significant increase in food prices. We need to increase our fight against climate change, develop adaptation strategies that are well financed in order to help with lost harvest due to droughts and other problems that we have had in Quebec and elsewhere. But we're seeing that the government is taking a step back in terms of its fight against climate change. Is the honourable colleague in agreement with me when we say that the government should fight against the climate change, and can we expect positive steps, not just a withdrawal?
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. Climate change is an important topic, and the Liberal government is very serious about this topic. The budget 2025 will seize the generational opportunity to transform our economy through ambitious investment and rigorous discipline, ensuring every dollar goes further to help build the strongest economy in G7. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member served at the municipal level, as have I, and we've seen the impact that provincial governments have on affordability, downloading costs to municipalities, downloading costs to residents. Through you, Mr. Speaker, my question is, what role does she see the provincial governments across Canada having in addressing affordability, and what more positive partnerships might be possible? Thank you.
The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn, a brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true the programs and services are the responsibility of the provincial government, and at this time, if they are able to do what they are supposed to do, they will be able to put programs in for Canadians, everyday Canadians who are going to be affected by the tariffs. And I urge the provincial governments to look deep and serve the Canadians well.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Pickering and Brooklyn for sharing her time with me. I'm very happy to rise on this motion to talk about First of all, let's address the elephant in the room. The Conservative Party has brought forward a motion once again that is heavy on slogans and light on substance. Canadians are tired of the noise, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfortunate to see that the few opposition days that they have, this is how they're choosing to spend them, lying to Canadians. But we know what Canadians want.
The honourable member for Kitchener Southwest, on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think you would agree with me that it is terribly unparliamentary to accuse the party opposite of lying to Canadians. That's not the case.
Yeah, there are certain words that are very clearly unparliamentary. I'll ask the member to quickly withdraw and carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do withdraw that comment and replace it with misleading Canadians with the very many comments that we have been hearing in this House. We know that Canadians want results. They want leadership that builds and not one that just continues to blame consistently. And while Conservatives spend their time talking down Canada and Canadians, our government will continue to focus on building with discipline, with direction, and with delivery. We're strengthening an economy that's already the most stable in the G7 and positioning it for the next generation of growth. We're investing in Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're investing in their ideas. We're investing in their skills, in their industry that will carry this country forward. We're investing in clean energy, electric vehicles, advanced manufacturing, the copper and critical minerals that power the world. These are not abstract plans, Mr. Speaker. They are the backbone of Canada's economy. Monsieur le Président, pendant que les conservateurs continuent avec...
Mr. Speaker, as Conservatives only criticize, we continue to build a strong economy. We are going to deliver results for families, for workers, for communities across the country. We are getting ready and we're preparing Canada of the future with the same ambition as the generations that built this country.
Canadians have told us that. Bills are high, housing is tight, and groceries are costly. But this is when Canadians need leadership. It means that we have to show up with solutions and not slogans. It means that we have to serve Canadians. We have to pass bills in this House and not just talk down on Canadians. And that's exactly what this side of the House is doing. Let's take a look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We have a AAA credit rating from every major agency. Inflation has stayed within target for over a year. And these are not just talking points. These are real measures and real results. And I'm sure that the Conservatives will talk about inflation. But what they forget to tell Canadians every single time they bring it up in the House, inflation is something that has plagued the whole world in the last number of years. But we have good news, Mr. Speaker. On November 4th, the Minister of Finance and the National Revenue will table a budget.
Right on.
A plan to grow the economy, to boost productivity, and to restore long-term prosperity. It will focus on the fundamentals, which are housing, infrastructure, and skills, and it will build partnerships that attract private investments across every region of Canada. Since this new government took place, Mr. Speaker, we've been putting money back into Canadians' pockets. We know that the middle-class tax is cutting and is helping 22 million Canadians to keep more of what they earn. For a two-income family, that's up to $840 next year. You know what else we know, Mr. Speaker? That it's real help and it's not political theater. We're also tackling housing head-on. Through the Canada Build Homes, we're fast-tracking affordable prefabricated homes on federal land. This will help young families get into the market, create skilled trade jobs, unlock a whole new generation of Canadian builders. And by removing the GST on new homes for first-time home buyers, we're saving families up to $50,000 and making ownership a reality for many young people. Monsieur le Président, chaque maison...
Mr. Speaker, every house that will be built represents a dream that is fulfilled and a job that is created for a community, and this is what Building Canada is about.
Economic realism. We're spending less and investing smarter. We're capping the size of government, cutting duplication, and using technology to deliver better services. Every single dollar must deliver value. That's called fiscal discipline with purpose. Meanwhile, the Conservatives can't pick a lane. 1 week they promise cuts everywhere, the next they'll say they'll invest. They voted against the dental care plan, against pharmacare, against affordable housing, against clean energy projects. They voted against families. They voted against children in this country, Mr. Speaker, even in their own ridings. So when they say that they stand with workers, but they oppose pension reforms that would fund new industries right here at home, They're misleading Canadians. And that's not leadership. That's politics for politics' sake. Canadians can see the difference, and Canadians made that choice in April. This is a moment that they can come together and support the government to rebuild Canada's economic strength for the long haul. Budget 2025 will set the foundation for a new industrial strategy, one that secures our energy future, rebuilds our supply chains, and attracts the kind of investment that turns local opportunity into national growth. That's what they're given an opportunity to do. And I really do hope, Mr. Speaker, that they will take the opportunity to believe, to invest in Canadians and support Budget 2025. We're moving forward with short-term fixes to long-term building, from dependence on a single market to resilience in global trade, from uncertainty to steady growth. Monsieur le Président, nous allons bâtir.
Mr. Speaker, we will be building an economy that works for everyone, one that is based on discipline, innovation, and Canadian pride, because the true strength of Canada is its people, its ambition, its capacity to deliver.
It's about building a strong nation. It's about building the future for young people. It's about imagining what Canada could look like when we invest in children, in young people, in our seniors, and we work together as a government and the opposite parties to make sure that when Canadians vote on April 28th, they sent us to do exactly that. And we have to meet the moment, Mr. Speaker. And while Conservatives continue to chase headlines, this government will continue to focus on real results. We will continue to build an economy that works for all Canadians, an economy powered by Canadian talent, Canadian industry, and Canadian ambition. We're building a Canada that simply works for the middle class, for the next generation, and for every region across this nation. That's leadership, and that's what leadership looks like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener South Espler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals continually talk about they're going to build Canada strong, they're going to build a great economy. They've had 10 years to do it. It hasn't happened. Canada's GDP per capita growth over the last 10 years was the lowest in the G7. I'm begging the honourable member opposite merely to acknowledge that economic fact, and upon acknowledging it, reflect on what about their plan didn't work for the last 10 years, and let us know how the new plan's different. Thank you.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I said in my comments that we acknowledge that inflation has hit Canadians. I acknowledge that housing costs has gone up, food costs has gone up. And that's not just in Canada. And I know that they love to talk down on Canada, Mr. Speaker. Today, the entire question period was the same script. They use the same script. Maybe they have the same person writing the script. Perhaps they need to change that person because they were giving them misleading information to mislead Canadians that Canada is not growing. And that's just simply not true.
Comments, questions et commentaires. La députée.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for her speech, for the fact that she was mentioning the importance of being disciplined and rigorous in managing public finances. I'd like to hear what she has to say about what her very government did just before the elections, that it is to do away with the carbon tax and to put back into the pockets of people outside of Quebec and BC for $1 million. How is that evidence of discipline and rigor? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's comments, but he knows full well that the carbon tax is not in Quebec for those that had paid it. Mr. Speaker, we had to hand that money back. We had to make these decisions to help Canadians. Why? Because it was a very polarized issue. The Conservatives started with the carbon tax, but everything they touched, they polarized, and now they want to keep polarizing all of Canada by reiterating slogans according to which Canada is not working or is broken, and that's just not reality. I hope my colleague across the way will continue to work with us to be more disciplined, especially in our wording, to communicate with Canadians. The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for London West for her excellent speech. Last April, Canadians gave us a strong mandate because I think they realized that we were the only party to have a true, real plan to defend our workers, our industry, and our economy. I'd like to hear my colleague on what November 4th budget will be doing and to make our economy one of the strongest in the G7. The Honourable Member for London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. I want to commend him actually for all the work that he does for francophones outside of Quebec. And as a francophone outside of Quebec, I myself really appreciate all of his hard work on this. Mr. Speaker, on November 4th, we have excellent news for Canadians. The Minister of Finance will be putting forward a budget that will be generational, disciplined, targeted, designed to help Canadians in a number of sectors, but specifically energy, those sectors that are affected by tariffs. And this is a budget that's unseen in a long time. I hope I know my colleague will vote for it, of course, but I hope he will always be able to bring along all of his friends to also vote in favor of this budget.
Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, the member's colleague from Whitby stood up and said that they would be spending less to invest more and referred to the operating budget. So could she share with this House and with Canadians what will the cuts be to the public service?
The Honourable Member for London West, a brief response.
A brief response, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for her question. We believe in our public sector, Mr. Speaker. And as we said, this budget is a budget that's going to spend less and invest more in Canada, invest more in Canadians. And that means that we have to review everything. We have to review our operations, everything that we do. And I trust that the public sector is doing that work right now to review and to make sure that we have the ability to invest in Canadians. And I would think that she would support that.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Swift Curran, Grassland, and Kindersley. I'm honoured to be representing the people of Markham Unionville. Mr. Speaker, if capital can be considered as water, then Canada is a leaky bucket. Foreign direct investment, or FDI, are directional flows of this water. FDI in is the total inflow of capital from the world to Canada, and FDI out is total outflow of capital to the world from Canada. Subtract inflow by outflow, and we get our net FDI, or the level of water in our bucket. And dear me, Mr. Speaker, this Canadian bucket has been leaking every year from 2015 to 2024 under the Liberal government. Rounding solely to the nearest billion, these are the quick stats. 2025, negative $30 billion net outflow. 2016, negative $44 billion. 2017, negative $69 billion. 2018, negative $26 billion. 2019, negative $36 billion. 2020, negative $24 billion. 2021, negative $56 billion. 2022, negative $50 billion. And 2023, negative $63 billion. And finally, 2024, negative $40 billion. From 2015 to 2024, this equates to negative $437 billion.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, do we even have a bucket here, or is this a pipeline of our capital being pumped directly to other countries under a decade of Liberal loss? Let's discuss the causes of these leaks. When the outflow FDI from Canada consistently exceeds inflow, it means that Canadian capital is finding better opportunities abroad than foreign capital is finding in Canada. What this means is that we need more domestic projects with streamlined regulations to retain our leaky capital. Our domestic market is small, with only about 40 million people dispersed across the landmass that is only second to Russia in size. This already means that our firms can't completely rely on domestic consumptions. This already means that the only way we compete internationally is through exports. This already means that the only decisions in the minds of our firms is whether they could build in Canada and ship to external markets, or if they set up production internationally to sell internationally. We need incentivizing structure to make it easier to launch massive projects in Canada around energy, infrastructure, and manufacturing. These projects would give our economic actors reasons to keep their capitals within our bound borders. But no, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want to make this hard to build in Canada. Our reputation is ruined for investors with multiple failed projects like the Northern Gateway or Energy East. The Liberals want carbon pricing. The Liberals want environmental, social, and governance, or ESG reporting requirement on everything. The Liberals want impact assessments over and over again, barriers upon barriers. The Liberals don't want us to build. They don't want us to be industrialized. The Liberals want to drive us back to the Stone Age where we can frolic in fields beset by poverty. We only need to look at current stats to see the road to poverty that is being paved for us by Liberal intentions. Since this Prime Minister was sworn in March, 86,000 Canadians have lost their jobs. Canada has the second highest unemployment rate in G7, and food inflation has doubled the Bank of Canada's target rate. Mr. Speaker, I came across an interesting definition of West as Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. When we take away our industrialization, we will lose what makes us rich and what enables us to be educated. We often find in cities that universities only emerge after the city has undergone industrial and commercial build-out. There is no true mass democracy without a mass society fostered through the foundation of industrial wealth. When too much capital leaves Canada because of anti-growth Liberal policies, will Canada still be a Western nation? Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives want to stop these capital leaks. The overarching vision is very simple: retain more of our domestic capital and attract more foreign capital. Another way to look at this is what we have more water than our bucket can contain. Imagine that our bucket is no longer leaking, but that is very small. This small bucket could not contain the $437 billion of outflow that exited our bucket over the last 10 years under the Liberal government. Building a bigger capital retaining bucket means having cities where we can deposit our capital for our expected return. As I mentioned before, let's just focus on energy, infrastructure, and manufacturing. If we cannot create a policy environment where it is easy for major projects to be set up in Canada, these major projects will be set up outside of our borders. Along with these outgoing projects will be the jobs that should have existed for Canadians. There is no other way for us to make meaningful moves within parliamentary cycle. Finally, one additional point relates to the manufacturing, and I want to relate it to you through an analogy. Do we want to be grape sellers or wine seller? One more time, all things being equal, would you want to sell grapes or wine? Well, speaking broadly, Canada is very used to being a seller of grapes throughout our distinguished history. However, if we want to retain more capital within our borders, we need to do more of the venture-added processing work, which would behoove us to have a stronger domestic production build-out. From an industrial policy standpoint, this means selling less of our resources raw, investing in more production capacity for the resources that we have in abundance, and ensuring that we have end markets for our value-added products. Otherwise, this export strategy all falls apart. Recall, firstly, that if we don't do this ourselves within our borders, it just means that our capital will find itself investing in production facilities within the end market destinations. Recall, secondly, that our roughly 40 million person market across a vast landmass is not enough to serve our total pool of capital. Recall, finally, that an export-oriented strategy built upon the foundation of energy, infrastructure, and manufacturing projects may be one of the few ways to reserve our flows of capital from a federal policy standpoint under the consideration of a parliamentary cycle. Mr. Speaker, absent our capacity to retain our capital through policy levers at the federal level, we risk becoming a nation of fields to frolic in, beset by poverty in the post-industrial wasteland that the Rust Belt knows only too well. Perhaps we will then come to rely solely on tourism to our green society, and guess where our tourism will come from? From industrialized societies producing wealthy citizens uninhabited by carbon pricing, ESG reporting requirements, and impact assessment. Mr. Speaker, every dollar that leaves the country means lower wages and lost jobs for workers. We conservatives called on the Liberals to stop driving investment and jobs down the cost of living up. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Member for Milton East, Georgetown.
Halton Hill South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the opposition member for his speech. I do note some interesting comments he made about the government wanting to send Canadians back to the Stone Age and frolic in fields. I'm sure the member has heard about our government's revolutionary nation-building projects that will bring billions of capital and build up innovative industries. How does the member resolve his outlandish comments with our innovative nation-building project program?
Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you to the honourable member on the other opposite end. What we saw in the Prime Minister's announcement of the projects were all old projects. They were existing projects or the ones that are getting completed. And so what progress have we made since this government came into power again? Zero. And comparing to the last 10 years, again, we have made no progress. Thank you.
Question commentaire on the député.
The honourable member for Sheffield. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his speech. And there's one thing that we haven't addressed too much today. In this economic context, there are some groups that are asking themselves how to develop the future's economy. Yesterday in Granby, there was a day called the Estrie Economics Day. I wish I had been there. It was the Chambers of Commerce of the Estrie that were there. They were looking at how to develop the economy in the region. I was here, of course. I know that one of the requests they had, and this was something that was discussed yesterday, temporary foreign workers, they're essential to the economy in the regions. What does my colleague think of that?
Bill.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the honourable member for that question. The economics of Canada, as we've seen, is we've been dragged down by a lot of temporary foreign workers. Thereby, our youth unemployment is up, and a lot of the available jobs for the youth and other citizens have gone down. So our unemployment rate is high, and we need to protect Canadians that are here, and their lives depends on our economy and the job market that we have in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for a speech on highlighting some macroeconomic issues in Canada's economy. All day today we've been hearing from Liberals saying, oh, our debt to GDP ratio is pretty good. But two factors they ignore. One is subnational debt, so that we're really comparing apples to apples with other nations. And secondly, an economy's ability to be able to service debt, and the best measure of which is productivity. And that also is lagging substantially behind our trading partners. I wonder if my colleague could comment on those.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you for the honourable member with that question. We all know the deficit will drive up costs for all Canadians because, as the honourable member mentioned, we have to finance those debts they don't come cheap, and they don't come with zero cost. So what that means is a lot of tax dollars we receive will have to go and service those debts, and therefore takes away any available budget for programs like hospitals and education, and most importantly is developing our economy. And so that's very critical when we're expecting this new budget coming up to be even worse than the last Liberal government. And so this would be an alarm bell for all of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles with a quick question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear my honourable colleague talk about whether he believes the trade war with the U.S. and other trade changes represent economic threats to Canadian businesses and workers.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question from the Liberal bench. We always believe if there are risks, there are also opportunities. And it's up to this Prime Minister to negotiate and turn those risks into opportunities for Canadians.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate. Please to débat. The Honourable Member for Swift Current Grasslands, Kindersley.
Hear, hear. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor and a privilege to be able to rise in the House of Commons and speak on behalf of the great people of Southwest and West Central Saskatchewan. And before I begin, I'd just like to give a quick happy birthday shout out to the member from Prince George, or from Caribou, Prince George.
Hear, hear.
It's a wonderful member in this house.
Hear, hear.
And there's lots of family ties from people in Southwest Saskatchewan to people up in his part of BC as well too. I know there's a flow of people that way, so happy birthday to him. He's a great member.
Hear, hear.
Before I really get into the substance of my speech, Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important when we talk about anything that has to deal with the state of the economy in Canada, we should really point out to what the total number of debt is in Canada. Right now, Canada's federal debt, $1,276,208,891,892,893,000, and I can't even read hundreds in the cents. It's going way too fast. Each and every person in this House of Commons right now, your share, and to every single Canadian out there, your share of the federal debt is $30,457. The growth per day in Canada's debt, without the government introducing any new spending, $109,863,013.70. Wow. Every single day without the government doing anything. So imagine when they start pouring more inflationary spending on the fire, how that number is going to be impacted and how it's going to be changed. And really, Mr. Speaker, those numbers are the numbers that every single member in this House should be paying more attention to, because if they did, then they would understand, and particularly on the government side, because on this side, we pay attention to those numbers a lot. The government needs to pay attention to those numbers, because I think then they would finally start to understand why it is that we talk so much about the negative impact that we're having on the economy with the way that the Liberals have been steering things. I just want to give people a little bit of a history lesson. I'm from Saskatchewan, born and raised, grew up on a farm outside of a small town. The prairie economy back in the day, it was based on I got a couple things. The most common thing was the rail line, right? And when you look at where all the different communities are across Southwest and West Central Saskatchewan, it's generally in relation with either the current national rail line, but also a lot of the offshoot rail lines that are there. There are some rail lines that are no longer in existence that have been removed, but you can see the communities that used to exist along those rail lines. Some of those communities, unfortunately, have vanished or are vanishing because of the state of the economy. But the reason why I bring this up, Mr. Speaker, is there used to be, out in the prairies in particular, very individual, localized economies. So when we look at jobs, we look at the job numbers, 86,000 jobs lost in Canada recently underneath this Prime Minister. And when you look at these small local economies, they used to provide a lot of jobs. So let's talk about, in just about every single small town along the rail line, you would have, farming was obviously the driver of that local economy. But within that local siloed economy, you had your farmers, Then you had a blacksmith. Then you had one, sometimes two or three equipment dealers selling farm implements. Then you had a couple different auto dealers there as well too, selling cars and trucks and whatnot. Then you also had your schools, you had your hospitals, and you really had a heavy focus on your local economy there. So there was always lots of jobs for folks in these small towns. As we fast forward with the way that our rural communities have been decimated, Mr. Speaker, when you look on Google Maps and you zoom in and you look at the roads, and it's true of many members that are here in the House here, from Saskatchewan, from Alberta, from all across the country, actually, you zoom in on the map, in my riding in particular, I've got well over 100 communities. And several of them are small in size for sure, but they're just as important nonetheless as any of the larger communities, the city of Swift Current, and even when you look nationally at some of the large cities like Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal. These small towns are extremely important. And why is that? Well, for starters, agriculture is it's 1 in 8 jobs in the national economy, but when you start breaking it down within the various portions of agriculture, the canola industry, for example, is bigger, it impacts GDP more to the Canadian economy than the auto industry does, for example. So that's how big and important the agriculture sector, and even just the canola industry, let alone the entire agriculture sector, is to the prairie economy. So I want people to just know that off the top here. Which then gets into some of the current Liberal policies that are driving the cost of living crisis, which are chasing jobs out of Canada. We've got things like the industrial carbon tax. We've got incoming Liberal fuel standards that are a second carbon tax as well. We've got the emissions cap. Everybody knows about the Failed Impact Assessment Act, the tanker ban, all of these things. And these all are largely detrimental policies for rural Canada, but they have a trickle impact into urban Canada, Mr. Speaker, because everything that exists in urban Canada originated from rural Canada first and foremost, whether it's the food, whether it's your building materials, whether it's the energy that's used to heat and cool our homes. It all originated in rural Canada. It's important for people to know and understand that in this House. I don't think that Western Canada, particularly my riding, when you look at the way that it was built, the way that it was settled, it would have been done the way that it was if the Liberals would have had the same type of laws that we see here today with the industrial carbon tax and things like that I listed earlier. Mr. Speaker, before we came back from summer break, I just want to share a quick story here. I met with some seniors, and he's 90, she's 80. He's a retired farmer. She worked in the service industry most of her life, and you never know it by looking at them. They don't look a day over 60. It's quite remarkable. People who work hard, they live long and prosperous lives, but they're gotten to a point in their life where they're just not able to find work, or no one's going to hire them. But when you're 90 and when you're 80, you shouldn't be thinking, how am I going to work to put food on the table? They live on, they have a fixed income. And they're at a point in their life where they had to get a mortgage out on the house that they have just to be able to afford basic necessities in life. So when I went and met with them, Mr. Speaker, they hadn't ran their air conditioning all summer. They didn't have any lights on in their house. They told me that they're not going to turn the furnace on until they absolutely have to. They hadn't eaten beef, and they didn't even know how long it had been since they've been able to go out and buy a roast, some steaks, things like that. They talked to me about how their diet, the food that they're eating, is perilous. It's going down the drain. It's actually leading to bad health outcomes for them because, again, they're 90 and they're 80. She's doing everything she can to make home-cooked meals with the limited resources that she had. When you look at the cost of groceries, it's gotten out of hand to the point that I made about them not being able to even afford a roast anymore. She's really struggling to make things go. When I was there, she had loaves of bread set out that she had made because somebody had given her the raw products needed to mill her own homemade bread. And so that's a staple in their diet, which, I mean, it's homemade, so that's good. But the same breath, Mr. Speaker, when they go out with $100 to the grocery store for two people, like, that should look, $100 at the grocery store should be able to get them through a week, into a second week, no problem. But it doesn't. It barely gets you through a couple of days. And their budget only goes so far. At the age that they're at, they have medications that they have to buy. They still have a vehicle that they don't drive because they can't afford to put gas in it. They can't do the things that most people when they retire do with their grandkids, for example. They can't take them on trips. They can't be taking them to the hockey rink. They can't take them for supper, things like that. It's hard for them to be able to do that because, quite frankly, they literally can't afford it. And this is a farmer who's worked hard his entire life. He's a very, very, very proud man. This lady, she worked in the service industry, helping seniors, helping people. She also worked with adults with disabilities. One of the most noble things that you can do. And now they can't even hardly afford to feed themselves. And when we see bad Liberal policies, that's why we have this motion in front of us here today, to get the government to focus on Canadians. We're not seeing it. We heard the Prime Minister today talk about $1 trillion being invested if he gets the right deal in the United States. And he's saying, oh, it's private money. That's the whole point. Private sector, private companies should be investing in Canada, and the Prime Minister's goal should be to get that investment in Canada to fix our economy, to get jobs, so that people like this family here, the cost of living won't impact them the way that it has been. It's embarrassing. The government needs to reverse course, and they should adopt our motion.
Hear, hear. Question en commentaire from député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to say happy birthday to someone. The member for Labrador, happy birthday. What a great place to celebrate your birthday. I listened to my colleague's speech with great interest. I was very moved by this story of difficulty facing seniors. At least these seniors do have dental care now, so at least they're getting some assistance. My question is as follows. Do you think that the trade war with the United States and overall trade changes on the world stage represent an economic emergency for Canadian farmers and workers?
Go to 45 seconds.
Well, it absolutely is creating an emergency for Canadian workers because we lost 86,000 jobs over the last little while. The Prime Minister just again was openly bragging about sending $1 trillion if he gets the deal that he expects into the United States. That investment needs to be in Canada. We're not hearing if it's been reciprocated into Canada. We need that investment in Canada, not the U.S.
We have time for a 15-second question. I'll member for Regina Louvain.
Absolutely. Thank you to my friend from Swift Creek Kinsley Grasslands for his speech. We saw him talk about constituents. We saw the Deputy House Leader talk about how they want to protect the Liberal government. When they talk about failed Liberal policies, when we talk about the failed Liberal policies. And Liberals are not Canada. Do you agree with that?
The honourable member in 10 seconds or less.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. The Liberals are not the entire representation of Canada. So we need to make sure that when we bring up these stories, the Liberals need to listen to us and understand the pain that people are feeling because of their bad policies and have the humility to do what's right.
Yeah. Order.
Order. As it is 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows.
By Ms. Coronis, move that. Given that, one, in 2015, the Liberals promised that... Shall I dispense? Okay. I shall not dispense. I shall carry that on. In 2015, the Liberals promised that deficit spending would fuel investment, yet investment per worker fell by 10.8%. Two, Liberal deficits fueled inflation and drove up interest rates while Canada had the worst economic growth per capita in the G7. Three, The current Liberal Prime Minister is following the same plan and is already yielding the same results with 86,000 net job losses, the second highest unemployment in the G7, food inflation doubled, the Bank of Canada's target, and $53.9 billion in net investment leaving the country.
4. Every dollar that leaves the country means lower wages and lost jobs for workers. 5. Every dollar the government spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians.
The Liberal government to stop plagiarizing Justin Trudeau's failed policies and recognize that deficits drive investment and jobs down and the cost of living up. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Bow River.
Recorded division.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, October 20th, 2025, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And I believe the member for Winnipeg North has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 6:30 so we can get into the late show.
Order. Is there unanimous consent to see the clock as 6:30? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. It being 6:30. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30. I want to pursue a question that I first asked on June 17th of this year. Looking at the reality that we haven't had a budget yet, but we will soon, yet we've been told that we're going to see massive increases in military spending. The point of my question was to ask if we weren't aware that geopolitical security doesn't necessarily come from arming ourselves to the teeth, but to preparing to wage peace, to be prepared to hold peace in areas that have been conflict zones, and even more importantly, perhaps long term, to ensure we address the climate crisis and that we're prepared to increase our humanitarian spending in the world. Now, the reason I raise this and raise it again tonight, the answer I received, of course, reveals a lot about this government, the new government's commitment to international development. Because had I asked this question before the election, there would have been a ministerial position responsible for international development who could have responded. But in this new cabinet, there is no ministerial level minister responsible for international development. There's the Member of Parliament for Surrey Centre, who is a Secretary of State for International Development, certainly a responsibility, but not with the same degree of clout around a cabinet table because he's not seated there. The reality of our current situation globally is that the world is what the Prime Minister calls in a hinge moment, certainly in crisis. The old order of things that we once thought we could take for granted has certainly been upended by actions by the U.S. President. He's erratic, unpredictable, and withdrawing from multilateralism. He's even withdrawing from the kind of multilateralism of international trade deals, respecting the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the GATT from post-Second World War. He's withdrawn from numerous global organizations, and what that does is it not only cuts into humanitarian assistance, it reorders the world in ways that can be quite dangerous. As, for instance, the United States withdraws from UN agencies, it opens up space for the People's Republic of China to move in. People's Republic of China already owns much of Africa. When you look at the Global South, you don't want the influence of democratic nations that hold dear human rights and free speech, and recognizing that we can't allow women and girls around the world to go uneducated and expect us to have a stable world. So the United States is withdrawn from the World Health Organization. That clearly means the world is going to see more millions of people at risk of tuberculosis, of malaria, of HIV/AIDS. The U.S. has canceled its entire U.S. AID program. So where is Canada? Can we step up and fill the gap? I mentioned we don't have a Minister for International Development, but right now, despite the fact that it was Lester B. Pearson who, after he was Prime Minister, headed up a UN agency and said, what we're going to do is target 0.7% of our GNI all around the world to international development assistance. That target, known as the Pearson target, has been more than met by quite a number of our European allies who've hit more than 1% of their GNI to overseas development assistance. Where's Canada? How close are we to our 0.7% target? Just about halfway. We're at 0.34%. We are laggards in the world of international development assistance. We rate 15th. But that's a better record than where we rate for donating and helping peacekeeping operations. We have a peacekeeping oh, I've hit my 4 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And it's always an honor to rise in this House to debate and discuss some important issues of our times. And I really appreciate the concern that's raised by the member for Saanich and the Gulf Islands, who I tremendously respect, regarding Canada's commitment to international development assistance. This is an important issue that speaks directly to Canada's role in the global community. First, Speaker, let me emphasize that our government recognizes that peace is achieved in a multifaceted way through a combination of development, diplomacy, and defense. We know that poverty, failed states, and fragile governance are root causes of conflict and terrorism. Canadian development assistance helps address these issues and is an essential component of promoting global security and keeping Canadians safe. It is a key pillar of our foreign policy.
At the time when democracy and human rights are under threat around the world, and when our partners are seeking to build prosperous economies while combating climate change, our government is committed to international assistance. We continue to promote development, support vulnerable populations, and contribute to democratic governance. And these are commitments that are critical to fostering peace and prosperity.
We face a complex and evolving global landscape that demands a thoughtful and nuanced approach to strengthening Canada's security. Meeting the NATO defense spending target is not just a commitment, it is a necessity at this time. In an era marked by shifting global dynamics, as the member alluded herself, and renewed threats to our sovereignty, the challenges we face are urgent. It is vital to ensure that Canada is prepared to defend our people, our values, and our sovereignty, and to protect our partners worldwide. This does not negate in any way our commitment to international development assistance and poverty reduction. In fact, this commitment is essential to peace and prosperity, both here at home and around the world. International development assistance helps partner countries respond to global threats and strengthen their economies, contribute to a more secure and prosperous world for all. Official development assistance and our defense spending are not mutually exclusive. Our government remains responsive to global needs and continues to invest in programs that address the root causes of conflict and instability. This includes support for areas like humanitarian assistance, gender equality, good governance, climate action, education, global health, and of course, economic growth. We also work to ensure the transparency and accountability of international assistance to deliver measurable, optimized results. Speaker, by prioritizing effectiveness and measurable results, as well as our partners' own priorities, we continue to focus on having a real and lasting impact in the places we work. Finally, our government is actively pursuing innovative partnerships and mechanisms with other countries, international organizations, and the private sector to make the most of our resources. The moment we live in demands for that kind of multifaceted approach, and that is exactly what Canada is pursuing. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I thank my honourable colleague, Parliamentary Secretary. The reality will be, or the proof will be in the pudding on November 4th. Will the budget include serious increases to our overseas development assistance? It's not going to be enough to say we're holding steady because we've been laggards for too long. It's not enough to say we'll hold steady on what we do on peacekeeping because we haven't done enough for a very long time, even though peacekeeping originated with Lester B. Pearson. Will this Parliamentary Secretary please take the message to caucus, to the Prime Minister, that in this moment, Canada is needed in the world as never before to stand up for democratic values, for human rights, and for the humanitarian assistance and contributions to making a more peaceful world that will be far more to defend our security than arming ourselves to the teeth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I again thank the member for her thoughtfulness. And Speaker, I want to say to her and all members that at a time when other countries are stepping back, our government remains committed to international development. We are being deliberate in where and how we invest, focusing on security and economic partnerships that advance mutual interests and deliver benefits for both partners and Canadians, and ensures that everyone in this world prospers. We understand that poverty, inequality, and instability breed violence, and that Canada's development assistance is an investment in global stability and in Canadians' own security and prosperity. As we strengthen our defense capabilities, we remain resolute in our commitment to international assistance, and I will take our message to the caucus as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working families across Canada are struggling. Half of all Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck. The cost of essentials is climbing, and our economy is on the verge of recession. Unemployment is at its highest level in a decade, with young people hit hardest. 1 in 6 youth is out of work, with many more underemployed. At the same time, Donald Trump's trade war continues to hurt Canadian workers and undermine our economic stability. But instead of putting forward real solutions, this Liberal government is planning an austerity budget. They want to cut services Canadians rely on and the good jobs that go with them, all to meet an arbitrary 15% target that puts neoliberal ideology over common sense. They want to vastly increase military spending on things like Donald Trump's Golden Dome and expand fossil fuel infrastructure to the U.S. instead of investing in the productive, sustainable sectors Canada needs for a prosperous future. We think that's the wrong approach. New Democrats believe now is the time for investment in our communities, in our businesses, in our workforce, and in our infrastructure. We believe Canadians need bold action to strengthen our economy, create good jobs, build affordable homes, and improve our public health care system. That means supporting technology and research, getting more value from our raw resources, developing sustainable industries, and building infrastructure that improves people's lives with Canadian labour, Canadian materials, and Canadian companies. Canada has an infrastructure deficit approaching $300 billion. There is no shortage of excellent projects that we all can agree are much needed. Things like modern, clean electricity grids, efficient public transit systems, community healthcare clinics, and quality long-term care centres. Let's join together and start to construct these nation-building projects. Mr. Speaker, we are painfully aware that Canada has a severe housing crisis. Rents have more than doubled since 2015. Home ownership is out of the question for far too many Canadians. This crisis stems from decades of policy failure. It's clear the private market cannot adequately meet the needs of low and middle income earners, yet only 3.5% of Canada's housing stock is non-market, far below the OECD average of 7%. A secure, affordable home is the foundation of every Canadian's ability to function well in our society. New Democrats believe the federal government has a critical role to play to ensure everyone has a decent place to call home. That's why it must take the lead in dramatically scaling up the construction of non-market housing of all types, including co-op, student, seniors, and supportive housing. And it needs to start now in the upcoming budget. Canadians are also acutely aware that our public healthcare system is under serious strain. Millions of folks don't have a family doctor, wait times are growing, and healthcare workers are burning out. Public health care is more than a service, it's a nation-building project. It's the heart of our national identity because it reflects our shared commitment to care for one another. And this is more than just a moral imperative, it's also an economic one. A healthy economy needs healthy workers. It's time to strengthen and expand our public health care system, not maintain the status quo. That means improving access to care, delivering universal public pharmacare, and supporting our Canadian dental care plan. So will the Liberals deliver a budget that invests in people, or will they choose austerity, service cuts, and job losses instead? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretaries of State for Labour, for Youth and Children.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je remercie le député de Vancouver.
I want to thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for his question and his continued concern for Canada's youth and the challenges they encounter finding jobs.
Him and all colleagues that we share his concern and would point to the plan that we have and the array of programs that we've put together to build a skilled workforce for the future. C'est pourquoi nous travaillons.
It's why we're working hard with employers, service providers, and unions to make sure our young people are equipped with the necessary skills and job opportunities they need to secure a foothold in the labor market.
Mr. Speaker, I think would share the priorities that the member opposite has raised about investing in communities and infrastructure, about investing in people and in our workforce, and certainly investing in and protecting public health care. But I want to pick up on this issue of youth employment, and I want to talk a little bit about some of the programs that we've put in place to help build that workforce for the future. Because as we proceed as a government to invest in major projects, as we proceed in investing in programs like Build Canada Homes, which is going to see an investment in affordable housing at a scale we haven't seen since the Second World War, the one shared constant between this is we are going to need the people and the talent to help us achieve these goals, to help us build the projects and build the homes that we need. And it starts when you're a young person. It starts with education and training. It starts with programs like Canada Summer Jobs, which has a proven track record. Since 2019, it provided more than 500,000 young people with summer jobs. Last year, an audit of the CSJ program by the Auditor General of Canada found that participants in Canada Summer Jobs benefit from better long-term earnings than non-participants. Our government added an additional 6,000 summer job opportunities this past summer, and 70,000 jobs are already planned for this year. But we go beyond this. We are supporting approximately 160,000 opportunities for youth and students through the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy, or YES, which includes Canada Summer Jobs, the Student Work Placement Program, Supports for Student Learning Program, and the Canada Service Corps. This year, the YES program delivered, in collaboration with 12 departments and agencies, more than 20,000 youth with job supports and skills development opportunities. These interventions work. An estimated 73% of young Canadians emerge from this YES program employed or returning to school. Picking up on the member's point about trades workers, Mr. Speaker, right now in Canada, over 500,000 skilled trades workers are on track to retire by 2031. This represents a massive challenge that needs both immediate and long-term solutions. We are going to need tens of thousands of skilled trade workers to build our country, to help solve our housing crisis, and deliver the major projects we are setting out to build. It's why the Government of Canada is investing nearly $1 billion each year to support skilled trades apprentices. Mr. Speaker, I've been to those training centres. I've spoken with trades programs. I've spoken with the Canadian Apprenticeship Forum. The return on investment for every dollar that we invest in apprenticeships for trades generates $1.83 back to our economy. These are important programs and services. And along with the Canadian Apprenticeship Strategy, which offers financial supports for apprentices to encourage their certification in the skilled trades, we can help build that workforce that we're going to need for the future. We're also making post-secondary education more affordable for those who can't afford it. We're doing so by extending increases to student grants and loans through the Canada's...
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians don't need summer jobs, they need permanent jobs. And the overlapping crises that Canadians currently face are not isolated problems, they are symptoms of an approach that's failing working people. And now this Liberal government is threatening to make things worse with an austerity budget. That means cuts to public services people rely on, fewer good jobs, and less support for the people who need it most. New Democrats will not support an austerity budget in a time of growing economic uncertainty, sky-high prices, and rising unemployment. We need a federal budget that invests in people by creating good family-sustaining jobs, building millions of non-market affordable homes, and strengthening our public health care system. Will the honourable member and the Liberals work with New Democrats and invest in Canadians, or will they take a page from the Conservative playbook and introduce an austerity budget that deepens economic insecurity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are on track to deliver a budget that is going to invest in Canada. It's going to be a generational budget, a transformational budget. Many of the priorities that we're looking at are priorities that we have spoken to this House already about how we are going to build thousands of new affordable homes that Canadians can afford. We are going to build major projects that are going to put tens of thousands of Canadians to work. We are making those generational investments in people, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge the member opposite to join us in supporting the budget when it comes to the House on the 4th of November.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will see the latest jobs numbers from Statistics Canada. And it's important to underline the magnitude of the challenge confronting, in particular, young people in this country, but people of all ages. The unemployment rate has gone up to 7.1%. It's been continually increasing for years, ever since the end of the COVID period. Youth unemployment has hit 14.5%, already at recession levels. And just in the last month, we saw an increase in EI claims among working-age women, 12% increase in 1 month. In the last Statistics Canada job numbers, we had, if you include self-employed, over 100,000 job losses. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important to look square on this data and say the government's approach is badly failing when it comes to jobs. And we're going to hear in this exchange, as we have, the government congratulating themselves for various programs. But what we actually need to see is changes in policy that change the result. Because what matters to Canadians is not the intentions of politicians. What matters to Canadians is whether or not they have a job. And these jobs for young people are of such critical importance. They set people up on a track to build a career for the future. So if they miss those critical early milestones because of a bad economy that hurts young people, it will have an impact that lasts throughout their life. This Liberal Prime Minister promised to change from the approach taken by his Liberal predecessor. But unfortunately, we've seen a continuation of bad policies and a continuation of the trajectory on unemployment. The only thing that has changed is that things have continued to get worse. Now, Mr. Speaker, what you're going to hear tonight and tomorrow as we look at the new jobs numbers is you're going to hear Liberals talk about how they're going to tinker with subsidy programs. And we heard it already tonight from the Parliamentary Secretary. She talked about this Liberal promise of 6,000 new summer jobs positions. This is in a context, Mr. Speaker, where approaching 20% of returning students did not have a job this summer. 20%. We've got a population of post-secondary students of over 2 million. 20% of students were struggling to find a job this summer. And the government said, well, look, we're going to subsidize 6,000 more 8-week positions. The average tenure for the summer jobs program is 8 weeks, which by the way, makes no sense. Employers are generally looking for at least summer jobs where they can employ people throughout the summer, but what the government does is they shorten the tenure of those jobs for political reasons, because they want to say, look at how many jobs we've created, because they've used the same amount of money to create jobs of shorter duration, when it would make much more sense to create jobs of longer duration. But fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, we are not going to solve the problems that are created by bad economic policy, by bad immigration policy, and misaligned training policy. We're not going to solve those problems by subsidizing a few thousand more jobs for 8 weeks. We're going to solve this problem by unleashing our economy, by fixing our immigration system, and by addressing the gaps in training that have become so acutely problematic. Mr. Speaker, we need wholesale policy change to address this Liberal job loss crisis that has been caused by Liberal policies over the last 10 years. Liberals have broken their promises on change. They continue after 6 months to deliver more of the same. Over 100,000 jobs lost in the last month. Mr. Speaker, when will they reverse course so that young people can get back to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, there's no question that it's crucial that all Canadians have a secure footing in the workforce, especially in this unusual period when our economy is under threat, when many people are feeling anxious about their job prospects. And that's why our government is committed to preparing the workforce. We're ensuring workers of all ages have access to training, retraining, and upskilling. We need more Canadians working in the skilled trades. That's why we invest nearly $1 billion annually in apprenticeship supports for the Red Seal program. House construction, automotive service technicians, power line technicians, millwrights, horticulturists, truck and transport mechanics are all key to Canada's road to a prosperous future. So we're actively encouraging young people to consider developing trade careers that will help them and help the country. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, that in traveling across Ontario and hearing from skilled trades organizations this summer, a common message that I actually heard from them was about the imperative of childcare. Childcare on job sites, childcare to help people go through training. This is something that if the member opposite is that concerned about ensuring that we have a vibrant workforce, I would urge him to urge his party to support us in the building blocks of a strong economy. And one of those building blocks is actually childcare for the parents who are working and who want to take on some of these jobs in the skilled trades. That is coming from people working in the skilled trades, training in the skilled trades, and from the employers who employ them. Mr. Speaker, on June 6th, the minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and the One Canadian economy introduced legislation to unify the Canadian economy. Bill C-5, the One Canadian Economy Act, provides the leadership to strengthen Canada's autonomy, our resilience, and our security through economic integration. Building a stronger, more connected, more competitive Canada will drive business growth and will set us on a path to create jobs from coast to coast to coast. On top of that, the proposed legislation removes federal barriers to labor mobility, which is vitally important for provinces and territories and the licenses and certification processes that are right now barriers for labor to move across provinces. We've got to work at getting those, bringing those barriers to worker mobility down. A worker authorized in one jurisdiction must quickly and easily be able to work in another. That will make it easier for skilled workers to do their jobs across Canada. As the Prime Minister has said, it is time to build big, build bold, and build now. There's a consensus on this approach, Mr. Speaker. It is time to focus on what we can do in Canada to shore up our economy and create jobs here at home.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I happen to agree with some of the things the Parliamentary Secretary said. The biggest problem is that they are not doing it. It was our party that proposed significant increases in investments in skilled trades through union-based trading. And this government has consistently failed over the last 10 years. Mr. Speaker, let me give you some numbers. So the youth unemployment rate is 14.5%, and we'll get new numbers tomorrow on where it's at for the last month. That's over 400,000 unemployed young people, over 400,000. Now, we are not going to subsidize our way out of that problem. What we need to do is address the wealth creation problems. And this is what we've heard at the Human Resources Committee, that Liberal policies that are blocking our energy sector, that are making investment in Canada so much more difficult, the red tape, the taxes, the failures on immigration policy, these things are holding our economy back. We need to fix the policy failures so that we can unleash job growth for our young people.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're actually in the business of getting things done. So the member opposite can claim that he supports whatever he wants, but when it comes to actually implementing it, it is actually the government that has the responsibility of putting forward the legislation and making sure that we deliver for Canadians, which is what we are doing. We are going to be building major projects. We have set up a major projects office. We are working with the provinces and territories and Indigenous communities to get shovels in the ground, get that moving. We have created Build Canada Homes. We are going to build tens of thousands of affordable houses across this country. Both of these things are going to create well-paying, career-starting union jobs and jobs for young people. We're securing our future in a global economy. We're building one Canadian economy by removing interprovincial trade barriers. And through it all, we are adding additional supports for workers and families through what are undeniably volatile times. We have a plan to build Canada strong. We have a budget coming in November. I invite the member opposite and his party to vote for it.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. according to Standing Order 24-1.